Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is with you guys. Hello, how are we? Hope you're all well, as always. For those that might be new, my name's Dylan from Wales in the UK. Right, hang on. Just gonna make sure everything's set up. Rumble, are you set up? Yes, you are. Right, here we go. So, welcome everyone. We're just gonna type a message. Hello, Rumble. Please like and follow the channel. Okay, that's fine. So you might be thinking, what's all this about? Zachariah Anderson. Um, so I've got stuff here. Oh, hello, Pro Spies. Oh, she sent it earlier on. Thank you, thank you. So, as most as most people know, I'm a huge advocate. Yeah, so as people know, I'm a huge advocate for Zachariah Anderson. I believe that he is not guilty and injustice was done when he was sentenced to life with a minimum of 40 years. Um, so I just thought I got my T-shirt. Can you see my T-shirt? I'll do some plugs throughout the stream, but got my T-shirt the weekend, and I thought, you know what, I need to promote it more on my channel. So I know money's tight for people, so if you can't buy the merch, and the link is in the description box of this video and the next video, but is like bonfire.com//freeze, sorry, free Zachariah Anderson /. You can buy merch there if you want to, some great merch there to support, or even if you can't afford it right now, just join the channel on Facebook. It's called Free Zachariah Anderson. It's a private group. There's a lot of great people in there, a lot of people doing great work in there, and they're always looking for an extra pair of hands. Whilst obviously Zach is going to be appealing, so if you've got some skill sets, or even if you don't have the skill sets, just join the group. There's a lot of great people in that group, and also some of them are in this channel, like Lou. Lou is a big part of that group. She's a member of that group. She's also a member of this channel. I know Amy's joined there as well. So if anyone wants to join that, it's literally just search for Free Zachary Anderson on Facebook and join it. So that's where we're at, and I will be plugging this throughout the majority of the day. And the reason for that is because I believe in this wholeheartedly. I do believe he is innocent. So he should have been judged as not guilty. I think it's a massive injustice. Um, so that's where I am. I don't hide it. A lot of people might said hate my way for it. I don't care. That's my belief. You have your beliefs. And whilst I've got a YouTube channel, I will be promoting Zachariah Anderson and the hashtag Free Zachariah Anderson. Good morning, Amy. How are you? Amy, did you become a member of the Free Zachariah group on Facebook? I know you were said that you were going to. So hopefully you've joined it. I'm just promoting the Zachary Anderson cause today. I think it's deserved. I think we do need to do more for him. This is my. I'll show you again. This is my T-shirt. Love, free Zachary Anderson. Some people might say, "Oh, you're only plugging this because you love for Nicole Muller." Yeah, I love Nicole Muller, his defense lawyer. I love Nicole. I think she's a fantastic lawyer, fantastic human being. But that's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because I believe in Zachary Anderson, and he's in all this. So I will plug it from now on. I'll say if you can't afford the merch, not a problem, and um, just search free Zachary Anderson. And Amy, well done. So she has joined. Come on, let's go. I started watching the trial over the weekend. That prosecutor makes me stomach turn. I can barely listen to him. Same here, the DA, oof, to the DA. Um, Glad he followed. I know Lou's a big part of the group as well, and there's others. So that's a plug for it. Please, even if you don't buy the merch, There's donation pages. They're looking for extra pairs of hands to do research and to go through everything again, ready for the appeal. So just search Free Zachariah Anderson and press that join button, and someone will let you in, one of the admins. So right, that's where we're at. And as I say, I'm going to plug this throughout the stream, but I'm going to set up as well because you know how slow I am. You know how slow I am. I'm also going to set. Oh, actually, whilst I'm here, let me take the banner down for a second. People that might be new to the channel see this link for the first time. Um, where am I here? Why am I doing this now? Let me pop out. This, my background is exactly what I believe in. So, so the channel's called the Alternate Corner, and our belief is that innocent unless proven guilty, which goes down. Does a lot for Zachariah Anderson, who I wholeheartedly believe should never have had a guilty um, verdict against him. They're working hard on that page. I've never seen anything like it, not through Trevor Cleary, but absolute passion. And if I wasn't so passionate, Amy, you've known me for maybe a week and a half now. I don't do stuff like this unless I'm passionate about it. And I'm wholeheartedly passionate about this. In the same way that if Travis Rudolph is found guilty, I will be 100% passionate about that one as well, because that would be an injustice as well. Um, there's a lot of cases of people, you know, I feel they maybe should have been not guilty, maybe. But in Zachariah Anderson's case, there's no doubt in my mind that he should have had a verdict of not guilty. So I'm not going to preach to people. I know some people will agree, some people will not agree. Look, I'm not here to change your mind. I'm here to rally the troops to try and get. As I say, I'm a small channel. Amy, thankfully, from watching this channel, joined the group. Brilliant. That's all I can do. I'm not going to get the masses to support, but if I can get one or two people um, to join and to donate, then if we all do the same, we'll build an army. So, right, with that, um, let me get the other what you're here for as well. Um, stop screen, present, NFL. Where the bloody hell is it now? Watch this one. No, this one. Share. There we are. Yeah, look, I said the same about Zachariah. So I mean, you just don't know what jury's going to do. Do you know what I mean? So, um, hang on. Just got to move there. Just got a link. I just got to press this quickly. So, Amy, I'll tell you first because you're here. Plan is today as well is to watch the closing arguments for both sides, which should be about 4 hours plus a break, plus the shenanigans they'll have going on. So I'm placing about 5 hours on it. So that's supposed to start at 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3 o'clock. I've got another stream starting at 3 o'clock. The Adam, oh, what's it called? Adam Montgomery firearms charge, but it's going to be in another link. So I'll send our link out to everyone beforehand. I'll type it in here as well, and I'll swap it with the Zachariah stuff as well. So um, we've got a lot going on today. It's gonna be a long day. Fuck, what's wrong with this? It's gonna be a long, long day today. Right. With the other trial, I'm just gonna play at 1.25 speed, so it's a little bit better. Um, okay. That's done there. That's done there. Okay. Just trying to set everything up. I have some error. Yeah, no, it's fine. You know the score. AB, you know the score, didn't you? Some errands to run this afternoon, so my second stream later in the. Yeah, you know the score. Look, it's going to be from your time, 3 o'clock. So probably 3 o'clock to about 8, 9 p.m. your time. Hopefully not 9 because that means it's 2 a.m. for me. But so yeah, there's going to be plenty of time. And I played at 1.25. You could play at 1.25 as well, so you'll catch up even quicker. So it's all good. It's all gravy, baby, as long as it's not white gravy. You sickos in America, white gravy? I'm joking. I had a lot of stick for that. I've never tried white gravy, guys. That's all. It's all good though. We don't hate. We do not hate this channel. And thank you to those that have subscribed new today. Don't feel free to say hello in chat. Um, we'd love to see we'd love to see this symbol in chat. And then we love to see highs and hellos in chat. White gravy is so good though. I'm not sure. There's only one way to prove it, and that's to come out and try it. So I will one day to hopefully try it. I need one thing. One thing. Here we go. Here we go. Stacey's on it. What's wrong with country gravy? Is it country gravy now? I thought it was white gravy. Are you sickos? You keep changing it. Uh, I learned on stream one day that I think Spider Girl said she's gonna have biscuits with sausages or bacon and white gravy. I was like, what? I had to double check it. White gravy, like white sauce. Yeah, parsley sauce, cheddar sauce. Um, I probably would, to be fair. I just mock it a little bit for Spider Girl. Oh, she can. You know, if I talk about Amber Heard, white gravy, and stuff like that, Spider Girl wakes up. She's normally sleeping, by the way, but she wakes up and it's like, oh, he's slagging off Amber Heard, or he's not slagging off Amber Heard. He's supporting Amber Heard, and he's slagging off Country Gravy. Oh my god! And here she comes. She's normally asleep by now. Absolutely nothing wrong with Country Gravy. All good, all good. Hey, always teasing, but also serious note. Doing got my Zachariah Anderson merch today. Wearing that in support for Zachariah Anderson. You know how passionate I am for Zachariah Anderson, and I probably would like it, to be fair. So, oh, here we go. Here we go. It's by the twisting a knife in now. But before we get to that, if you can't, obviously not everyone can afford to buy merch, but if you can, visit the description link is in my description link. The link for the store was in the description for the free Zachariah merch. Or if you're on Facebook, please add yourself to the Facebook group Free Zachariah Anderson, and someone will accept you. Amy did it last week. Lou is part of it, and hopefully other people will become a part of this stream. Now, I've got um, you know how crap I am doing multitasking. I'm on. I'm trying to do something. What am I trying to do? Oh, I know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to record my clip at the start when I was promoting Zachariah Anderson. I need to record it and then clip it. So can I do this now like this? Can I do this now like this? Right, I have to go back to start. Oh, he's probably going to hear me speak, isn't it? Oh, damn, I didn't think about that. Well, we'll just go with it and see what happens. So, just to relay, we're doing two streams today. We're going for it today. We're going to do two streams. We're doing this stream right until the end, then shutting this down and jumping straight in to the Adam Montgomery firearms charge trial. So there'll be another link for that one. I'm going to jump straight into that because I need to do playlists. I need to keep them separate, but it will also be a watch along for the results of the. Oh, I'll have to record that later. Oh no. Um. Yeah. So it's two trials today. The other one I'll be playing at 1.25 speed. Ooh, so it's gonna be, and then tomorrow I'll be playing day two and three together, and then hopefully on Thursday we're playing day four and five together. So that means we've caught up fully then. Tomorrow we'll start at 9 o'clock Eastern, probably 9:15. First video goes live, but whenever the result comes back, the verdict comes back, we're stopping where we are and we're watching it live. So never fear, you won't miss any of this. Um, I'll be playing that on the other video anyway, and then editing it out then and putting it into the other playlist. I complicate things for myself, I know, but I'm probably not going to have much of a lunch break today. I'm just going to play it all the way through. So prep your snacks, prep everything. We got lots to go through today. Um, Let me see if they've updated. So my watch hours is a little bit out of sync because last night it was 608. I looked this morning, 615, but I don't think they've added yesterday's stream on. It's very confusing how they do it. So I'm hoping to get under 500 between both streams today, which we should do. We should do it. So let's try and get into 500 streams. So if you need to go somewhere, just leave the stream on and we'll go. We'll go get it. Right. Who else is here? Say hello, guys. Rumble. Let me have a look at Rumble then. See who else is in Rumble. Hello, Rumble. Hello, Rumble. How are we, Rumble? So we're running a little bit late, it seems, but standard with this judge and with this trial. Or it seems that way anyway. You've got three caps. So you literally, there's only 7 people here because there's 9 people here, but 3 of them are you. Spider Girl. Oh, what a ledge. What a ledge. I still don't know why you hate Amber Heard. You're still a legend, though. Don't bite, Spider, don't bite. Oh, right, so we're there. I will post more stuff on Twitter once I can clip some stuff. I said this the other day as well. If people want to clip any of this stuff, or you can think, oh, that was interesting, or you want to talk about it, clip away, post it, post a link to the stream, post, tag me in it, whether it's funny or whether it's like, no, actually, I want to discuss this. This is disgusting type of thing. Post it. I love it. I love Amber Heard. I love her. So far. So far, that is. I've never seen the trial. I don't know what's going on. I've only seen the start. I am. I am. Well, to be fair though, Spider, it's your fault. You got me into the bloody trial. So, imagine if I come out of the trial going, I think Amber Heard is not guilty. Oh my God. You're gonna, oof, you're gonna rage. I can't wait for the day that I see the trial where everyone like switches from Amber Heard to Johnny Depp to see if I switch around the same time or not, or even if I switch at all. Um, so any new people in here? We're just today hopefully supporting Zachariah Anderson, join his Facebook group, or his brother, well, his family are running a Facebook group called Free Zachariah Anderson. The merch, link to his merch can be seen in the description box. It's bonfire visit bonfire.com free Zachariah Anderson /. Carwyn, shwt gweithio ti'n iawn, boi? Na, recorders ddim lawr heddi, just a judge, barnwr. A barnwr, bach yn hwyr. The barnwr is the judge. So in Welsh, we don't, well, we'd say judge, but it's actually called barnwr. Barnwr. Try and say that. Barnwr. Barnwr. So this barnwr is a prick. If you don't like drama, you aren't good. That's fair. As I say, I've only seen the deposition, so all I'm saying is I don't think she's that bad from the deposition. Uh, I'm fully aware that once we get to trial, it'll be a different story. So that's your Welsh word of the day, barnwr. And if you remember from the day, bore da, prynawn da, barnwr. As long as you can. Oh, yeah, look, yeah, from a family. Oh, I agree. I always have an answer for everything. I'll always have a reason. I don't go with the pack. I always go with myself and with my own gut. Um, oh, cool. I hope people are writing them down and actually practicing them because they're just like normal stuff. I did it on Twitter, Stacey, and no one really bothered. So I was like, well, I don't know what. I'll stop then. But I don't mind giving a few words out here and there. Like an easy one is coffee. So you say coffee. We spell coffee as COFFI. Coffee. Where obviously you do it differently, but it's the same meaning, just spelled differently. COFFI. Coffee. And same for tea. We say tea. So if want a cup of tea, we'll have a cup of tea. I spelled TE. So there's not much differences in a lot of the language. So it's small intricacies. So yes, oh my phone. We are late. Okay. We are family. This is a song for the chat. We are family. I don't know who even sings that. I don't know. I hate when they're late because that means I have to entertain you, and that's where I lose people when I have to entertain because people don't like my singing. But today, luckily enough, got my Zachariah Anderson top on. And you know what to do. You can see on the screen what needs to be done. Go and follow him. Um, Fair play. I'll give a shout out as well to some other Facebook group people as well on Zachariah Anderson. Let's have a look. A few of them followed me, subscribed to me. Sorry, so I'm thankful for that as well. I didn't expect that. That's good. Um, 4 people, I believe, from that group followed me. So I think it's a quite similar kind of community there. I'm a new member myself, but I get the vibe there that's very much a close community. So if you do join them, make sure you say where you came from. Say it's from this stream. Not that I want credit, it's more of a, hopefully people come and visit you because we are big Zachariah Anderson supporters. Um, so yeah, we'll try and do our best. If we get more followers one day, might try and do like a little fundraiser online or something. I don't know, but it's a pipe dream for now anyway. Yeah, it's do you know what? It is. Carwyn, if Carwyn wasn't here, I'm not sure I would be giving Welsh lessons because it's like I have no reason to speak Welsh. Do you know what I mean? Carwyn comes in, and he does that, and then we got an idiot coming in then, like Lefty. Zup nerds, sup nerds. How do it, sup Lefty? I hope you're doing well, sir. I hope the golf game is treating you well. Um, and I know that you'll be going out for a game of golf, a round of golf, sorry, before long. So appreciate you popping in before you go out and play your rounds. Bum, 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 bum. And again, when new people come in, I always say, free Zachariah, look at the screen, free Zachariah, join the group, buy a t-shirt if you can for Zachariah. So, and again, Carwyn, because Carwyn needs to be explained about 20 times, okay? I will explain another time, plus another 19 times. Hello, Nola girl. Welcome back. Nice to see you. Think you were you were behind yesterday because you coming out with comments. I was like, I'm sure Nola girl's a little bit behind here. So welcome back. Um, so we are watching this. Obviously, this is estimated to finish about 3 o'clock Eastern, and I'm going to close it down and go straight into another stream, straight into another one. It's the Adam Montgomery firearms charges. It's already been set up. It's in the videos ready. Press the notification button on that if you want to notify, and it take you straight there, straight after this. The only thing I need to do um, is set it up on Rumble, which will take me 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. You are now a regular. You are now a regular. No, look good. The way we like it. We love people coming here. Uh, left from a party. Don't worry. Spider Girl leaves you all the time. She falls asleep all the time. So she does the same. Don't worry about it. Uh, I understand I can be quite boring. It's all good. I went back. Oh, there we are. Thank you, Nola Girl. Appreciate you. We picked up a lot of like Nola Girl, Amy, Heidi, Stacey been regular for a while. Shelley when she comes now. Um, Little Sleepy and the old guards of like Spider Girl, Mad World, and we Lefty the big teddy bear. He hates that. He hates that though. I've said I won't do it. Actually, I said I won't do it anymore. So I won't do it. And we got a rewatch crew. Lady Law, hello. Lady Law is always on the rewatch crew for us, so I appreciate her and her. Oh, the milkshakes bring all the gilfs to the yard. That's for Lady Law. So where the fuck is this guy? Shall I message my source? I might message my source here now because we're on point. Okay. Um, it's a late start today, it seems. Okay, fine. Um, shall I test out if Spider Girl's done it? Shall I see if she's posted on Facebook about my stream being live? What's the odds that she hasn't? I'd say it's pretty much odds on that she hasn't. No, one job she had. I'm joking, Spider Girl. I'm joking. Um, okay, okay, that's fine there. So, I think don't worry about it. To be fair, actually, we do need to do it, but most people that are on the Facebook group are here anyway, so that's not an issue. I suppose if we want to do I think we need to do not today, but we need to, like you're the super whiz on it. Can we do separate groups now then? And what I mean by that is because we not maybe not this week or next week, but the next trial. Can we set up a group then that is just about that trial, and we can post in it and discuss in it and stuff like that? Is that a thing we can do on our group? Honest question, because I don't know. Right. So I have, I have text my source who is in the courthouse. Well, there's a couple of them in the courthouse to be fair. I'm thinking I'm speaking to about four people at the courthouse. I was distracted watching funny videos of people realizing what the song. I don't even know what this watermelon sugar is about. I don't even know what the song is. Oh, we're not gonna have another one now, like white gravy about watermelon sugar song. I don't know what it is. Oh, look at the attitude I have to deal with. I gave up. I don't blame you. I can't figure it out myself. I don't. I've not looked to be fair. I do need to look though to see if we can, because it'd be quite good if we could get groups going to discuss different trials in the group. I think there must be a way. There's a chat or something that we can do. There's definitely chats that we can put in there. Caroline, you need to work on Catherine with me to try and get her. She works from home. Like she can join in sometimes in the background. Oh, anybody that's new, put the symbol up or just say hello. We've garnered a lot of people that's new lately, and once they do come in, they always stay. So, well, mostly stay. So, but now we're having people drop out of the stream. You're not supposed to go. We're supposed to come in. You're eating pussy and sucking dick. What the hell are you doing, girl? Hey, when I said that don't worry about the video, I didn't realize you were doing something else like that. Hey, you finish that off, Spider. Don't worry about this stream. It's all good. I got it all under control. Go into you, Spider. Oh, Spider's gonna kill me for that one, but Yes. It came up. You were the one that posted it. I was just like, "Oh, Spider Girl's eating pussy and sucking dick." Uh, Lucky Lefty's gone, otherwise he'd be all over that one. Can't win, I got my 15-ounce, mug today, the alternate corner, so I'll probably be going to the toilet for a wee wee a lot today. Got my water and my other water over there. Honestly, everyone left. Yeah, I know. It happens every day. I don't know what it is. If am I just like pushing too much for them to say hello or something? I don't know, but they just seem to just disappear. I've literally just lost nearly half the viewers. I need to wash it. What's that? Cars, don't tell me you're a change man. You now wash stuff. Don't believe it. Do not believe it for a sec. Oh, I just wish these like this means that the other trials will be pushed on now. I just wish these things would start on time. Like, no offense to well, actually, yeah, I do mean offense to the judge. This is a murder trial. Bugger off with all the other stuff you've got to do. Mad well, yeah, but she's probably running after a toddler, so uh buy a commode. Oh, can't win. We're years away from that, mate. Years away from that. um, yeah, Mad World. Not sure when Mad World's gonna turn up. She might take a few hours before she comes. I was just watching a TikTok about you Americans. It's just weird. You stand up every day and to the flag and at sporting events and things like that. No, instructions are done. Oh, yeah, no, they had a little bit. But even then, it should be on record. As in, they normally would do it here. So once the judge is there, they normally just do it. Um, no, they have a little bit left. It's only the examples that they have to show to see if they add in or not. But they would have done that, I think, on screen because there's no real reason for them not to do it on screen. It's only two things, I think it was. And it's all on the defense to show, on Mark to show evidence. And then if he could prove that what he was saying was right, then the judge said, I might put it in. So it shouldn't be that long. It shouldn't. I'm surprised they don't do it live. Um, Something. Oh no, sorry. Well, oh, I thought you were saying to something else. Um, some places do that stuff, but not everywhere, and there's real meaning behind the national anthem. But I'm not sure comment was about this. And they're not. Yeah. No, I get it now. I get it now. What you mean? I get what you mean. No, it was more of a. It's a TikTok thing. So it was just saying, um, like your school buses are yellow, how you have to pay for pharmacy and hospital bills, and it's just a TikTok, and it was everyone standing up to the anthem in schools. And just saying that. Same with everywhere. Not everything is always the case in every area, but just generically, that's how you're perceived, essentially. Oh, what's taking so long then? I don't know what's happening. No one's messaging me back about it. No worries. So I don't know what's going on in the courthouse. No one's telling me anything. I know about, well, I speak to about two people from the courthouse, but there's about four people message me now and again from the courthouse, I believe. So, but no one's messaging me about anything. So I'm not sure if they're in there, if they're waiting, if they've been told anything. I have no idea. Rumble, how we doing, my precious Rumble? Oh, there's a few people in Rumble. Hello, people. We just waited Rumble to see what's going on. Um, in the meantime, though, um, America's a shithole, but it's really only few. No, actually, I think this one was this one. It's about coyotes and stuff like that. I think it was on TikTok. It's just saying what you guys have that as children, like McDonald's play area outside, and it was just funny. And I'd say the buses, coyotes, alligators, crossing the roads and stuff like that. I love America, so yeah, that's true. I think most people enjoy it. I think the one thing I get from America is you guys eat huge meals when you go to a restaurant. You get a huge meal, and you always get takeout. I can't believe some of the servings that you guys have. That'll be enough to feed an army. Um, I was always crazy when I was there. It was like takeout boxes and stuff like that. Oh, that's the other thing in the TikTok was um, Cheesecake Factory. I've only, I'll be honest with you, right? I went to Cheesecake Factory, I think, once in Vegas, and I was highly disappointed with the cheesecake. I didn't think it was nice at all. I felt fooled into it. And the other thing that I remember being there, and it's like you have to show ID. It's like, mate, I'm over 21. You can see him of it, so, and then you show it once, and you show it every other time. It's like, come on, dude. You can tell people are asleep or muted me because no one's chatting. So, ba, ba. So we're still missing Shelley, still missing Madworld. Who else are we missing that is usually here? Heidi, we're missing Heidi as well. Where's Heidi? Heidi is missing. Obviously, we're missing a lot more than that, but for this trial, I was meaning that, not in general, because Geo and a few others are not here either. Heidi's normally quite punctual, so don't know. She might have something on work. Um, I've not tweeted out about the stream yet. Love Josh from UK. He just visited and held. Again, you could get 2 meals at some places, not all. Coffee stream. What the fuck are you on about? I love Josh from UK. What's Josh from UK? He just visited and held a baby dinosaur alligator. And you get 2 meals at some places, not all though. But I've gone to everywhere I've experienced. I remember again in Vegas. I think it was at Rio. I had breakfast with one of my friends before I go to play poker, and I asked for a pancake stack with strawberry with fruit. Jesus, you should see them. It was like a stack of 10. I couldn't even eat the bloody thing. So they said, "Do you want the other eight as takeout?" I was like, "No, fucking bin it. I'm bloody full. I can't eat anymore." So I only ate two, only but they were thick ones. Josh from TikTok. Spur Girl Love. I don't know who he is, but I'll have to look him up. Another guy that did, if you don't know him, Simon Wilson. He's on YouTube. He did a series about traveling from London to California to Los Angeles then with no money. He had zero money on him at all, and he wasn't allowed to have any money on him, type of thing. So he traveled across America, and he actually went to Jacksonville. And in actual fact, it put me off Jacksonville for a bit because it sounded downtown Jacksonville sounded very dangerous. Because people were warning him, do not stay on the streets, go somewhere safe. It's very dangerous here. And someone kindly took him in. But I suppose that's everywhere. Heidi, we're just talking about you. Just saying, we're missing Heidi. Oh, what's Superfly? Where's Superfly 24/7? We're missing Superfly as well. It doesn't help Pancakes UK is different than US. I mean, yeah, they are different because they're nicer in the UK. My mother's pancakes, you won't beat them. But yeah, we don't. Pancakes are not an everyday food in the UK either. Yeah, yeah, they're not an everyday food in the UK. Um, oh, well, hopefully you just caught in time, Heidi. You're not missing anything. We're just waiting. I just was explaining to everyone that we would be doing two trials today. Once this is done, I'm just watching this and then stopping this and go to the Montgomery trial then, which look by the looks of it, it's going to go on for ages because days. Just says, I'll just give you a shout out, Superfly 27. Happy days. Glad you're here. I hope you come. This is what I mean. We got Nola Girl said she's a regular now. We got Superfly who's now becoming a regular, hopefully. King. I'm not sure if King's come back, but yeah, you've missed nothing. It's all good. Oh wow. Well, so today we're playing day one of that Montgomery one. Tomorrow we're going to start around 9 a.m. Eastern, and we're going to play day two and day three all in one day. We're going to be playing at 1.25 speed, and then on Thursday we're going to be playing day four and day five, all in 1.25 speed. Hopefully we'll be caught up by then. Hopefully. So there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, to keep you entertained, Heidi, whenever you're off duty, like or well, not off duty, but not out there. Um, so basically, we're gonna be with you. Hopefully, then, if it's 60 hours, Heidi, we're gonna be with you for a lot of that, because it's like 14 hours minus. It's probably about 30, 30 hours. You're probably gonna be about 20 odd that we're gonna be with you, unless you get called out for an emergency, obviously. So that's good. It's good. Spend some time together, get to know each other. It's like a family. And thank you for coming back, Superfly 24/7. Oh yeah, don't worry, it's fine. If you can't, it's fine. If you need to run, you just run. Don't worry about the stream. Um, just oh hello. I'll come back to you, Heidi. Hello, it's me, Josie81. Hello, new subscriber. How are you, Josie? I hope you're well. Thanks for coming in. Oh, I see you come. Here they come. Hi, um, welcome. It's nice and chill here. It is. You're more than welcome, Josie. I don't know how you found us, but I'm really happy that you're here. We are a chill group. We're a small but great community. Here they come. Stacey's coming. Spiderfly's probably Spiderfly. Superfly is doing that. Spider Girl's probably sleeping. Everyone's going to welcome you, Josie. I'm just waiting now because everyone's going to come in and welcome you. Carowin's probably not because he's pretending to work. But where you from? Where you from, Josie? I wish we could watch the music for Watermelon. Seriously, watching it. I probably well, you were the one that was doing the sucking ass and sucking cock. What do you call it, dick earlier on? Joking, Spider Girl, joking, joking. Is that what it's about? Is it? I don't know what it's about. Back. Hey, another CG. Welcome back. They do. No, we've not seen anything. We've not seen anything yet. Here they come. Hi, Josie again. Yeah, so Josie, tell us a little bit about yourself. Sunny Arizona. That's where hang on, where is it? That's where Superfly 24/7's from as well. So we've got two from Arizona now. Uh what uh what brought you to the channel? How did we gain you? We're so we're so happy that you are here. Arizona's taking over the world, Superfly. We know, we know. Sorry, I've got a text here that I need to. That's fine. Arizona's taking over the world, but so is Buffalo, isn't it, Superfly? You are a Buffalo fan, so Buffalo Bills fan. So yeah, it's incredible. I was saying it wrong. We've had probably about one or two new followers, as in chat every day. So from Amy started the trend last week. Since then, we've had like Shelley, Heidi, another CG came through from nowhere, changed his name, came back as another CG, confused the shit out of me. Um, Superfly came in from nowhere, and now we got Josie coming in from nowhere. So uh, I love it. Thank you very much. Um, and everyone's quite friendly here. Uh, Spider Girl, I warn you, she could be a little bit grumpy sometimes if she's not slept enough. But apart from that, she's very friendly. Superfly gives us all Manda. Here she is. You see, everyone's here now. Manda, second time. So we picked up Manda yesterday. She watches my videos, but she commented for the first time yesterday. And I appreciate, right, that commenting on YouTube can actually be quite hard. So appreciate you, Manda. Appreciate you, Josie, as well, doing that. Appreciate you all actually for commenting. Um, yeah, I mean, I know you're all like, shut the fuck up, mate. Let's get this trial going. But it's out of my hands. I can't. Do you know what I mean? So it's lovely to have you back, man. Thanks for deciding to come back. Uh, with Shelley's still missing. Not missing, but you know what I mean. She's not. She's usually here by now. Um, So yeah, I'm not sure, Josie, if you follow trials all very often or not. Or if this is your first time watching a trial, or how you got here even. But I'm really glad that you did get here. One thing I say to you is, please comment anything, any thoughts you have, comment them. We're here to listen and learn from each other. We learned yesterday Superfly is an ex-attorney, defense attorney, so we learned a lot from him yesterday. Um, Manda, I'm looking forward because she's our gun expert. We've got paramedics here. We've got medical like nurses, you name it. We got Lefty, who's a golf pro. When he turns up, he's Lefty. When he turns up, you'll see him. He'd be very aggressive. He'd be like, "What's up, nerds?" But he's got a heart of gold, so he's a big softy. Carwyn's like our resident darts expert. Carwyn plays darts on TV in Wales, um, and pretends to work during the week then. So Carwyn's actually quite famous in Wales for playing darts. Um, well, on the Welsh programs anyway. So yeah, we've got a lot of variety here, and I love it. I love that. Um, we've got Spider Girl and Mad. You've not met Mad World yet. Mad World's not here yet. Mad World, as the title said. Oh my God! Oh no, it's Tuesday. I thought it was Wednesday. Mad World is mad, but she's from the UK. She's from Ireland. We love her. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, you need to go. Fine. Because I got work to. I did see. I've not seen who it is, but I think I know who it is. I think I don't know who it is. There's a guy. So there's a guy, right, that comments on my tweets. Well, every other tweet he comments on, slating this channel and calling it Wayne's World. Um, basically slagging me, slagging this channel. Yeah, no, he never used to be in chat. So basically, he's not. I've never associated with him. He's friends with a lot of people on the other side, shall we say, that don't like me. But I think I must have upset him or somebody at some point. So, but I appreciate. I've not seen it, but I appreciate he does it every time. He just slags me off. I just ignore him. I've never ever commented back at him. But sad though, just keeps doing it. But thanks for having me back, Manda. Appreciate you. Love you as always. Only been on one TV. Yeah, but one's more than anybody else. Dundee. Yes, let's go, Dundee. Go. Oh, Jesus. How do you say gone? I don't want to say that wrong. How do you pronounce that? Oh, Jesus, going off here. Gone.
Other instructions that I wrote out,
Yeah.
typed out, and I did.
Okay.
I sent them to the CAG. If you don't have a copy,
I don't.
can I approach?
Yes, you may.
I know. I
You need a
appreciate
copy?
you for having my back. Thank you. Really, truly, thank you.
Yeah.
So, hi, Dandy. Hi, Gone. Oh, I hate pronouncing names when I get them wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure
Good
they are.
morning. Where you from?
Okay, thank you.
Where you from, Gone? Where you from, Dandy? We got Josie from Arizona.
Say again?
Oh, I love it. And we got.
I did
Thanks
not
for
say
popping in,
that.
Manda. I know you're busy today, so
Say on the 12th.
say hi later on if you come back in.
Some time off to have the doctor check out his bleeding, his internal bleeding.
Let's go.
No, sentence.
We've been waiting for
One way or
this.
the other, he's being sentenced. Okay?
And thank you to the chat for engaging with everybody as well. Really appreciate you for doing that. We are a friendly bunch. And today I'm Zachariah Anderson, please join me on Facebook, that group.
Okay.
Yeah, the trouble is, this is a
Okay,
murder
so,
trial.
look, there's a lot of paper here, so cut to the chase. What should I be looking at?
All right, page, Judge, this is State versus
Ah.
Rios de los Santos, and case number is 2012 CF 005480. Was in front of our
Love
chief
you
judge,
guys.
Judge Kelly, and the prosecutor was now
Oh,
Judge
he's
Lauren
in this
Godin.
division, apparently. Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
27.
Good morning.
All the instructions of justifiable use of deadly force. This was a first-degree murder case and also multiple counts of attempted murder and robbery, so it's similar fact pattern.
Okay.
My proposed jury instructions, including principle that the state said is reversible error, was given in that
Where's
case.
principal?
35.
Because I think I've already covered the elements of the various lesser included, or not lesser included, the various
No, I don't know him.
circumstances under which the use of deadly force is justifiable.
Well,
I
you,
think I've already covered that
you
adequately.
did, and I object to that, Judge.
Why?
I'm asking for my instructions, my proposed that I have in writing, because it has the actual
Well,
names and details.
Yeah, but that's going to do nothing but confuse the jury. And with all due respect to my good friend and colleague, Mr. Judge Kelly, I would never have done it this way.
All right, well, I'm asking for a judge, and I know the court's denying it, as long as my
Okay,
objections can be noted and
they are,
the proposed can be filed in the court file if they're ever needed.
sure. Okay, so now, with respect to the issue of principles, where is that?
Page 33, Your Honor.
30 what?
33.
3, thank you. Okay, I'm there. All right, state.
The state's objection remains.
Well, do you think that was reversible error? Did this case go to the fourth district, or was he acquitted?
It was a hung jury, and then there was
A deal afterwards?
a deal afterwards, Judge. There was other cases too, but unfortunately, I don't know why our court system doesn't have jury instructions. Most of the cases, when we looked them up last night, they're not in the public record, so I
Really?
I have them for my files, but I can't tell the court I definitely filed them and that they were given because I need to confirm it with the clerk, but they're not in there.
I'm surprised to learn that, because at the conclusion of every trial, I hand over the jury instructions that I've read to the jury to the clerk, and as far as I know, they were filed.
Of course, but I've been doing this for 35 years, so maybe because some of the 10, 15, 20-year-old cases, they're not in there. I don't know, but they're not in there, so I can't. This is the only one I could find that were definitely in there and was definitely given.
All right, so what's the objection then?
Judge's state continues or maintains its objection to this instruction. I'll speak on
Well, okay, just keep it up. Keep the voice up.
it. Okay, sorry about that.
Yep.
The state maintains its objection to the requested instruction, arguing that there's no case law or statute that provides for such a thing. However, if the court is inclined to instruct the jury regarding this, so be it, but that's the state's position.
And Judge, I have one more case if I may approach. I gave the state a copy. This is Nelson versus State.
Okay,
Fourth DCA case 853 7 2nd 563 2003. Thank you. It's not directly on point in the principle, but it does stand for the proposition that.
that what?
Well, give me a second, Judge. I have to find it. Talks about a defendant's entitled to any jury instruction that goes to the heart of their defense. And this case was reversed because it was sort of a transferred intent killing where the defendant shot at one person and hit a second unintended person by a random shot fired. And the law is clear from the Fourth DCA and other courts that the killing of a party intended to be killed under all circumstances could have been excusable or justifiable homicide in the theory of self-defense. Then the unintended killing of a bystander by a random shot fired in the proper and prudent exercise of such self-defense is also excusable and justifiable. So that was really akin to my argument that there's no way without that principal instruction I can argue to the jury that if Keyshawn Jones was shot at and he's just driving a car, the state's saying he's an innocent victim. Then he's automatically guilty of attempted murder. There's no defense to that. And likewise for Christopher Lowe, at the moment he was shot at, they're saying he was an innocent victim. And that's not the state of the law if the jury finds they were all acting in concert with each other. And this case makes it clear.
All right,
I
State?
may respond, Judge.
Yeah.
Respectfully, I've read the case. It stands for the proposition that the court should have considered self-defense being given as an instruction to the jury because the defense had essentially presented sufficient evidence of that claim, and the refusal to do so led to the reversal. It does not stand for the proposition that any, quote, request from the defense for an instruction should always be given.
Okay. So we will use I haven't heard any argument one way or the other from the state on the revised jury instructions that I worked on last night to, with respect to the definitions, the elements of the crimes that are purportedly being committed by an alleged victim when the charged defendant utilizes deadly force against them. So what's your position on that?
For the record, the state has reviewed the jury instructions and has no objection as currently written.
Okay, very well. All right, so I guess it's over the objection of the defense. We'll use that language. I will include, however, the principal language, because I don't think that will be confusing to the jury. There is no question in my mind. That's probably, well, I shouldn't say anymore. I won't. But I don't mind using the names of the 6 individuals in the principal instruction. I think it was probably confusing. I know it would be confusing to use them as was proposed by the defense. There's no question in my mind that would have confused the jury.
Judge, you mean
So what I've
4
got, huh?
The 4 individuals?
Well, 6, because the jury instruction that was proposed, jury instructions that were proposed named both the defendant, Mr. Rudolph, and his brother, and then the 4 alleged victims. So that's how I came up to 6. All right, anything else? Because I'm going to plug in the principal instruction there, and I'm thinking of putting it in after the justifiable deadly force instruction. And I will use the names in the principal instruction.
Just an inquiry, Judge. Do
Yeah.
you plan on reading the instructions prior to closing?
Of course, I always do that. All right. So now answer my question, both of you.
No, I'm not sure what the question is.
The question was, I'm going to put the principal instruction over your objection, put the principal instruction in using the 6 names after the justifiable deadly force instruction. So I'm really asking about location, nothing else.
Don't you think it should be in the self-defense instruction with the crimes that are alleged?
Well, that's where I'm putting it.
I have no objection, Judge.
That's the justifiable use of deadly force. Yeah, I'm going to put it right after that. Yeah, right after it. I mean, if you think it's more properly placed somewhere else, I'll be happy to do that.
This really isn't an issue.
Okay, Mr. Shiner, that location good for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's going to take me a few minutes to set this up, not to mention photocopies. Don't make me make all these copies and come back here and have another change. Everything else okay with these things?
No, hold on. A couple things I saw.
Double check.
Yeah.
And the copy that I have printed out is on page, let me get to it. On page 10,
Okay.
First paragraph, manslaughter is underlined and highlighted.
Oh, yeah, glad you caught that. So that's not one of the crimes, the enumerated crimes in the justifiable deadly force instruction. That's why I did that. I'm glad you caught that. Thank you. You all tell me, should I eliminate that? Because there's no definition of the elements of manslaughter in the justifiable use of deadly force instruction.
I don't see anywhere the state's asking for manslaughter. They maybe correct me if I'm wrong, as a lesser.
The lessers to count one.
Well, if it's a lesser, certainly that's a proper defense.
Well, I don't know. That's why I highlighted it and emboldened it to bring it to your attention.
I would object to them even asking for manslaughter as a lesser. We're not requesting that, the defense.
Okay, well, then it's going to be a lesser for count one. So beyond that, talk to me about whether or not is properly includable in the section under justifiable use of deadly force.
Yes.
Go ahead. Lady
Well-
first. Judge, it has to be included because otherwise there's no defense to manslaughter. He'd automatically be guilty. And it's similar to the case I just handed the court. And it would defy logic or common sense that you can't use self-defense in a manslaughter case. Of course you can.
The state's response, Judge, is that manslaughter, just like all the other types of homicide, does carry with it self-defense as a full defense.
Yeah.
So I don't know why that's not properly included if Your Honor didn't see it, but it should be there. I
What do
agree
you
with
mean
the
if I
defense
didn't
on
see it?
this.
It's not in the instruction.
Understood.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not, is basically what I'm saying,
Okay.
because it should be.
All right, so then I'm going to need the elements of manslaughter to be included then in the justifiable use of deadly force instruction as well. I'll take those out of the standard jury instructions.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thanks for catching that.
I muted that. Oh my God, I'm blown away. Thank you so much for all popping in. For some of my irregular streamers might be thinking, what's going on? We never had this many people in this stream. These are all people from you see the screen, Free Zachariah group on Facebook. You see the T-shirt I bought. I'll still plug it. You can buy it. The link to the shop Bonfire is in the description of the video. Or if you can't afford it, just please join the group on Facebook because these guys do a hell of a lot of work. I'm a member, but these guys do a lot of work in the appeal for Zachariah, because I think, but you all know my stance. I believe that Zachariah is innocent and he should never ever be in prison right now. And majority of people, I believe, think the same. So yeah, do you know what? I love it. I posted this morning in the group saying that I was going to put this on today and promote it, and just people came and said hello, and I appreciate, honestly do, I appreciate all of you. We don't normally get this many people here. There's over 20 here. We don't normally get this many. So everyone might be a little bit shocked here. Shelley, welcome back, Shell. Thanks for being here. So many of you commenting. I'm just like, same. I'm excited to see. It is good, isn't it? I realize that, obviously, people have got other streams they got to go back to and stuff like that. But even just popping in and saying hello, I really appreciate it. Free Zachariah Anderson, absolutely big believer of that. I should show you this. I'll remove this for a second, just to show you the belief of this channel. Zachariah Anderson raid. Yes, let's go. Just to believe what I believe in, why I started this channel. This is the background of my channel. I'll pop out for a second, but read it quickly. But essentially it says innocent unless proven. and that's basically what I stand for, and what this channel stands for. I'm not an expert. I don't profess to be. I've got no legal mind. I think anyone with half a brain can see that what happened to Zachariah Anderson, it's it's disgusting. Um, I have no idea where I'm. Do not believe, know where I am here. Right, free Zachariah Anderson, absolutely, guys. And I also appreciate. I know you probably gonna have to pop out and go to other streams and stuff like that, but anytime you want to pop in stream, you are all more than welcome. Please put until you put this up. I was like, who are all these people? Then I was like, wow, Zachariah Anderson. Yes, so that's a powerful move. So pop it anytime you want. Please join us, comment. Got some experts in different fields here. We're just a growing channel, and we believe in justice, and we believe, I love having like-minded people here. So also, if you don't understand my accent, I might have to put some subtitles on, but I'm Welsh, I'm proud, and I'm appreciative. I actually get a bit emotional because, believe it or not, we don't normally get many people in here, the chat going as much. So, um, yeah, really do appreciate you guys. Yeah, highly, definitely, we all believe he's innocent. And this is why this is so important, because I believe Travis is innocent as well. So, and that he should be not guilty. It's self-defense, in my opinion. So it'd be a travesty if he is found guilty in this. No worries. Thanks for absolutely. I say I'm a small channel, but I know members already have joined the group. I know some of them will buy merch, and it's about, as I said in the video earlier on, that clip. I'm only one person, small channel, but if I can get one person to join the group, then they can get another person. That's how you build an army. So, um, yeah, anything I can do, I will always support. No worries, gone. Thank you for you being here. That group. Yeah, so I told Amy about the group last week. She joined. You know, yes, we will definitely support her. Hi, Emily. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. One thing I'll say about my chat as well, you can see from here Heidi, Stacey, Shelley, everyone. Um, they're always welcoming. Spider Girl, everyone's welcoming to new people here. So as long as there's no one that spreads any abuse or any kind of, I don't know, we don't experience any of that. So it's a nice friendly group that just wants to discuss things and discuss trials, discuss food, discuss anything. So free Zachariah Anderson, absolutely, Mina. Love it. Thanks, Kayla, sorry. Um, see, all this, I'm not used to it. Thank God, thank you. What happens is a travesty, absolutely. Always welcomed. Mina there. Oh, thank you, God. It's just I say that because some people don't like it. And uh, okay, I do abuse Carwyn all the time because he is a fellow Welshman as well. But I wanted to thank you all now because I do, as I say, hopefully somebody can stay and watch this trial. We got another trial after this, but if not, again, I just want to say how grateful I am. I realize that you've all got lives as well. So, uh, me, yes, we'll always have free Zachariah Anderson, and I've said that before you guys came in that if my channel grows, you know, a lot more, hopefully, then love to do some sort of fundraiser to build more money for Zachariah. But I'm obviously not there yet, and I'm not monetized yet. I'm still about 600 hours short. There we are, 615 hours short, guys. So we need to do that. Where's the Zachariah thing here? There. So this is going to be on like this is now something I'm going to be doing most days, promoting the channel, not channel, sorry, the group, the cause. I think that sometimes we have this thing where we do something once and then that's it. But I don't believe in that. I think that's about spreading the word. If I can spread the word even more by just putting a banner up here, and if like one person a day joins the group or buys a piece of merch, then it's fine. That's a good song. That's a good song. Another CG, another good song. We're a eclectic bunch here, weirdos. We've got paramedics, nurses. Don't even know. We got lazy people like Carwin. We got attorneys in here. We got lefty in here. So we're a variety bunch. But wow, I didn't. I'm like, Jesus, I have to catch up with that. I've caught up now, but that was a bit of a shock to my system. Imagine what my regulars think. Superfly, a good question. Free Zachariah Anderson. It absolutely free Zachariah Anderson. So Superfly is our resident defense attorney. So yeah, yeah, Superfly, you're the defense attorney. You tell us. I've no idea. I've no idea how we lost. I was in shock. I was like gobsmacked, and I was so angry at the judge when he sentenced him. And my words were similar to like, "Who the fuck does this judge think he is? Like 40 years, he might be eligible for parole. Get out, judge. Get out. Retire. He should be." The judge should have just overturned it and said, "No, the jury got this one wrong." Lazy people are important people too. Yes, we need you, Carwin. Yes, he got shafted massively. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? You know, and as I say, I know some of these guys that they have got other streams that they go to and watch, and they've just popped in for a second, caught the channel, and that's why I'm so grateful. Just people popping in. If they stay, happy days. But if they don't, it doesn't matter. Support. Um, we also have Madwell Spider, who's simp hard for Lefty. That's true as well. They do. They send dick pics and stuff to each other. That doesn't sound right. He lost that DA. I had a TikTok right that had over 20,000 views on it, slagging off the DA and like so. If people don't know, like you guys are new here, right? I love Nicole Muller. So I used to do videos for Nicole, and apparently, so someone else, then another lawyer, used to send it to her, and she used to watch him every day. And I didn't know that at the time, but basically, it was me just saying to Nicole, "You're awesome, you fucking rock girl," and all this stuff. But I love Nicole. That DA is a complete and utter arsehole. I'm sorry if you don't if you're offended with swearing, but sometimes you've got to be passionate. He's an arsehole. Um, yes, absolutely. If he did DA, the horrible door. I don't know enough about her. Like, I think she's in a horrible place as well. I think it's the mother. I would say horrible mother more than anything. Yes, yes. And the prison snitch testimony, it was bonkers, bonkers. And the lies that the DA said in his closing speech about how they found the body and stuff. Like, you never found anybody. What are you on about? Oh, sorry, Lefty. Huge cock. Yes, I said picks up a huge cock all the time. I know. Each to their own spider. I don't know. So, oh, he is. You want to skip a lot of him. He helped put an innocent man in jail, in prison. So, and he's proud of it. This is why I'm worried. I am a bit worried about it. I'll be honest with you. I think we get back to normal now. I think everyone's starting to leave now, which is fine. Um, Again, appreciate everyone that did come in and say hello. Genuinely, do it anytime you want and promote. Anybody can promote Zachariah Anderson in this channel anytime they want. News a shit. I know. It's a bit scary, isn't it? Shocked. I knew what you meant. Yeah. Uh, I, you know, After the Zachariah Anderson result, I no longer know what to expect from anybody. So, I don't hold my breath anymore. Do you know what I mean? If this is a guilty verdict, I don't know what you say. I feel sorry for all you Americans. The Zachariah Anderson trial made me lose a bit of faith, but you've always got to have faith in your judicial, process. Jurors, they're like you and me and stuff. Zenith, hello, not guilty, not guilty. Hi, Zenith. Zenith is Zachariah's sister, for people that don't know. So we're a big free Zachariah. I'd say Zenith, we're a small channel, small community, but we are huge. Zachariah, free Zachariah Anderson advocates. I hope he's doing well. Send him our love as well out there. Not guilty, yes. Hi, Zenith. Free Zachariah Anderson, fucking right. Oh, jeez. Oh, some people still here. Thank you very much, guys, for staying around. Let's go, everyone. Get those symbols up in the chat. Give our best to Zachariah there, and we'll do everything we can to support you. Do everything we can. Love him. Thanks, Zenith. Thanks for popping in, Zenith, as well. Really appreciate you popping in. He has our support. He's all of our support. Mina, we got it. So again, I'll just plug it because Zenith's here. Go to the bonfire.com. It's in the description. Buy some merch or join the free Zachariah Anderson Facebook group. I think majority of my members have now done so, but let's push it. And I said Zenith and everybody else, this will be promoted every day. I don't have many viewers, but if I can get one person to donate or to come over to Facebook to help, we've got medical people here, we've got attorneys here, we got everyone here, so I'm sure we can offer something. So thank you, my sheer rock. I need to get another one. I was going to get the one, get the get the muscles out, but I need to get rid of a bit of the belly first. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'll be getting another shirt before long as well. Let's just hope it does not turn into the same as Zachariah's, unless again pray and advocate for Zachariah and his appeal and everything we can. If people have got skill sets to help with the appeal process, join the group. They're always looking for help as well. Um, he has our support, absolutely. That's the way, Mina. She seen I went up. I went up. Whoa. And for anyone that missed it, this is my belief for my channel. In case you missed it, I'll just show you um, what my channel is about, and it's this: innocent unless proven guilty. So, and it's built on people like Zachariah, the injustice of it all. So, we're a big advocate of innocent unless proven guilty here. Free Zachariah Anderson, absolutely. And as I say, guys, I know you're here today, but I stream every day, so pop in any day you want and put the symbols up. Free Zachariah Anderson, absolutely. It does rock. You can get it. Shop is in my description. Oh, I missed that one. No, no worries, Zenith. Thank you to popping in. I know you got stuff on. Thank you for popping in, Zenith. I appreciate you as well. Um, his main concern was called Mark Life first. Yes. Yes, I mean there's similarities here between Travis and Zachariah because his judge was a douchebag as well. Let's go, God. Let's go, Mina. And as I was just saying, I love how much works for the appeal, but I love Nicole Muller. I love her. DA, fuck himself. Nicole Muller, loved her. Jesus, I've never spoken this much before. So that'll be kept there. Oh, jeez. Do you know what? When you're half emotional as well, because you don't get many people in chat. Except we've been building something nice here, just so see people in here putting symbols up and just popping in. Like it means the world to me, everybody. It does really mean the world. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Um, Jesus Christ, I've got to stop crying. I'm getting emotional. What's going on? Got a little tears in my eyes, and I'm manly. I don't cry. I cry over anything. So we'll see on this one. Jesus, I cried yesterday, and I'm going to be crying today, I think. It's like you guys, you just don't know what it means as well, going just to be and passing on this. Um, and it's not just the people that just popped in, you regulars as well that are always here supporting when you can go to any stream with like hundreds of people there and probably have more fun, or you decide to be here, and it means the world to me. And even Lefty means the world that you're here. Even though we know what you're like, you teddy bear, you. Um, and Carwyn, even you. So yeah, it's more than just that for me. Obviously, this is a channel we're supporting Zachariah now, but this is also my life. So it's yeah, you just don't know sometimes the battles I have out there, not being very popular, but the underdog, and this is what hey, I'm the underdog, right? And so was that, and so was Zachariah, but hey, the underdogs win sometimes, and I think I've won with you guys. So, really, that's corny as shit, I know, but I do generally believe that. Thank you to you, and you're awesome. Thank you, Mina. Appreciate it. I generally do appreciate that. I just try to be authentic, try and be myself. I'm not always perfect, and sometimes I swear, sometimes I get things wrong, but I am authentic. I'd like to think, and so is everyone in the chat. I've learned so much from people in the chat. Literally, Amy, from what you were saying the other day about people on spectrums and stuff, Heidi with the paramedics. I'm not going to start naming people because all of you have contributed stuff. I'm grateful for that, except for Carwyn and Lefty. I'm grateful for that. Appreciate you starting the channel. No, again, there is no channel, guys, without you. So, and as I say, if I can get people like even one person a day, hopefully, to support Zachariah's Facebook group or to buy a t-shirt or whatever, then that's what the channel's for. It's for justice. Um, so yeah, I am. Oh, generally, if you knew me gone, you'd know I am just myself here. But I don't want to misplace my love as well. I'm loving like you guys popping in today. Genuinely happy about it. Um, but I don't want to miss the Heidi as well. That I've been here, and Spider Girl, Mad World, Rosie, people have been here from start as well. Where some streams I only have 4 people here, but they're always here, always encouraging me. Um, so yeah, I love it. I love it. Thanking you, thanking you. I've come across like a soppy git now, but I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel all soppy. And it's just little things like this where you try and support someone and then all these people turn up and support the same cause. And the stream I have here that everyone supports it as well. Stacey's been here from the start as well. So many people. You'd think I've got like fucking 200,000 people in here, the way of speaking. I've got 20 people in here, but it means the world to me. generally does. So yeah, I'll say you see what you see is what you get with me anyway. So um, everyone's gone quiet. As people start to leave now, going, "Oh my god, this he's lost it. He's lost it." No, I'm not lost it. They was lost his bloody judge. Look, an hour and 20 minutes. Oh, Heidi, honestly, I don't care. Yeah, you're right. It'll take time. Sorry if I'm shouting. I got my ear. I've got a blocked ear, so I can't hear. Um, we will grow, but I, I just look. It doesn't matter to me. Well, it does matter because it's my job, but we'll grow slowly. But it's about bringing you guys with me. So yeah, it's not about the speed of it. It's just literally for you guys to, without you guys, there's no community. So I want to know everybody in the chat. Step away. Yeah, he's coming in now. So you won't be because you fall asleep, Spider. And Spider's another one. Spider's one of the mods. She's been here from day one. Um, so appreciate her. Madwell's not here yet, but appreciate her as well. There we are, exactly. It does, Superfly, it does. I hope so. Anyway, um, I'm the same as Carwin. Like I'm a little bit thick as shit. I'm here. You know what? The reason I started this channel was because I basically for the Alex Murdoch trial, I just said on Twitter that I believe in that he's innocent until proven guilty, and I got lynched by everybody. Not everybody, but 90% of Twitter. I got told to go home, shut up, all this, and then all of a sudden I just thought, you know what, I'm just going to start a channel and see if there's other people that's like-minded that wants to base justice on evidence and not base it on like Netflix and podcasts and stuff like that. I don't base anything on media. I base it on pure evidence. And Zachariah is a great example of that. The evidence wasn't there to find him guilty. Um, so, you know, first sticks against support. Absolutely, that's what I want. I want it to grow slowly together and for the right reasons as well. I want people that believe in justice. If you don't believe in justice and you watch a Netflix program and think that someone's guilty, I'm not. I won't be for you. You got to believe in justice. And I'm not saying that everyone's innocent. That's not what I'm saying. But you should look at the evidence and then make a decision, not based on Netflix. Um, it is. I did it right at the start as well, Kayla. So I'm all over the shop. Love it, Mina. Love it, Heidi. Um, I did. Let me just have a look here. I did stream it, but I think I missed the first couple um, because I was streaming something else. Let me just have a look here now. If we can get into it, videos. Yeah, I think I missed like opening statements. I got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 9 videos on it, so I'm not sure how many days it was. I need to put them all in order as well, but 20th. I started 17th, I think on the 16th or 17th of March. So I think I missed some, Josie. I think I missed some because if I remember rightly, I just started. Let me have a look. I just started streaming. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I literally just started streaming. So I made it. Oh, because was it with something else? Some of the trial was on the same time. Was it the same time as the Murdoch trial? That's why I might have missed something. I don't know. I Oh, I will. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. So what I'm trying to do now is doing some stuff. So basically, I'm doing the. I've never watched Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Never watched it. I know the results, but I've never watched it. Um, so I'm streaming that every Saturday now, and then um, and that my plan is to do something like the Zachariah Anderson stuff. Then it's just slotting in time for it. It is for me. Because there's so many trials I haven't seen. I definitely want to do it again. I definitely want to do it again. Yes. If there's some dead time, there's no live trials, I'll do it. And yes, that's enough time to yeah. Cool. Well, I will stream it then. I will stream it. Oh, here it comes.
Those reflect the changes we discussed.
Judge, I'm confused. On page 11 for self-defense, and actually starting on page 10,
Thank you, Kyla.
says the use of deadly force is justifiable if Travis Rudolph reasoned believe that the force was necessary to prevent the imminent death or great bodily harm.
Right,
That's
sorry,
why
where
then.
are you? Page
You-
10.
Page 10, the use of deadly force is justifiable. The one to
Yep, I'm there.
murder him and/or another and/or commit manslaughter, battery, or aggravated assault, and then I wasn't asking for manslaughter to be inserted there, Judge,
There was something, you're right.
and that's inconsistent with the instruction prior to that.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm confused, and I apologize to the
All
court.
right,
'Cause
so you want that taken out?
in that area, yes, it's on the top where it says attempted first-degree murder, second-degree murder, then manslaughter.
Yeah. And you wanted me to put that in
Right,
there.
but
So
no,
why would I not put it in down here?
why? Because nobody killed the defendant or his brother. There's no such thing as attempted manslaughter that I know of, but it wouldn't make sense to put manslaughter in that paragraph because he's not dead and neither is his family, the defendant.
State?
Judge, I think right before it's kind of divvied up between A and B, it says resisting any attempt to
Yeah.
murder him or attempt to commit manslaughter, aggravated battery, or aggravated assault. So while yes, no one died, it's talking about, well, an attempt to commit all of the crimes that.
So low. Anyway, I just want to give a shout out to Luna because she was the one that pointed me in the direction of the Zachariah Anderson Facebook group in the first place. She told me about it. That's why I joined. So appreciate you, Luna. Thank you very much.
Paragraph. I have no problem if you just leave attempt to commit manslaughter in there, but take out the paragraphs of what defines it because you have the defendant there. That goes into the manslaughter where the state requested that as a lesser,
Yeah.
but not where the defense is asking for justifiable use of deadly force. Why would I want the defendant committed manslaughter and the elements of how the defendant committed manslaughter repeated again? It's just repeated that the defendant did all this.
All right. So is the state opposed to my taking this back out?
Judge, I just want the record to be clear that the state believes that self-defense is a complete defense to manslaughter. If the
Mhm.
defense does not wish to have it in this instruction, that is on them.
Well, I don't mind it in there. It just should be written properly.
It is written properly.
Well, it's
How
written
do you think it's not written properly?
because, with all the respect to the state and defense, I mean, the state and the court, the other elements are just very simply the way the court worded them are simply worded, not saying the defendant. It says someone intentionally unlawfully threatened by word of act. If
Okay.
this manslaughter said the same thing, I'd have no objection to it. This basically says so someone is dead. The charged defendant committed an act or acts that caused the death of the person.
Yeah.
It's not the charged defendant.
It is the charged defendant in this context.
No, it's not. Not for
Not
self-defense.
for Rudolph. That's why I expressly did not use his name.
It should. Well, he's the charged defendant, Judge. There's no other charged defendant here.
No, because everywhere else, the reference to defendant is used by says Travis Rudolph.
Wow.
All right, so here, let's go look at the elements of attempted first-degree murder. Someone did some act intended to cause the death of the charged defendant or another person that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. Someone acted with premeditated design to kill the charged defendant or another person. And 3, the act would have resulted in the death of the charged defendant or another person, except that the death was prevented or otherwise failed to take place, etc.
So why can't we add or another person to make it consistent with
Well-
all the other instructions? This one says charged defendant, nothing else. That eliminates.
But Mr. Forgive me, what's Travis's brother's, Daryl did not do any act. He was just running around or whatever. He didn't do any act other than chase whatever Tyler Robinson.
I get that, Judge, but why can't that? It says only the charged defendant under self-defense justifiable use of force. Why can't it be consistent with every?
All right, I'll put that in there, even though under these circumstances, Daryl did nothing, as far as I know.
How is
All right,
that was
so
not related?
I'll change the elements of manslaughter are someone is dead, the charged defendant, or another person.
They're just going to confuse the jury.
I just realized it has burdens in there, which
I'll stream it.
is forbidden. It says.
No, I'll stream it so you'll see it.
On page 11,
Yeah, I'm there.
in order to convict of. Right, but no reference to burdens should exist.
All right, so the state is asking me, in essence, to remove that one sentence paragraph that reads, in order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary. Do you agree? That should be out?
It's the last paragraph, Judge.
No, the one sentence paragraph next to last at the bottom of page, well, more or less bottom of page 11.
Oh, I would have an objection to taking it out. I think it should just be crossed out. It's not necessary for the state to prove. That should be crossed out. A charged defendant
So
or
I need
another.
I need both sides on the same frequency here. Do you want that one sentence paragraph out or not? I think Ms. Edwards is right. As I read that case law last night, it is probably reversible error to include any reference to burden of proof in there.
Well, I agree with that, but it's to say in order to convict of manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove. That should be stricken. Not necessary for the state to prove. That should be taken out.
Perhaps what you mean then is that it would then pick up at, in order to convict of manslaughter by act, a charged defendant, it is not necessary that a charged defendant had an intent to cause death.
Charged defendant or another.
All right, is that what you want?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary, I'm sorry. You got me doing.
It is not necessary that.
Okay. That a charged defendant or another person had the intent to cause death only. All right. All right, so the bottom line is I am adding, on page 11, I'm adding the conjunctional phrase, or another person in 3 places. In the elements of a manslaughter, someone is dead, the charged defendant or another person, and then section 3, caused by the culpable negligence of the charged defendant or another person. And then in order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary that a charged defendant or another person had an intent to cause death. All right, anything else?
Judge, that's all I got up to. I'm sorry. I know.
That's all right. Got to get it right. All right. Anybody else with anything else? Either side. Okay, we ready to go? Let me fix this and then we'll bring the jury in.
Just reading
My plan is, sorry, go
just
ahead.
reading the principle, so give me 2 minutes.
Go ahead, yeah.
That looks fine, Judge. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right, so I'm going to make those changes. The only changes I'm going to make this go around are on page 11. Then I'll make the requisite number of copies, just so you know, and I'll explain this to the jury when we bring them back in. My plan is to have the state give its opening and closing argument, if you will. Then we'll have the lunch break, and then after the lunch break, we'll have the state give, well, we'll have the defense give its closing argument, and then the state give its rebuttal closing argument. Good? That work for everybody? All right, that's what we're going to do.
Oh, this is like a circus. This judge, oh my days. What's he doing? Just retire already. It's disgusting. We shouldn't even be at trial. Do you know what I mean? No. I mean, I was going to. Like this, they're just confusing everyone. I mean, I am worried that they're going to confuse the jury with some of these things. All day. All day. So now we're supposed to stream that other one. I'm just going to see you through. I'm just going to stream straight from here into the other one. So the other one I'm streaming after this today is called Adam Montgomery. It's about with breaks and everything. It's about 6 hours. Fuck. So this won't be finished tonight till about 5 your time, which is 10 o'clock my time, by the sounds of it. So we'll see. They're gonna have lunch first. Bloody hell! I hope that you spend an hour. Flips shop. I put it. I know exactly. Exactly. Judge Schroeder, whatever his name was, he was rubbish as well. But this judge is just on par with him. Par. I do wonder sometimes how these judges get the jobs they get. And I don't mean any disrespect with that. I just mean it in the sense of there should be a cut-off in age. Because I'm not sure how old he is, but he's out of touch with reality at times. I don't think his mind's going. I just mean, like, how can he actually take this to trial? When they had that stand your ground trial, he should have ended there. He'd be like, yeah, absolutely, this is self-defense. You know, they are pissed. They must be pissed. I'd be pissed. I'm pissed now. I don't understand it. I'm streaming. I'm pissed. I love it, Mina. You just drop it and do that all the time. I love it. I don't like when they try to add less child because they know they won't get it. Absolutely. It's like an ounce. It's like, well, okay, just in case they don't find him guilty. And I thought also the jurors might be like, okay, he's not guilty, but should we do him for manslaughter? Is that fair? Or is that going to be like the compromise? It's like, fucking compromise? Compromise? No, not guilty. You know, if he's not guilty across the board, then oh my, this is going to fly in. That's going to fly in. This laptop, no laptop, screen's no, it's not going to go fly in. But I'll show it every time, Mina. It doesn't bother me. I love it. Hang on, I'll show it, Mina. I'll show it all the time. And you get to see my man boobs as well. It's great. So don't mind my man boobs, but look, man boobs. You can see the back. I don't know if you can see the back. Love. and my shorts. So yeah, as long as don't mind my man boobs, it's fine. I mean, I show it all the time. No issues whatsoever showing it. Not many people ask to see my body, so I'll take it. Um, Judge's bias before the trial. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Shelley. So he just wants he wants some sort of guilty, whether it's for what is it being accused of, first degree murder, or the very least manslaughter. So just to justify that he was right, the defense attorney will knock his. Yes, Superfly, I like you, I trust you, respect you, even though I've known you for a day. But I hope you're right. Daddy, Daddy. Thank God for Superfly giving me hope. I know. I'm sorry, I've been negative now, guys. I should be like, there's no way he's going to be found guilty. No way. But I am a positive guy all the way up until Zachariah's trial, where I lost all faith in everybody. And I think I said that with every trial. With the Poultry trial we did, I was like, well, she's obviously not guilty. But after watching Zachariah Anderson trial and that jury, I've no idea. Juries can do whatever. I can't even think what they're going to do next. I think that plays a lot into, you've got to think about each trial on the jury. You see the Alex Murdoch trial when one juror said, "Oh, he didn't shed any tears. I was looking at him, didn't shed any tears." Next thing, we see the clip of him crying, Alex crying. Oops. We need a hand that stands for justice for the yeah those accused. Yeah, yes, Shell, you're right. This is the Zachariah Anderson symbol, but essentially this stands for, you know, let's get justice for everybody out there. You, I don't like these new looking courtrooms. I like the old ones with the old air, lovely, and they. You're 100%. I agree with you, Kayla. It's I'm new to all this, but yeah, the old-fashioned way. So interestingly, they were going to change courtrooms yesterday, but at the last minute they didn't do it. So they were going to get more of I think, an older, larger room, but for some reason they didn't swap it. Absolutely. I agree with her as well. Absolutely. Kayla. So that's the UK version. The UK version, our judges wear wigs, but unlike you guys, we don't get to see side trials. For whatever reason, the UK won't allow it. Absolutely. No, it's ugly. Look at it. You just look at it. It's ugly. It looks plastic. Justice. I agree. I agree. Yeah, exactly. That's where they're supposed to go, um, into another room, which was much bigger, but they didn't in the end. Here we go. Let's see what they're zooming into. Mark and Travis speaking. Let me bring myself down a little bit. It's weird. If you have not seen it, Google UK judge or something like that, and you'll see the wigs and the outfits they wear. It's not just them; the attorneys wear them as well. It's so yeah, your attorneys have to wear wigs and stuff as well. It's barristers they call them. Sorry, so all the barristers wear wigs and stuff. It's it's a nightmare. Yeah, I think we all can. Oh, here we go. The jury be coming. Oh no, hang on.
With the changes that we've made, I understand that there's a request to utilize one of the firearms during closing argument by holding it without a glove, I gather, and keeping it pointed in a safe direction at all times, meaning the ceiling.
Good, I think.
And
Tradition.
that's by the defense. Is the state opposed to that? And if so, why? Okay,
Should always be handled properly.
of course.
And frankly, if there's an issue with this trial, Mr. Rudolph will seek a new attorney claiming this one potentially had an issue. And then it would be tampered with, and Mr. Schreiner's name would be all over it. I see no reason why it can't be handled with gloves to avoid that potential.
Mr. Shiner?
Judge, the state had their opportunity in 2 years to test it. They've already taken swabs. They haven't been tested at all. They have the swabs if they want to test them. So whether my DNA is on there or not, it's irrelevant. At this point, I don't see how that could even possibly be relevant to anything in this case. The problem I'm having is I tried doing this with one of the witnesses where I put the glove on to show the witness my fingers coming off that gun looks exactly like the decedent's in this case. With a glove, it's virtually impossible to replicate that. I had a very difficult time. And that's why I'm asking. I could actually do it not with that gun. I can do it with my client's other gun, so there won't be an issue. That was never even really relevant to this case. The second gun,
Client's other gun.
the handgun, not the rifle, the
Well,
handgun.
there would be no point in doing it with the rifle. There's no allegation that any of the other gentlemen involved in this mess had a long gun on them, right?
I don't want to use the rifle, Judge, for that purpose. I'm sorry if the court misunderstood me. I said I could, instead of using Tyler Robinson's gun, I could use my client's handgun
Okay.
without a glove, because how could there be of testing that firearm in any trial?
And the state's concern is DNA in the event of a retrial?
Yes, Judge. So if I could be more succinct with that, more direct or to the point. Typically, when there is an appeal and the issue is ineffective assistance of counsel, new counsel is appointed and then decides to do new rounds of testings potentially. If defense counsel wants to use his client's gun, that's obviously a waiver of the issue for that gun, but I would strenuously object to Mr. Robinson's firearm being the one utilized.
I'm not looking to use Mr. Robinson. I certainly can use my client's other gun, Judge, and as ineffective, that's maybe this is a first, but it hasn't happened to me before, where someone's successfully won that. So I doubt the court sees how vigorous I'm representing my client. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. And what issue could there possibly be with the second gun, the pistol that was found in my client's drawer, his underwear was? That was never really an issue in this case.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'll allow you to use Mr. Rudolph's handgun for purposes of your demonstration. Use it as a demonstrative aid, really, during closing arguments, because that weapon was not used for anything, so far as I'm aware, in this case. And I will allow you to do that with a glove on. Well, I'll allow you to do it without a glove on. All right, allow you to do it without a glove on, but at all times, that firearm is to be pointed at the ceiling, not swinging it past the jury, not swinging it past me, not swinging it past the gallery out there. It's always to be pointed in a safe direction, because as every reasonable person knows, every firearm should always be treated as if it is loaded. All right. Anything else before I see if the jury instructions are printed? All right, very well, thank you.
Hang on. We're going back to DNA again. Same with Zachariah. It's like deja vu. So they've not tested the barrels. They've not tested it. Absolute shoddy. This reminds me exactly of Zachariah's case. So I can pull those pieces of shit. Absolutely. Hi, Mel. Thanks for popping in. So, anyone remember the being appointed? That's another trial I've not seen. Mel, do you like my top? What's popping? So we're having a bit of a Zachariah Anderson. Got a Zachariah Anderson t-shirt on. We've got symbols in the chat. I know that Mel loves it. So yeah, just waiting. So basically, the judge is just being the judge, grumpy old sod. So essentially, what's going to happen is we're going to get the jury out, go to lunch, and then this afternoon start the closing arguments. Essentially, absolutely love the shot. Sure. Well, yeah, I need to get another one now as well. I didn't real. I must have gone a mistake. I didn't realize there was different colors. Idiot of me. Did you hear? If you yeah no, Shelley. So look at the screen. You see it says to support Zachariah Anderson, visit bonfire.com/free Zachariah Anderson. If you go there and the link is in my description, click on there and it's got all the shirts and everything in there they can buy. So that's where I got mine. Just be careful. There's lots of different colors. I don't see colors. I just saw the shirt. I just bought it. But there's different colors. If you want one, and say if you can't afford it, then please join the group as well on Facebook. Uh, Not much. Just hop in. You're always hopping in, Mel. We love you when you pop in. Appreciate you always coming in and saying hello. Um, Always makes the chat better when you're around. Awesome, Mina. Yeah, so it's all there. Do you know what I mean? So I might put, if my shop store pops off, which is that's in the description as well. I might do something in there so that um, people, I might put a contribution to the Zachariah Fund from there. But I've not only sold like 5 items so far, so it's no real point me doing it yet. It is awesome. Do you know what? It's absolutely awesome. Luna told me about the group, joined it. I've loved it. I love seeing people pop off on it. It's been great, and like without that group, honestly, I did not expect one person to turn up here today, but loads of you turned up. I was like, what's going on? So and it's very helpful, and people that have got some time and want to help out with the appeal and stuff, they're always looking for help. Um, and we've got some great people in here that could contribute a lot. I think. Oh, it's gone laggy again. Um, And do you know what else I like about the group is how interactive like Solomon is. He's very interactive. Zenith popped into the in here. Like, what the hell is that about? Do you know what I mean? So grateful for her to pop in today. She didn't have to at all. So it's very interactive with the family as well. So that's great stuff. I still I still love this trial because what got me into is it was just after Murdoch trial or in the middle of it. So I did miss the start of it. But what I got me into was I heard Nicole's open statement, and I was like, "Wow, I love this girl. Sorry, girl, woman. I love this woman," and that's how I got into it. I just love Nicole. I love Nicole. I think she's a fantastic defense attorney. So, oh yes, Amy, well done, well done, well done. Yes, Mina, let's go. Right, well done. Twitter. So. It is. It's in there. We tell everyone. Most of my followers have now joined, I believe, Kayla as well. I told them last week to join, and most did, in fairness. Yeah, Spider Girls all over it. Right, there was a. Oh, I need to find it now, Amy. I will find it, you know. There's a post. Oh, here we go. So, hey Lou, and this is the other one. Lou actually was a member of. Lou is so Lighthouse Psych is Lou, and she's a member of the Zachariah group on Facebook, and she's actually a member here. So it was just coincidence that she's a member of both. So give it up for Lighthouse Psych, Lou. So Paul Sennett, right, the man who pleaded guilty to culpable negligence in 2017. So he killed Daryl Rudolph, the father of Travis. He was charged with manslaughter and he took a plea deal. He spent, right, only 2 days in jail for killing Travis's father. 2 days for killing Travis's father. Jesus, that's like madness. Hang on, I'll catch up with people here. Freestyle Group is amazing. Yes, they will join. Spider Girls all over it. Lou. No, we're waiting for the judge now because the judge is no git. They're just changing some stuff. They are. Then they're gonna have a quick lunch, and then I believe they're gonna start doing the arguments, closing arguments. Free Zachariah Anderson. Nice one, Lou. Oh, thank you, Dandy. No worries. Pop in anytime and put the symbols in the chat. I love it. Anytime, Dandy. And same for everyone. You know, pop in anytime. Absolutely. Oops. Yeah, it's been lovely to meet everyone. Free Zach, lovely to meet everyone. Speed Dandy, come back soon. Yes. WRF. What the No worries, Lou. See you later. What a git. Yes, Kayla. Mina. Love it. Do you know what? It's so nice to see how strong the support is for Zachariah Anderson. It's massive. Free Zachariah. I need to remember that. Free Zachariah Anderson. Oh, here we go.
Take your seats, folks. Thank you. So we've almost got these jury instructions printed out. Deputy Lubinsky had a wonderful idea. They use for training purposes what they call inert firearms. They're essentially plastic guns that can't kill anybody. We've got one of those coming up. His sergeant's bringing one of those up. That's what you'll use. Okay? All right. Thank you. Well, I mean, it's going to take a few minutes to read through this. I'll leave it up to you. If you want to have lunch now and then start up right after lunch with everything, I'm okay with that if both sides agree. I don't think the jury is going to mind one way or the other. I can do that too. I don't mind. All right, that's what we'll do. In fact, let's bring them in right now, and then for that purpose.
No worries.
You don't need to
Thank
yet.
you.
Anytime I don't
can.
have the jury instructions anyway. They're being printed.
I'm gonna mute the git. Anytime you're around, please pop in. I'll say thank you everyone for popping in. I understand that you've all got other streams you probably follow, but please consider coming back and following stuff with us, guys. Appreciate you all. Mina, you're relentless. You'd love it. I love it, Mina. So on the court. Yes, I would be as well. No, I think he does sometimes when he wants like to look over people, but no, he normally sits. I think he's got that right, raising table. Go. Thank you, everyone that's
Okay.
subscribed and liked
Welcome
the
back,
video
folks.
as well.
Everyone take your seats. First things first, I must apologize. I did not anticipate taking this long before I got you all in here. I know you've been cramped in there for 2 hours. So I apologize for that. I truly do. I'm sorry. It was could not be helped. Now, I've got a question for you. We'll put it to the democratic process. In other words, I'll have you folks vote on it. I believe the lunches are here or will be very shortly. As I discussed yesterday, you know that there are going to be closing arguments and they're going to be fairly substantial in length. So we have two options. We can break for lunch now. We get you folks your lunches now and you can enjoy them for whatever period of time we agree upon, and I'll get to that in a few minutes, depending on what you decide. Or as soon as the jury instructions are finished being printed, then I can read through the jury instructions with you. Then we could break for lunch. Or we could go one other option, and that would be I could read through the jury instructions with you. We can have the opening closing argument by the state and then break for lunch. I wouldn't go any further than that before we break for lunch because it's going to be a fairly substantial period of time after that. So let's say option one is we break for lunch now. Option two is I read the jury instructions to you and then we break for lunch. Option three is jury instructions, opening portion of the state's closing argument, and then we break for lunch. So who's in favor of option one? Nobody. Who's in favor of option two? Everybody. Okay, that's what we'll do. As soon as those jury instructions are ready, we'll get you your copies, and then I'll
Same,
read through them
Kayla.
with you. All right.
I think it'd be
So
quite
go
good
ahead
to
back
see.
in until those things are printed, and that shouldn't be more than a few minutes, and we'll start up.
Just great to have an insight to be on a jury. Do you know what I mean? Let's go.
What did
Yeah.
I do with Curtis? I forgot. Oh, this was 30 and 5, right?
Fair.
Or is that something?
Fair.
No, roll, right?
roll.
It's 30 and 5, right? He's the mitigated?
Yes.
Okay.
G sticks thanks to my cat trying to eat my keys. Oh my god. Being this man is more important. Absolutely. 100%.
Yes.
2 o'clock it is. 2 o'clock. 2 it is, yes. Right, we've substantially lost people now, which is absolutely fine. We're back to normal with a few people here. Option 5, invite
Okay,
Tyler
thank
for
you.
lunch. Or victim he is again. Yep. Just mute this for a little bit. That is a good option to have, Shelley, I think. We should consider that. Oops. Yeah. So, yeah, the worst thing about YouTube is you never know who's here. I hate asking people, oh, who's here? But if you are here, chat. Amy, I've not seen Amy for a while. Heidi, Heidi might be out, to be fair, on a call. So Heidi is our paramedic in chat, and she's on a 60-hour, or just started a 60-hour shift. So that's 60-hour shift as a paramedic. So she'll be in and out whenever duty calls. She's here, as we said, which we respect her for her line of work. I'm not used to having Heidi, you and Amy here, you've both been quiet. I'm not used to it. You normally keep the chat going. Do you know what I mean? So I appreciate your in work though, so it's all good. Shelley's normally got some great insights as well. Stacey, you around hopefully still? Here she is on the mark. Here, but You see, we've got so many people in the medical field here. Shelley is as well. Mel is. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, did they say that they've got? What did they say about the verdict then? So it's not going to be today. Is it? Did he say they're going to start deliberating tomorrow? I missed that bit. If someone could clarify, I missed it because I can't multitask. So I'm still here. I'm just irritated. Not guilty today, and these idiots can't get it together. Yeah, I know. This is another shambles. Yes, Gobby 1 and Gobby 2 are back. That's good. Yeah. So why are they not? Are they not deliberating tonight then? Is that the score? Because I say I must have missed it. I've lost the top of my cup now. Here it is. Let me just get that there. So people are asking, I'll just do this quickly now. I guess was the way things have gone. Yeah, fair. Unless they are allowed to do it tonight. Um, let's have a quick look here now whilst we're waiting. Because we got a little bit of time. So for people asking about oops, let me take myself. Where can I go? Where can I put myself now? Put myself there. So this is a site for Free Zachariah Anderson. You know the link. So this is some of the stuff they've got. Colours here. You can have the unisex tank top if you want. Again, I didn't get that one because I thought my man boobs might be showing too much. Pullover hoodie. I didn't think that was there last time when I bought it. And the crew neck sweatshirt. So you got lots of options, guys, if you want to support. Lots of different colours. Loving these colours as well. I might get that one next, the blue one. So yeah, just want to quickly show you some of that whilst we're waiting for this kit to come back. And he's back, so the jury are coming in. Let me just share screen. Here we go. Here we go. Now then, I'll shut up for most of this now. Whilst we wait, I'm going to make a quick coffee as well.
Okay, go ahead and take your seats, please. All right. Option 1 about to commence here. We're going to go through these jury instructions together. I will read them out loud. You all follow along, silent copy of the jury instructions to take back with you into the jury room for your deliberations. You may if you wish. And that'll become clear here as we get into the jury instructions. So let's begin. Members of the jury, both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. After I read through these instructions with you, the lawyers will present their closing arguments. Please remember 2 things. First, remember that each of you will keep your copy of these instructions with you in the jury room for your reference during deliberations. Keep this in mind so as far as your note-taking is concerned. Second, remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time or its time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Thank you for your attention during this trial. Please carefully listen to and read these final instructions I'm about to give you. Travis Rudolph, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of first-degree murder with a firearm and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm premeditated. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that, although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder with a firearm are second-degree murder with a firearm, manslaughter with a weapon. The lesser included crimes indicated in the definition of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm for counts 2, 3, and 4 are attempted second-degree murder with a firearm, aggravated battery with a firearm, or aggravated assault. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits in evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job, that is my job, to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I prefer one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment, guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then, of course, your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. The verdict must be never saw that before. Sorry about that redundant sentence. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, a facsimile of the necessary verdict form has been reprinted here. Verdict. We find the jury, hang on one second. We the jury find as follows. As to count one, we find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following three questions. 1, during the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? 2, during the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? 3, during the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm which caused death or great bodily harm to Sebastian Jean Jacques? Yes or no? Guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following three questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm which caused death or bodily harm to Sebastian Jean Jacques? Yes or no? Guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following question. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess and use a firearm or deadly weapon? Yes or no? Not guilty. As to count 2, we find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following three questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm which caused great bodily harm to Tyler Robinson? Yes or no? Guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following 3 questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm which caused great bodily harm to Tyler Robinson? Yes or no? Guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser included offense. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following 3 questions. During the commission of this crime, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm which caused great bodily harm to Tyler Robinson? Yes or no? Not guilty. As to count 3, we find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Keyshawn Jones. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following 2 questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? Guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. Keyshawn Jones. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following 2 questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? Guilty of aggravated assault, a lesser included offense. Keyshawn Jones. Not guilty. Count 4. We find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged in the indictment, Christopher Lowe. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following 2 questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? Guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense, Christopher Lowe. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following 2 questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? Guilty of aggravated assault, a lesser included offense. Christopher Lowe, not guilty. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately, and a separate verdict must be returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged. Introduction to homicide. Travis Rudolph is accused of first-degree murder with a firearm. First-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of second-degree murder and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Sebastian Jean-Jacques was killed by Travis Rudolph, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder with a firearm or was second-degree murder, manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden sufficient provocation, or when the killing is committed by an accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Justifiable use of deadly force. It is a defense to the crimes of first-degree murder with a firearm and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, including lesser-included offenses: second-degree murder with a firearm, manslaughter, attempted second-degree murder with a firearm, aggravated battery, and aggravated assault, if the actions of Travis Rudolph constituted the justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Travis Rudolph does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force. Instead, for you to find that the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using or threatening to use deadly force. The law on the justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force in Florida is as follows. Travis Rudolph was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force or threat of force was necessary to prevent either imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or another, or the imminent commission of attempted murder or aggravated battery, and or aggravated assault against himself or another. If Travis Rudolph was not committing any crime other than the alleged first-degree murder with a firearm and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, for which the defendant is claiming self-defense and or defense of others, and if he was in a place where he had a right to be, then the defendant had no duty to retreat before using or threatening to use deadly force. If the use of deadly force is justifiable, the use of deadly force is justifiable if Travis Rudolph reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or another while resisting any attempt to murder him and or another, and or commit manslaughter, aggravated battery, and or aggravated assault upon him and or another. The elements of attempted first-degree murder are: 1, someone did some act intending to cause the death of the charged defendant or another person that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. 2, someone acted with a premeditated design to kill the charged defendant or another person. And 3, the act would have resulted in the death of the charged defendant or another person, except that death was prevented or otherwise failed to take place. A premeditated design to kill means that there was a conscious decision to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time the act was committed. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the act. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the act was committed. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the attempted killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the attempted killing. The elements of attempted second-degree murder are: 1, someone intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in the death of the charged defendant or another person, except that the death of the charged defendant or another person was prevented or otherwise failed to take place. And 2, the act of someone was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrated a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions. Please turn that alarm off. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. The elements of manslaughter are: 1, someone is dead; 2, the charged defendant or another person committed an act or acts that caused the death of the person; and 3, the death of the person was caused by the culpable negligence of the charged defendant or another person. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. A charged defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I've previously explained or instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary that a charged defendant or another person had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or the safety or persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. The elements of aggravated battery are: someone, 1, actually and intentionally touched or struck the charged defendant or another person against their will, or 2, intentionally caused bodily harm to the charged defendant or another person, and 3, in committing the battery intentionally or knowingly, A, caused great bodily harm, B, permanent disability, or C, permanent disfigurement to the charged defendant or another person, or 4, used a deadly weapon. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. An intentional touching or striking includes situations where a defendant knows that a touch or strike is substantially certain to result from their act. The elements of aggravated assault are: 1, someone intentionally and lawfully threatened either by word or act to do violence to the charged defendant or another person, or 2, at the time someone appeared to have the ability to carry out their threat, or 3, the act of someone created in the mind of the charged defendant or another person a well-founded fear that the violence was about to take place, or 4, the person against whom deadly force was used made the assault with a deadly weapon, or 5, the assault was made with a fully informed, conscious intent to commit aggravated battery upon the charged defendant or another person. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce a well-founded fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then the charged defendant or another person may be found to have been in fear, and actual fear on the part of the charged defendant or another person need not be shown. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. It is not necessary to find that the person against whom deadly force was used had an intent to kill. In deciding whether Travis Rudolph was justified in the use or threatened use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances by which he was surrounded at the time of the force or threat of force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use or threatened use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that Travis Rudolph actually believed the use or threatened use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use or threatened use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use or threatened use of deadly force was necessary. However, the use or threatened use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Travis Rudolph used force or the threat of force to initially provoke the use or threatened use of force against himself, unless the force or threat of force asserted toward Travis Rudolph was so great that he reasonably believed that he and or another was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm and had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger, or other than using or threatening to use deadly force on Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Christopher Lowe and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques. Or, in good faith, Travis Rudolph withdrew from physical contact with Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Christopher Lowe and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques, and clearly indicated to Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Christopher Lowe and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques that he wanted to withdraw and stop the use of threatened use of deadly force, but Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Christopher Lowe and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques continued or resumed the use of threatened or use, the use or threatened use of force against Travis Rudolph and or Daryl Rudolph. If you find that Travis Rudolph, who because of threats or prior difficulties with Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Christopher Lowe and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques had reasonable grounds to believe that he or another was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Christopher Lowe and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Travis Rudolph were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged attempted murder and or aggravated battery and or aggravated assault, Travis Rudolph knew that Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Christopher Lowe and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Travis Rudolph reasonably believed it was necessary for him to use or threaten to use deadly force. In considering the issue of self-defense and or defense of another, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Travis Rudolph, Keyshawn Jones, and or Tyler Robinson, and or Christopher Lowe, and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques. Principle: if Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques and or Christopher Lowe helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, then he or they is or are a principal and must be treated as if he had done all of the things the other person did or persons did if one, Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques and or Christopher Lowe had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques and or Christopher Lowe did some act or said some word which was intended to and which did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to act, attempt to commit the crime. To actually attempt to commit the crime. To be a principal, Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques and or Christopher Lowe does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Travis Rudolph may be found guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Sebastien Jean-Jacques is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Travis Rudolph. There was a premeditated killing of Sebastien Jean-Jacques. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. The issue in this case, or an issue in this case, is whether Travis Rudolph did act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost the self-control, normal self-control, and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And there was a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Sebastien Jean-Jacques. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should find him guilty of first-degree murder. I'm sorry, you should not find him guilty of first-degree murder. Second-degree murder. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Sebastien Jean-Jacques is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Travis Rudolph. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Sebastien Jean-Jacques by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death, and Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Sebastian Jean-Jacques. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of second-degree murder. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Sebastian Jean-Jacques is dead. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Sebastian Jean-Jacques, or the death of Sebastian Jean-Jacques was caused by the culpable negligence of Travis Rudolph. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to kill, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care towards others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or gross negligence, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Introduction to attempted homicide. Travis Rudolph is accused of the attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. Attempted murder in the first degree includes the lesser crime of attempted murder in the second degree and attempted battery with a firearm, both of which are forms of attempted homicide and all of which are unlawful. However, an attempted homicide that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find that there was an attempted homicide of Tyler Robinson, Keyshawn Jones, and or Christian Lowe by Travis Rudolph, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the attempted homicide in deciding whether it was attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder or aggravated battery with a firearm or aggravated assault, or whether the attempted homicide was excusable or resulted from the justifiable use of deadly force. An attempted homicide is justifiable and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the attempted homicide. An attempted homicide is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. One, when the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by any lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or two, when the attempted homicide occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Three, when the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the attempted killing is not done in a cruel and unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon if it was used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Travis Rudolph may be found guilty of attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder or aggravated battery with a firearm. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Travis Rudolph did some act intended to cause the death of Tyler Robinson that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. Travis Rudolph acted with a premeditated design to kill Tyler Robinson. The act would have resulted in the death of Tyler Robinson, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Tyler Robinson, or he failed to do so. A premeditated design to kill means that there was a conscious decision to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time the act was committed. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the act. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the act was committed. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the attempted killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the attempted killing. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that constituted the attempt to cause death, and Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that constituted the attempt to cause the death of Tyler Robinson. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted first-degree murder. Attempted second-degree murder, lesser included
Exactly.
offense.
Call of Duty.
If proved,
Welcome.
To prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in the death of Tyler Robinson, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Tyler Robinson, or he failed to do so. The act was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. And two, is done from ill will, hatred, or spite, or an evil intent. And three, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict the defendant of attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or fire alarm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that would have resulted in death, and Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that would have resulted in the death of Tyler Robinson. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted second-degree murder. Aggravated battery, lesser included offense. To prove the crime of aggravated battery, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first element is a definition of battery. Travis Rudolph, A, actually and intentionally touched or struck Tyler Robinson against his will, or B, intentionally caused bodily harm to Tyler Robinson. 2, Travis Rudolph, in committing the battery, A, intentionally or knowingly caused great bodily harm to Tyler Robinson, permanent disability to Tyler Robinson, or permanent disfigurement to Tyler Robinson, or used a deadly weapon. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual contemplated manner by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great, is distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. An intentional touching or striking includes situations where a defendant knows that a touch or strike is substantially certain to result from his or her act. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. Attempted first-degree murder, count 3, Keyshawn Jones. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Sorry, three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. What? Okay, yeah, there have been several. One, Travis Rudolph did some act intended to cause the death of Keyshawn Jones that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. Two, Travis Rudolph acted with a premeditated design to kill Keyshawn Jones. Three, the act would have resulted in the death of Keyshawn Jones, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Keyshawn Jones, or he failed to do so. A premeditated design to kill means there was a conscious decision to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time the act was committed. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the act. The period of time must be long enough to allow for reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the act was committed. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient of proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the attempted killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the attempted killing. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler, any firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing an act or the act that constituted the attempt to cause death. And Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked that he did not cool off before he committed the act, an act or the act that constituted the attempt to cause death of Keyshawn Jones. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted first-degree murder. Attempted second-degree murder, count 3, lesser included offense. To prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in the death of Keyshawn Jones, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Keyshawn Jones, or he failed to do so. 2, the act was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions related from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict the defendant of attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. The issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that would have resulted in death, and Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act which would have resulted in the death of Keyshawn Jones. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted second-degree murder. Aggravated assault, count 3, lesser included offense. To prove the crime of aggravated assault, the state must prove the following 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first 3 elements define assault. Travis Rudolph intentionally and unlawfully threatened, either by word or act, to do violence by Keyshawn Jones. To do violence to Keyshawn Jones. 2, at the time, Travis Rudolph appeared to have the ability to carry out the threat. 3, the act of Travis Rudolph created in the mind of Keyshawn Jones a well-founded fear that the violence was about to take place. 4, the assault was made with a deadly weapon. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce a well-founded fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then Keyshawn Jones may be found to have been in fear, and actual fear on the part of Keyshawn Jones need not be shown. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. It is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to kill. Attempted first-degree murder, count 4, Christopher Lowe. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree murder, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond reasonable doubt. Travis Rudolph did some act intended to cause the death of Christopher Lowe that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. 2, Travis Rudolph acted in a premeditated design to kill Christopher Lowe. The act would have resulted in the death of Christopher Lowe, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Christopher Lowe, or he failed to do so. A premeditated design to kill means that there was a conscious decision to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time the act was committed. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the act. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the act was committed. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the attempted killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the attempted killing. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that constituted the attempt to cause death, and Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked, and he did not cool off before he committed the act that constituted the attempt to cause the death of Christopher Lowe. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted murder, attempted first-degree murder. Attempted second-degree murder, count 4, lesser included offense. To prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in the death of Christopher Lowe, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Christopher Lowe, or he failed to do so. The act was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from or performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and it too is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict the defendant of attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive, the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, A, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and B, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that would have resulted in death, and E, Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that would have resulted in the death of Christopher Lowe. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted second-degree murder. Aggravated assault, count 4, a lesser included offense. To prove the crime of aggravated assault, the state must prove the following 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first 3 elements define assault. 1, Travis Rudolph intentionally and unlawfully threatened either by word or act to do violence to Christopher Lowe. 2, at the time, Travis Rudolph appeared to have the ability to carry out the threat. 3, the act of Travis Rudolph created in the mind of Christopher Lowe a well-founded fear that violence was about to take place. 4, the assault was made with a deadly weapon. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce a well-founded fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then Christopher Lowe may be found to have been in fear, and actual fear on the part of Christopher Lowe need not be shown. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. It is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to kill. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have gone through the jury instructions, essentially the substantive jury instructions. Now it's time to take a lunch break. We'll take a break for, let's say, 45 minutes so that at 2 o'clock, hopefully that's enough time. Do you all need more time? No. Anybody want less time? I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, okay. If you want less time, stick your hand up and hold it up so I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's nigh on unanimous. So we will take less time. Be back, eat your lunches, and don't get indigestion. But eat your lunches and be back here at let's say 20 past 2. That's sort of a compromise. 20 past 2. Now, remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. You've had all the evidence. You've received all the evidence. However, you have not yet heard the closing arguments. They are important. Do not form any concrete opinions as to anything until you've heard those until you've heard those closing arguments. Obviously, do no research of any kind and don't discuss the case. You can talk about the NBA playoffs, talk about football, you can talk about the weather. I really don't care. Just don't talk about this case. You will not run into any of us out there, so we don't have to worry about that 4th cardinal rule. Yes, sir. What did I say? 20 up. Well, wait a minute. Hang on. That's not enough time. Let's make it 10 minutes. 10 minutes to 2. 10 minutes to 2. All right? 10 minutes to 2. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal. Well.
Oh my God, was that the longest ever jury instructions? I mean, Superfly, you've been in some of these. That was just going on. That I zoned out. I don't even know what we talked about. What he talked about. If I didn't know, I'm a host of this. I try to keep the jurors in no way are they listening to that. Kim, welcome. I think it's your first time here, Kim. Oh, painful. Fuck. Oh, Shelley. And he confused stuff as well by saying, "Oh, you must deem him as guilty," or I mean, not guilty for you arsehole. Oh, was it right? Again, that's another trial I didn't see, but yeah, mostly people do agree with Shelley Kim, to be fair, and with Superfly. Oh, I don't know what to say. I'm knackered after that. We were gonna right, just to announce. Well, I'm not doing the trial tonight. I am not doing the Adam Montgomery trial because I plan they're done by now or in an hour's time. Not this isn't going to be finished till for another 4 hours minimum. So that's what 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 11 p.m. for me. That's 7, 8, 9, 10. That's like 6 p.m. for some of you. So I'm not doing that tomorrow though. I'm going to be doing it tomorrow I'll start it. Do day 1 and 2 of the Adam Montgomery trial. I'll start it at 2 o'clock Eastern at 1.25 speed. Anyway, that's what's going to happen. So we're going to keep, and we'll do a watch party for this, malarkey. But anyway, we've only got what, half an hour now, so people need to go off and get food, whatever. But any comments? Yes, yes. It was Superfly. It was Superfly. Um, Judge Schroeder, I think it says. Thank you for being here, Kim. I hope. Oh, did you? Do you know what? I posted again. I'm blown away with how many people came here from Zach's page. There's a lot of people here that um I've followed the page now because of it. I hope you come back after lunch, Kim. I hope you join us. We always looking for new people here. We're only a small channel, but we're a super friendly channel. So I hope you come back here and be part of this stream and this community, Kim. Um, so yeah, this is where we're at the minute. Obviously, we all know about the Zachariah stuff now. Please buy the merch and stuff. I've got a sneaky feeling something's going to happen here. Someone said, is it a good sign that they only asked for half an hour? Maybe, maybe. Or is it because they know, Jesus, there's so much to go through? Or maybe they're just eager to get down to it now. But with him confusing everyone, I'm just worried that they're gonna miss some stuff, and actually find him guilty for some of the bullshit like manslaughter. I'm in Wales, Kim. I hope you can understand me, okay? Some people love my accent, and I understand some people may not quite understand me. So I hope you like it. Whereabouts in America? I believe you're in America. If you're in America, whereabouts in America are you from, Kim? We got people from all over America here. We got some people from the UK here and everything. So we're quite diverse. And Canada as well, Australia, quite diverse lot here. Bet that you were so mad from the delay this morning. I mean, I don't blame them. They apparently got a small room, so you know, I'd be pissed as well, to be quite honest with you. There we are, Kim. We love it. Um, oh, thank you, Kim. Appreciate you. As I say, uh, stay here. Some people be in to chat over lunch, or some people just leave it on over lunch anyway. Hopefully, you join us this afternoon. And hopefully, you just join us. I mean, I'm sure you've subbed to lots of you got other channels that you follow, but we, we are a nice channel. I think most people that come here and start chatting, for whatever reason, they all stay. So I think people do enjoy being here. So if you give us a chance, I think you'll enjoy it here, Kim. To be quite honest with you. But yeah, and if you let us know where you're from, Kim, we always like to know where everyone's from. We try and integrate everyone here. But because it's a quick turnaround, I really need to go to the toilet and have a wee wee. So um, you can stay here. I'm probably just going to grab a quick sandwich um, and then come back. I won't be taking half an hour, but I'll eat off stream and then come back on in about 20 minutes or something like that. Oh, happy days. Love it. Thank you, Kim. Um, and we're all interested to see where you're from because again, we got people from Florida, Arizona, Utah, Oklahoma, California, uh, Chicago, Minnesota, Virginia, New York, Pennsylvania. Just trying to think of everywhere now before leaving someone out. But anyway, we got people from Indiana, everywhere. Right, with our people, keep chatting if you want to chat, or keep it going because of my watch hour. Oh, do you know what? Shall I update my watch hours before I go? Are you Chicago? Oh, I know. But what can you do, Kim? You know, I'm here because, oh, look, there's a long story about that, but Chicago, Chicago Bears. We got some Chicago Bear fans in here. Let's update my watch hours. Right. Path to the draft. Right. Calculator. 31. 95, 16. Okay. And I'll round it up because it's quite close to it. So, I know, Amy, it's all your fault. Jokes, jokes. So, let's give me the watch hours here. So, drum roll, everyone, to see where I am with my watch hours, which is in the ticker for people that didn't know. So, for the morning session, let me just work this out now. I need to work it out. 17. I think I got it right. Let me just check just in case. Um, yes, I got it right. So drum roll, it's about to come on screen in the ticker box. Here we go. And there it is. Here. Oh shit, I need to put it on. So 50 hours. Don't think we know. Don't think they announced it. So we've already done 50 hours of watch hours. We're down to 565 hours left till we reach 4,000 hours. Thank you to everyone who's contributed. And yeah, let's try and make sure we get into 500 today. If we can. If we can't, doesn't matter. Um, yeah, they've not announced it. Cool. Right. I need to run and have a wee, have a piss. So I'll see you all in about, actually, we're back in 20 minutes, in about quarter of an hour, 20 minutes. Justice for Zach, free Zach Anderson. Just made this, Stacey. I couldn't believe it. That time went super quick. Hi, Mad World. At least 12 euro. Okay. Is that mandatory across the country then? Or can the defendant ask for it to be a 6? I heard something like that before, that's why I'm asking. Oh. Who else was asking? Nola Girl was asking if I missed it or no. If you're still here, Nola Girl, you've missed nothing. Unbelievable, I know, but and if any Zachariah guys, ba 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 ba, my t-shirt. All the info where you can get it is on screen right now and in the description box, and also join the Facebook group. Free Zachariah Anderson. I think Spider Girl's probably joined it, and I've not seen her for ages. I'm not sure where Spider is. We might have lost Spider Girl. She's delving in the case somewhere. Ah, okay. Okay, that's fair. Well, that's more accurate than I can ever be. Right, let's fast forward this. And Mad World, I think you're modding this afternoon. What's wrong with this? I don't understand why. Oh, judges come in. Oh, it's not. Yeah, so Mad World is in charge of all chat today, this afternoon. Because she's not worked hard this morning. She's only had a toddler to look after. Oh, the pain that we've all gone through with that jury instructions. We deserve a quick not guilty verdict here. And as explained, I'm not doing another stream tonight now. I'm only doing this. But doing the other stream starting 1 o'clock. No, 2 o'clock. So 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. Anyone wants to join us for the Adam Montgomery firearms charge? We'll be watching that tomorrow. Day 1 and day 2.
Good afternoon, everybody. Go ahead and take your seats. All right, you ready to bring the jury back, assuming they're ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When the state's done, is there a way I can get a second break or to take stuff down and move podiums and everything?
Sure, 10 minutes, maybe.
Maybe it's break or whatever.
Well, all right, then
Break,
yes.
break.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 6 as well, sorry. No, I've heard 6, but I think the 6 is that the defendant has to agree to it or request it, I believe. So I think you're right, it's 12, but from my lack of knowledge, I believe that a defendant
All
can
rise, jury entering.
request a 6. Oh, this will be interesting.
Okay, everybody take your seats. Welcome back. All right, who's going to begin the closing argument for the state? All right, go ahead, Ms. Edwards.
Good afternoon. I want to start by saying from all of us, I think I speak perhaps for Mr. Shiner as well, but also for the court and the family members and everybody who's been here. Thank you so much. I know we promised you a lot when we started this process about how quickly this was going to go, how many hours you'd have to wait each morning, how much you would have to put up with throughout the entirety of this. And you have given of your time, you have listened, you've paid attention despite all the delays and everything that we've thrown at you. So literally from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. I want to start this conversation with you by talking about something that is obvious to all of us, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page. This case has never been about domestic violence between Mr. Rudolph and his girlfriend. This case has never been about domestic violence. So we spent a lot of time talking about the anatomy of this relationship and what was going on that day. But this case comes down to something very important. Murder begins where self-defense ends. You will see as I go through my presentation here with you that the state will not allege that Mr. Rudolph did not have a right to be upset that night. You will see as we go through the presentation that there will not be an allegation that it's ever okay for people to just show up to their house in the middle of the night. It's not illegal, but I could see, everybody could see how that would make somebody upset. I want to start with what started the calls to law enforcement that day.
She's trying to be sympathetic. I don't like her.
Murder begins where self-defense ends. After the rounds of shots that we just heard in that shot spotter audio, the following happened to that black Cadillac. There was a gunshot defect into the upper right corner of the rear window. The driver's side window, another impact. The driver's door window, another impact. The driver's door window, another impact. The driver's door window, another impact. Right front headlights impacted. Passenger side A-pillar impacted. Passenger side view mirror housing impacted. Right front passenger door window 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 impacted. Right front passenger door impact. Right front passenger door window impacted. Right front passenger door. Right front passenger door. Right front passenger door, 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 right front passenger door. Those are separate impacts. Right front fender, right front passenger door, twice again. Right rear passenger door window, right rear passenger door window again. Right rear passenger door window, passenger side B pillar, passenger side C pillar. 30 total defects to the exterior of this black Cadillac, housing 4 men. As we now know, Sebastian Jean-Jacques died as a result of this. We also know Tyler, who was inside the vehicle, got struck twice in his back and once in his hip as he was running out of the vehicle and running away. The other 2, they don't have visible scars, but you saw them for yourself on the witness stand. You want to talk about dealing with trauma and being unable or unable to do things that day? Imagine trying to pull your friends away while that many shots are being fired at you. Imagine trying to navigate through a 3-point turn because of the way your vehicle was pointed, as shots are shelling through your vehicle, through the windshield, through the doors. Real life happened for Keyshawn Jones, Christopher Lowe, Sebastian Jean-Jacques, and Tyler Robinson on that day. And I ask that as you return to deliberate and think about all the things that you will be asked to consider, remember this. Why do we stand when you walk in the room? All of us. We stand because you are the judge. It is a matter of respect. It is also a matter of honor to sit as jurors of peers and decide an issue. Issue in this case, at the time that Travis Rudolph picked up that Sig Sauer, decided to shoot, did he have a legal justification to do so? Next, I want to draw your attention to the 911 call. Now, for the record, it states 50. Shot spotter was states 51. You heard it at the beginning of this case. Listen to it now after you've heard everything.
We're on 40th Street, and I don't know, we're in North Lake, 40th Street, and Broadway, yeah, 40th Street, Broadway.
What's going on?
We have someone who's shot. He has a CSW.
He's shot?
He's not moving. Yes, he's not moving.
All
He's
right,
shot.
let me get the medical line. 1 moment.
Please hurry.
Yeah, I'm dropping it now. It's West Palm, 40th and Broadway, a male shot. He's not moving.
Do you know where he was shot? What part of his body? I'm not sure. I can't tell. But he's shot. He's not moving.
And he's the only one that's injured there?
He's the only one that's shot. Yes, please.
Okay. We have help on the way to you. We're sending police and paramedics. And you say you can't tell where on his body he was shot, right?
I can't tell.
All right. And he's laying in rolled up on 40th Street.
40th and Broadway, there's a gas station, a van auto parts, something. 40th Street and Broadway.
Okay, again, is he on 40th Street or on Broadway?
We are on 40th Street and Broadway, the intersection. I hear police sirens.
All right. What time will stay for you? Let us know.
All right, no problem, sir. Did you see the person who shot him?
Travis Rudolph.
Sir, he pulled off?
No, his name is Travis Rudolph. He shot at him.
Travis Rudolph shot at him?
Yes.
Okay, is he black or Hispanic, Travis?
Black.
What was he wearing today?
I don't even know. He came out the house with no shirt.
Okay, what house does he live at? He lives at 40th and Broadway?
No, he lives in North Lake somewhere. I'm not sure.
Off like North Lake and up like Costa Riviera?
Like Lake Park, I don't know. Please, I think
Okay, well, I understand they're going to come help and the medics are around as well, but you're saying Travis Rudolph shot him here, so was he in a car?
He shot him around his neighborhood. He came outside with the gun and shot at him, shot at us. He shot at all of us.
Okay, but where did that happen? You guys drove to this location?
Yes, we were trying to get to the hospital, and we came down the street, and the car stopped working.
Okay, Northwood. Are you shot as well, sir?
I don't think I'm shot. I'm not shot. Just him.
Okay, do you know Travis's address?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay, so you guys were hanging out at his house. He came outside, shot at you guys, and you drove to this location?
We came to talk to him. He came outside trying to fight. We were trying to get to the car, and he went back into the house, got a gun, came outside. We were in the car driving away, and he started to shoot at us.
Okay, Mel. How many people are with you right now?
2, and my friend who was with us, I don't know where he's at. We drove away as soon as he started shooting. Yes, please, please.
Okay, you see the police?
Yes, we see the police.
All right, go ahead and flag them down, okay?
We flagged him down. Please, 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 please. Right here. He's in the passenger. Please. Please, please. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, I love you, bro. I love you.
That is not the voice of someone who spent time stopping to throw away firearms. That is not the voice of someone who didn't care about getting his friend to a hospital. That's the voice of a man who is terrified about what he just experienced and that his best friend, who's sitting right next to him, is now dead.
She keeps moving.
What does murder begins where self-defense ends mean? It is unlawful to use or continue to use deadly force when the attacker or intruder is no longer an imminent threat. In Florida, self-defense instruction is called the justifiable use of deadly force. It has both an objective and a subjective component, and we'll talk about that. Justifiable use of deadly force is the instruction that you will likely spend a lot of time on, so I'll talk to you about it here. It reads, Travis Rudolph was justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or another, or the imminent commission of attempted murder, aggravated battery, or aggravated assault against himself or another. And then it defines what deadly force is, which you probably didn't need. Yeah, it's the kind of force likely to cause death or great bodily harm, the kind from shooting a firearm. In the instructions, it wants you to consider the following. In deciding whether Travis Rudolph was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances by which he was surrounded at the time the force was used. Here's a subjective standard. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that Travis Rudolph actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Here's the objective standard. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have had to believe the use of deadly force was necessary. So it's not just about what Mr. Rudolph was thinking. It is also about what a reasonable, objective person thought was reasonable and necessary under the circumstances. Initial aggressor. Why is this important? Well, if a person in the state of Florida starts a fight, starts an issue with someone, and then that person simply reacts to it, that potentially could be self-defense. However, If the initial aggressor, the person who started it all, clearly shows an intent to remove themselves from the violence, but the person who the force was used against first decides they're not done and would like to continue the violence, that's where we have the problem. Is this aggression? Is it? That will be the question before you. Seem to be speaking calmly. Can I speak to Travis? Gotta holler at him. And we know, perhaps at the beginning, the notion that someone could possibly be wanting to speak to someone in the middle of the night sounded ridiculous. But then we heard more about the story. These people aren't strangers. They call each other little bro and big bro. They know each other. They go to family events together. They are not strangers. We also know that Keyshawn Jones made 6 separate attempts to speak, one of which, according to the records, was rejected. So the fact that Mr. Jones went over there to talk with his friends is not out of the realm of possibilities, not based on what the evidence shows us. We also know a fight happened outside where no weapon is used. How do we know that? I know you heard differently, so you're like, tell me, Miss State Lady. Let's look at the evidence. First part that's cut off there is independent witness Mr. Estes saw no guns. He's watching this fight, enough so that he's like, oh, trouble is gonna break here. I'm thinking perhaps I should get my gun, just in case it gets wild. But he did not see any firearms. He testified to that fact. Then the red video clip shows no guns at the time that the defendant says he saw the firearm. You remember during his cross-examination, as Mr. Rudolph was up there, had to pause to look at what was going on at the time he's making his way into the residence. No guns. Tyler Robinson testified that the gun remained zipped in his pant pocket. And you know, at first when he said that, some people might have been thinking, well, isn't that unlikely? Isn't it unlikely that you brought the gun and forgot it was there because you got into this fight and then the shooting happened and you just simply forgot it was there, and then you listen to the circumstances? He got into a fight out at 550 Teat Drive. It was a physical fight. Fists, kicks, hits. He even admitted that at one point he did try to choke the defendant. He admitted all those things. And he said his gun remained in the zipper pocket because he didn't go there with the intention to try to shoot anybody. He didn't want to. And you know, you can believe a lot of things or disbelieve a lot of things, but then you have to look at what actually takes place after. Mr. Robinson never shoots back. This is the person that they claimed is sent over there to shoot his shit up and actually kill him. He never, even when shots are coming through the windshield, instead he lays on top of his friend and gets the bullets into him. Perhaps he's a hero, because he managed to stay cool to keep that firearm in his pocket. He managed to put his body over another person so they wouldn't be struck. Keyshawn Jones and Christopher Lowe also testified there were no guns. It was a fist fight. Even Linda Rudolph, she didn't see any guns because there were no guns out there. Dara Rudolph also didn't see the guns out there. There are no guns involved in this fist fight out front. So let's look at the circumstances under which Mr. Rudolph grabbed that assault rifle. Travis, no. Come on, please. Travis, no. Please, please. Travis, no. That's his mother. Because Mr. Rudolph has now escalated what was a physical fight to introduce a firearm. How does Daryl get down Redwood? It's an interesting question. It also forms the basis for another interesting question, which is, are you defending yourself, or are you pursuing people that you think have wronged you? Are you? We already saw the map. This is where Mr. Rudolph lived and where the shooting scene occurred. On the map, you have it in evidence, states 1. Everybody else is indicating that that fight happened closer to the house up here, which makes sense, and I'll show you why in a little bit. So then how do they get all the way from up here to all the way down there if they weren't pursuing the young men as they ran away? What's this? This is all 7 individuals on camera. Keyshawn Jones with his hoodie, Daryl Rudolph with his white t-shirt. Then you see persons, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 4 young men that came to that house. Then there's Daryl Rudolph, Mrs. Rudolph, and Travis Rudolph. All 7 accounted for. What point in the video is this? Mr. Rudolph is making his way into the house before he grabs the assault rifle. There's no fight happening, ladies and gentlemen. It stopped. Everybody is calmed down. He escalated it. This now is Mr. Rudolph after he's exited the residence with the assault rifle and slips. White t-shirt, Daryl. Didn't realize he was in that video, right? He's there. He's not down the street. He's right there at the corner of the front lot. At the beginning of the Ring video, something interesting happens. You hear a male voice say twice, he's going in the house. There's so much happening on that video. But listen again. I'm gonna just back up so we can get to that. I'll let you. He's going in the house, he's going in the house. Keyshawn Jones testified that he started yelling that to his friends as he started headed down Redwood. Why? Because they're all concerned about what Mr. Rudolph would come out of that house with. So they all start making their way down to the car. Keyshawn, Chris, Sebastian start hurrying down Redwood. Tyler is the only one that remains and is confronted with that assault rifle. Everybody else runs off. Tyler, no gun in his hand. You got that, you got that. Even Mr. Rudolph had to admit to him that means I'm surrendering. So how did Daryl get down Redwood? It's clear both Sebastian and Chris try to leave after he's going into the house, but are delayed by Daryl at the tree near the house. Daryl, for reasons unknown, follows them instead of remaining at home. Now, according to Daryl's testimony, Daryl said he went down on Redwood to create distance between himself and the 2 men, that's Sebastian and Chris, during the fight. But it's unreasonable that it would be Daryl's only option. As you can see clearly in that video, there was no one around him when Mr. Rudolph came out of that residence. He made his way down there of his own volition. People testified, nobody dragged him down there. Nobody pulled him down there. And we know even later that night, Daryl is still pursuing people he shouldn't pursue. Daryl is definitely not dragged down that street. How did Travis Rudolph end up down on Redwood? Well, he says he turns his attention to Daryl after Tyler runs to the car. So basically after the ring video we just watched, you got this, Tyler books it and starts running back to the car. Mr. Rudolph's own testimony is that Tyler keeps running. He even passes where Daryl is and runs to the car. Then Travis Rudolph says he sees his brother. And before he can even reach him, ladies and gentlemen, this is his own testimony. 40 to 50 feet before he even reaches Daryl, he realizes that all the men that were fighting with Daryl run off back to the car. He hasn't even gotten to wherever Daryl has ended up. So how does he get all the way to being in front of the car that he sees firearms? It's because he followed them. He pursued them. In the state of Florida, you are allowed to stand your ground. In the state of Florida, you do not have a duty to retreat if somebody is coming at you in a place you have a right to be. But you do not, ladies and gentlemen, get to pursue people and then claim self-defense. Let's take a look at this video. It is not the clearest. It really isn't. But it is the best window we have into what actually happened and how it happened. You start seeing the little shadows. I'm not telling you can tell who every single person is. But if you pay long enough attention, you can see the four figures make it back to the car and the rear lights come on and start moving before that flash comes on. The car actually backs up, not drives forward. They are trying to leave. They have signaled they do not wish to continue any violence. And Mr. Rudolph cannot take that for an answer. He shoots 39 times, 39 into this vehicle as it moves and drives away. That is not self-defense. By the time the defendant starts shooting, the Cadillac has already moving away. It has reversed, and then poor Keyshawn, under these conditions, trying to make that three-point turn to get away. It's 12:11 a.m. First muzzle flash. Cars already on and backing up. Look how far Mr. Rudolph is from that vehicle. Saw firearms, my foot. Didn't see any firearms, couldn't have. That is a tinted window on the side of that car. Could not have seen it. Why is he even down there, ladies and gentlemen? Why is he down there but to pursue? So let's talk about what Mr. Rudolph could or couldn't have seen, based on just common sense things that we know about the area, the dark video we were looking at, and the circumstances of the lighting. This area of Redwood is dark enough. There are some street lights, I'll give you that, but they're not so bright that they're illuminating everything that we can see every single person. The interior light of the Cadillac is clearly not on. Cadillac has tinted windows. We heard that testified to by the person that was driving it, but also by the CSI, and we see it for ourselves on the pictures. Sebastian actually barely makes it into the car. He had just slammed the door when that car starts moving, and then Mr. Rudolph started shooting. He doesn't have time to find a firearm. Given the distance between the defendant and the car, it literally is extremely unlikely that he saw anything inside that vehicle. Defendant claims a gun was pointed at him by Sebastian. Well, isn't that convenient? Well, you gotta have to explain why you shot that one person in particular so many times. Let's talk about evidence of a firearm. Tyler's gun is found that night. Everybody knows that. Tyler admits the gun was on him and in his pocket. And ladies and gentlemen, a very important fact that I think goes amiss in the conversation about, do you have to wait for someone to shoot you to shoot back? No, you don't have to wait. But if somebody else has a gun out, ready to go, they're gonna fire back after that 39 shots being fired at them. It defies logic, honestly. Sebastian's hands. Was he holding a firearm? Bulges in the pockets. Let's talk about it. So the first photo you saw had Sebastian's hand looking like this. Defense experts said firearm likely in Sebastian's hand. Could be nothing. Could be another item. Then Dr. Osborne from the medical examiner's office testified that Sebastian had a spinal injury. So that's going to have an impact on how his body rests. Then Sebastian not in full rigor mortis. So if an item was in fact taken from his hand, according to Dr. Osborne, it would just lay in whatever natural state it was in. It wouldn't keep its form because he's not in full rigor mortis, such that you can get the gun out and it just remains there. The hand consistent with holding nothing at all. Well, let's look at that. Isn't it weird how perspective changes things? You want to see a firearm in somebody's hand when there's no firearm there? You can, depending on the angle of the photo. But this is Sebastian's hand. Just looks like it fell. This is Sebastian's hand. It just looks like it fell.
Full of shit, this woman.
It really is pure speculation that the defendant could not only have seen one gun in Sebastian's hand, but the unlikely event that he could see two guns, to include the one in Tyler's hand. And let me talk about that for a second. Perhaps feasible that you can see a gun pointed at you through a windshield. I'll give you that if you're close enough, although he wasn't. But how do you see the muzzle of a gun that is not being fired in the dark, in the crack, on the other side of a car? How do you see that? How do you see that? You do not. The defendant received the discovery in the case. He had the pleasure of sitting and listening to everybody else's testimony. You have to put a gun in the hand of the people who you shot. You just have to. Well, we knew Tyler had a gun. That wasn't a mystery. So now let's make something about this hand posture. Defendant expert was paid $600 an hour to say it could have been a gun and it could have been nothing at all.
What's money got to do with it, you stupid cow?
It could have been nothing at all.
She's annoying the shit into
What
me.
about the bulges? What about the bulges? What about the bulges? Bulge here, that's Chris Lowe. He said, I had my phone in my pocket. Why should you believe him? Well, we know he had a phone in his pocket. That's the phone that was used to make that 911 call we listened to. Sebastian's over here, but he also had some type of bulge in the front pocket. And we know Tyler, you can't even see a bulge in his pocket, and he actually does have a gun.
Tyler might have a small dick. Who gives a shit? Move on.
Chris testified
Sit
that
down.
the bulge was his phone. And we know it's the same phone he used to make that 911 call, which is completely consistent with the rest of the evidence in the case. That he would have had it on his person so that after the shooting, he can reach for it to be able to call 911. Sebastian had 2 sets of keys that were found in his front right pocket. There was no evidence found in his pocket or anywhere near him that it was a firearm. What is reasonable doubt? Reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. It is not speculative. It is not imaginary, and it certainly is not forced doubt. Such a doubt should not, must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. I want to talk about a very important instruction. Justifiable use of deadly force. This is another part of it. The use or threatened use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Travis Rudolph used force or the threat of force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against him. So earlier I was talking about initial aggressors. Clearly, we're not there anymore because that's not where this shooting happened. I'm talking about down on Redwood. How do you get all the way down there? Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, even under the unlikely circumstances that they had firearms and in fact pointed them, think about what those men would have seen. This firearm, big one, Sig Sauer, with the drum. Heavy thing, by the way. You're allowed to touch things. Coming at them from somebody who's running towards them or walking towards them. Somebody they're trying to escape, someone whom they're literally trying to flee. They would have had every right to turn guns on him at that moment. But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that did not happen. They did not have time. They didn't have time. They got in that car, the car started moving, and they were screeching away, or trying to. It is not justifiable use of deadly force. That is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. At the time Mr. Rudolph is firing his gun, what is going on that he is protecting himself from? Isn't he the one that's initiating if he's running all the way down to Redwood where they are? Isn't he the one that is pursuing and not, quote, defending? They are trying to run away. I want to talk to you now about the charges. First count, first-degree murder. The state must prove elements of first-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Here are the elements. The victim is dead. Well, we know Sebastian Jean-Jacques is dead, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. The death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. We know that because it's not justified. There was a premeditated killing of the victim, and I'll talk to you about the ways you can assess whether or not something is premeditated. Sebastian Jean-Jacques is dead. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I noticed it as we were going through the jury instructions as well. Sometimes Sebastian's name is spelled here with an I-A-N, like I have done here. His name is actually spelled with an I-E-N, and we'll have that corrected for the verdict form. But we all know who we're talking about, Sebastian Jean-Jacques. Sebastian's lifeless body is discovered at 40th and Broadway. According to the medical examiner, his spinal cord was transected. He had lacerated liver and a bunch of other things that he talked to us about. Cause of death was the 10 gunshot wounds, but of course, that particular one penetrating to his torso. Beyond a reasonable doubt, Sebastian Jean-Jacques is dead, unfortunately. Element number 2, Sebastian Jean-Jacques' death was caused by the criminal act of Travis Rudolph. That has also been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You can hear the car, and then you can hear the shooting. They are leaving. They are leaving. Let them leave, Mr. Rudolph. Revenge. To exact punishment or wrongdoing, especially in a resentful or vindictive spirit, to take vengeance, to inflict punishment, avenge, the act of revenging, retaliation for injuries or wrongs, something done in revenge, a desire to retaliate. He had lost a fight. I'll grant you this, it was not a fair fight. 4 men came over to his house and they were ready for whatever he wanted to do. And they fist fought outside. Tyler, like I said, admitted, yeah, at one point I choked him because I saw him on top of Keyshawn. They were fighting. And you saw his injuries. He had some cuts and scrapes and bruises. Some of the others testified about their cuts, scrapes, and bruises. What you will not hear is broken legs, broken femurs, broken throats, slit throats, or anything that involves a weapon or serious bodily injury. So let me put not just self-defense, but the rest of some of the defenses that you've heard in context. There's a section that will talk to you about excusable homicides. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means using ordinary care without unlawful intent. That's not this. We know Mr. Rudolph knew exactly what he was doing and he did just that. 2, when the killing occurs by accident or misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. I want to talk about that one a little bit. I'm sure you heard the heat of passion instruction as the judge was reading it, and I want to talk to you about what that is intended for. It is not intended for a fist fight in the front of somebody's home. It is intended for the kind of thing that causes a regular human being to lose all logical sense. What am I talking about? You walk into a room and your 4-year-old daughter is being raped by somebody. You completely lose your mind and you kill that person. That is heat of passion. You walk into the room and your wife is having sex with somebody. You completely lose your mind. That is heat of passion. Something that causes you to completely lose your senses. You're not making proper judgments about whether or not guns are being pointed or not being pointed. You're not making proper judgments about the distances between places and things. You have lost your mind because of the things you have experienced or seen. That is heat of passion. And heat of passion has 5 parts. Every single one of them, like all the other elements, must exist for it to be so. We'll get to it later. When a killing is committed by accident, misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used, again, not the circumstances of this one. Heat of passion, all 5 elements, A, B, C, D, and E, all end with an and then of course, last one. First one. An issue in this case, whether Travis Rudolph did or did not have a depraved mind, and also you'll see it there for the premeditation. Why? Because heat of passion is not a full defense. It is a partial defense. It's a defense against the intent requirement of crimes. And so its focus is not going to be manslaughter or some of the other types of charges. It's like first-degree murder that requires premeditation. It's like second-degree murder that requires depraved mind, you know? So it's focused on intent. So the instructions are very similar except for the language here, which either talks about premeditation or depraved mind. So we'll focus then on just the elements. There must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary, reasonable person. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. The stuff that changes you from a regular human to an animalistic one, where you are going on pure emotion and feeling. The kind of stuff that drives a person so crazy that they cannot logically function or think. Not a fist fight. Not a fist fight. But okay, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control, would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. That's what I'm talking about, unreasoning fury. Because guess what? You walk into that room and that stuff is happening, you're not thinking about consequences. You're not thinking about anything other than getting it to stop. C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. So even if for some reason you're like, well, I think people showing up to your house in the middle of the night could be this kind of thing, which I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, it's not. It's not intended for that kind of combat. It's intended for the kind of thing that drives you out of your mind. But even if you thought it was, look at C. No time to cool off. It's done. Before he even goes into the house for the assault, they're running away back to the car. It's done. There is a reasonable amount of time for somebody to cool off and chill out. D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off. So this isn't just Rudolph now and how he's feeling. This is a reasonable person, objective standard portion of the heat of passion. Reasonable person under the same circumstances. Oh, thank God they're finally leaving. Let me go back in and call 911. E, Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed. So all 5 would have had to be present. But you don't even start here because you don't have unreasoning fury, the kind of thing that causes a person to completely black out, lose their mind. Element number 2, Travis Rudolph pursued fleeing subjects. Victims got in their vehicle, reversed, and were then hit with a spray of gunfire. That has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt because that's not people just saying it, that's us seeing it with our own eyes in the video. Revenge is not self-defense. Travis Rudolph, like I said, had a right to be angry. Show up to anybody's house in the middle of the night, especially getting into their relationship and telling them what they can or can't do. You're a grown person, absolutely you have the right to be angry. Travis Rudolph also did not have to retreat. He's at his house. He doesn't have to run away back into his house at the time that he's opening that door. No, he could have stood there. He could have stepped outside and had a fight with them on his own lawn. Absolutely. He did not have a duty to run back inside at that point. However, Travis had no right to pursue fleeing subjects. The minute you think that you can play judge, juror, and executioner, the minute that happens, therein lies the problem. People can really, 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 really cause you to lose it, and you become angry enough that you think you have the right to do whatever you want, but that is not the law in the state of Florida. If they are running away from you, if they have signaled that they wish to stop the violence by literally turning their backs, running and jumping in a car that's trying to get away, you can't keep shooting. You can't start shooting. Let's talk about premeditation. It's element number 3. And you'll see that I'm speaking primarily about Sebastian Jean-Jacques here as I talk about this element, but of course, premeditation also applies to the other charges because it's attempted first-degree murder as it relates to Tyler, Keyshawn, and Chris. Premeditation, what is it? Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. You have made up your mind. I would like to kill this person, or I want to kill this person, or I need to kill this person, whatever your thoughts are. I need to eliminate this person. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. Why? Because some people do it for months. Some people do it for years. Some people do it for days. Some people do it for minutes. Some people do it for seconds. But the end result is the problem. Killing someone when you've decided that they should die. The period of time, however, must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. So it can't just be, oh, go shoot their shit up, but nothing's actually happening to make that happen. The person has to actually have a thought, I want to kill the person, and then go about making it happen and have that time to reflect. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by who? You. You're the judge of the fact. This judge in the robe gives you the law. You decide what the facts are in this case. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Where does premeditation come from? We talked about some of these things in jury selection. It's the circumstances of what's happening immediately before, during, and after. It is the nature of the weapon used. Why this one instead of that one? Why a rock instead of a gun? Why a gun instead of a knife? The presence or absence of adequate provocation. It is not okay to take a gun to a fist fight. Previous difficulties between the parties. The manner in which the homicide itself was committed. Is this one shot to the head? Is this 39 shots? It matters. The nature and manner of the wounds inflicted. Is this clearly indicating that the individuals were trying to get away? Yeah, like Travis Rudolph is shooting here, and Tyler Robinson is getting bullets to his back. Sebastian Jean-Jacques, as according to the medical examiner, most of those were from the back. Whether the initial aggressor left, removed himself from the conflict. Whether or not there is any break in time between the initial provocation and then what happens. Those are all things you get to consider. My favorite thing, your favorite thing, everybody's favorite thing, videos. Why? Because they don't lie. They are what they are in the moment they're capturing. The defendant claims he ran into the house to get his assault rifle because he saw Tyler pull out a gun. Video clearly disproves that. I ask him, show me, where? Where is he with the firearm? It's not possible. Video does not lie. Daryl and Travis Rudolph claim that they were further down on Redwood, but the evidence and other testimony disproves that. Daryl's still on video after Rudolph outside with the gun that I showed you, that image with him over on the corner of the front lawn. Tyler is the only person still visible, but he is further away, backing into the street. Nobody's preventing Daryl from coming back home. Video proves no reason for Daryl to go down that street. He pursued them as they were fleeing. Video does not lie. Before Travis Rudolph even gets to his brother, all the men have run back to the car door. The door then closes, and the vehicle immediately starts moving. Travis Rudolph isn't even in frame yet. He's not even close enough yet. And then you see him, and then he starts shooting. He's clearly the one moving forward as that vehicle is backing up. Clearly. Video doesn't lie. The video does not lie. The defendant starts shooting after the vehicle had started backing up and moving away. Why do I keep stressing this, ladies and gentlemen? Because it is important. How can you claim that there is a threat to you? You must do this. You must be judge, jury, and executioner if they are getting away from you. If they are moving away from you, how do you prove necessity? How do you say it absolutely is necessity? I had to do it. I had no choice when they are getting away from you. Defendant claims he thought vehicle was coming at him. Well, the video disproves that possibility. It's clearly backing up. The video doesn't lie, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant claims he wanted the men to get away from him. It is literally what they are doing in the video. The video and the testimony corroborate they ran away. They got to the car. The car was leaving before the shooting even started. The video is damning on this issue.
She's out of breath. She's fucking breathing so heavy. You fucking lie.
Wanted the men to get away from him. Shot spotter audio, you can hear the engine before even a single sound of the gunshots, indicating the car started moving and was in fact leaving, just like we can see on the video. That is also damning. Thank you. Evidence of premeditation. The defendant here had an interesting choice of weapons. Defendant, as we know, had 2 guns. A handgun that we know was fully loaded in his dresser. He was more familiar with it, carried it. It's actually the one he carries concealed to Miami as he trains, as we heard numerous times. Then he had this assault rifle in his bag in the same room. Defendant selected the gun with maximum firepower and 100 rounds. That choice was not about self-defense. As we saw, nobody else had a gun out. He hadn't even seen any guns pulled in. Premeditated. Choice of guns. Pursuing people as they're trying to run away. Literally, your claim that they're coming towards you, completely disproven. Premeditated. He wanted to, quote, eliminate. Then there's attempted first-degree murder, also has 3 elements. And I noticed on some of your packets, it said 2 elements. It's 3. Anything first-degree murder is 3, even the attempted ones. So just correct that when you go back there. You'll see the 3, the numbered 3. Okay, Travis Rudolph did some act intended to cause the death of Tyler, Keyshawn, and Chris. I've put them together here for ease of discussion. That went beyond just thinking and talking about it. Yeah, well, we've certainly gone beyond that. That's proven beyond a reasonable doubt. 2, Travis Rudolph acted with a premeditated design. We just discussed the premeditation. Why shoot them in the back? Why shoot them as they're leaving? Why even go down there? 3, the act would have resulted in the death of Tyler, Keyshawn, or Chris, except for someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing them, or he failed to do so. Apparently another hero is Keyshawn. How he had the presence of mind, ladies and gentlemen, to get his friends out of that while getting shelled with 39 casings, we will all never understand. Rules for deliberation. You must follow the law as it is set forth in the instructions. I spent a lot of time making sure that when we selected you, that not only were you fair to both the defendant and the state, but that you would promise that you would follow the law. It is so integral, ladies and gentlemen, especially as you deliberate, to follow the law. It will not lead you astray. Just follow the law. And it makes total sense. But even if you think it doesn't, it's not your judgment call. Follow the law. And the law says, if a person starts conflict with you and then clearly indicates that they're trying to get away, you are not allowed to shoot them, and certainly not in the back. You cannot shoot at their vehicle as they're leaving. There'll be other rules for deliberation. You'll see them. But most important, that I bolded at number 7, your verdict cannot be based on prejudice, bias, or sympathy. You all promised that you wouldn't do that anyway. We picked people who, the minute they said sympathy, can't do it, bye-bye, nice to meet you. Thank you so much for your time. Because you have to be able to separate feelings that you might have about individuals and what the law requires and what the facts say. And you all said you could do that. So just do it. Follow the law. It's not about whether or not he's an ex-NFL player or an ex-celebrity or whatever else. It's about what he did that night to somebody else's family. Weighing the evidence. You'll get an instruction on that. The things that you should focus on. I'm not going to go through every single one with you. I recognize that you have the packet and you'll read it as you go through. But I want to talk to you about lesser included offenses. And Madam Clerk, if you can start taking from the other section.
I think she's a horrible woman. I
I
hate
want to
her
start from the bottom.
so much.
The least charge
Start at the
in front of
bottom.
you
Okay.
for your consideration. It's called aggravated assault. Aggravated assault, like the judge defined for you, that's on page 29 for quick reference if you want to get there, has 4 elements.
I thought that as well.
Travis Rudolph intentionally or unlawfully threatened either by word or act to do violence. Here it says Christopher Lowe because this is his section, but obviously we're talking about Tyler. I'm sorry, not Tyler. We're talking about Keyshawn and Chris here. then at the time, Travis Rudolph appeared to have the ability to carry out that threat. Well, yeah, certainly. Not just carry out the threat, it was full on happening. 3, the act by Travis Rudolph created in the mind of Christopher Law a well-founded fear that violence was about to take place. No, we passed. Forgive the way I phrase that. Taking it a little Florida here. We way past whether or not violence is about to take place. It is happening. And 4, the assault was made with a deadly weapon. Yeah, assault rifle, that counts. So that's the bottom. We know all those things are proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's take it up a notch. Aggravated battery is the next one. For ease.
Stop breathing into the mic, man. It's doing my head in. Learn to breathe, not in the mic.
Let's go to count.
Fucking
2.
hell. That's my nothing,
Page
this woman.
22. Here, aggravated battery has 2 main elements. So basically, it is a battery, which is intentionally touching or striking someone or intentionally causing bodily harm to someone. But what makes it aggravated is the fact that either a weapon is used or there's great bodily harm, permanent disfigurement, permanent disability, or other. Clearly, we have that beyond a reasonable doubt. We know Tyler was actually struck, injured. Even as he testified before you, he was uncomfortable in pain from that wound, especially the one to his hip. He'll live with that one. Next one up, second-degree murder. Second-degree murder has 2 elements. Travis Rudolph, next page over, you can flip it, page 21. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in a death of Tyler Robinson or Keyshawn or Chris. Their names are just not here because they have their own section. Except that someone prevented him from killing them or he failed to do so. Well, we know that someone who prevented him from doing so, at least for Tyler, was literally the force of himself getting out of that car and running like hell and trying to get aid and finally being able to successfully get to the hospital and have that surgery. That's what saved his life, not Mr. Rudolph stopping. We also know that for the rest of them, what stopped it was Keyshawn literally pulling that vehicle away and driving away as fast as he could until it literally couldn't go anymore. A 10-minute drive for him took 7 minutes because he is scared and speeding to get his friend to the hospital. Unfortunately for him, he has to live with the memory of knowing that he never made it. I want to talk about imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind, because that is what differentiates first-degree murder from second-degree murder. First-degree murder is premeditated, second-degree murder, depraved mind. Imminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind. That has 3 parts. A person of ordinary judgment would know that this particular thing is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another person. Well, yeah, shelling a car with 39 bullets, certainly. Yes, we have that. Number 2 is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. Certainly ill will. He's upset, he's mad. Again, this isn't about whether or not he had the right to be mad. It's what you do with that anger when you have it. Because let's go up to the next one, first-degree murder or attempted first-degree murder. Again, I told you what separates that is this notion that a person must have some premeditated design to kill. Second-degree murder doesn't care whether or not you wanted to kill him or not. Just that at the time, that's what you intended to do, and you have the elements for depraved mind, indifferent to human life. First-degree murder wants you, requires it of the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there's some kind of thought that you wanted to kill. You wanted to, quote, exterminate, end. I want to talk to you a little bit about some instructions that you're going to get that might seem a little confusing in the self-defense instructions section. And one of them has something to do called principle, okay? So generally speaking, principal theory is about when several people are involved in carrying out a particular act, and they're all guilty because they intended for the act to carry through. For instance, we all decide that we want to commit a robbery. I'm the driver, you have the gun, another person perhaps checks out the area. All of us in concert are making sure this robbery happens the way we want it to happen. It is possible for you all to be found guilty. Now, it's strange, I know, because the principal theory here is about not Mr. Rudolph, because clearly he's not acting in concert with anybody else. He's by himself with his 6R rifle. It's now asking you to consider whether or not the victims in this case were committing crimes. Whether or not that's the reason Mr. Rudolph had for using force against them. And the same question that you were confronted with at the beginning, is this self-defense, will come back again. At the time that Mr. Rudolph was about to shoot and did in fact shoot, were these individuals, Keyshawn Jones, Tyler Robinson, Sebastian Jean-Jacques, and Chris Lowe, committing felonies against Mr. Rudolph? The answer is a resounding no. It is a resounding no. It is an offensive no. They were fleeing for their lives. The video proves that beyond a reasonable doubt. One moment, Judge, to confer with co-counsel.
Sit your ass down. What bullshit. They were not. Oh, should have my head in.
So before I leave you, I'm going to ask you to not just remember everybody's testimony, take a look at all the exhibits that the state has provided for you, and evaluate this case properly, looking at the law, and actually taking the time to consider what was happening at the time that Mr. Rudolph chose to shoot his firearm, because that, frankly, is the most important part of all of this. Whether or not he cheated on his girlfriend, whether or not he was or was not angry with her for smashing a PlayStation or any of that stuff, that is not the point of this case. That's all for context. I told you at the beginning that there will be things at the end of this case that will not be that important. It will not be that important. I wasn't trying to psych you. It's a fact. This case comes down to, can you pursue people who you might think started it? Can you pursue them even as they're running away and driving away and shoot them and kill them dead? The answer is a resounding no. Bring back a verdict of guilty each count. Thank you so much.
Oh, right. Jesus, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm so sorry about my language, but what? That's ridiculous. That's shifted. That's, that, she did not need to scream. She did not need to overreact like that. I didn't want to, I wasn't psyching you. Use proper lingo, for fuck's sakes. Oh, I am. It was all an act. It was all like she thinks that she can just put an innocent man in jail. She thinks, let's put that act together and put him in jail. Who gives a fuck? The matter that she said, oh, you know, they put in witnesses on that get paid $600 an hour to lie to you about the position of the gun. They'll just say anything. Someone pointed out, I'm not sure who it was, Amy, Stacey, whoever. Their witnesses cost $500 an hour. Shut the fuck up. Sit down. That, I'm sorry, I'm outraged. Not outraged. I'm not outraged. Like, you know, it's fine. She's got a job to do, fine. But the shit that's coming out of her mouth, I mean, it annoyed me to start off when she's breathing so much into the bloody, into the mic. It's like, whoa, whoa, you know, breathing so much. It just meant to me that she's got so much shit. What's this? Oh, I just don't know what to say about this. I'm gobsmacked. I just hate that sort of overreaction. If you want to do that, go and become an actress. Go to Hollywood. Go, I'm sorry. I know I can see people dropping out the stream because I'm screaming and swearing and stuff, but I genuinely feel pissed off with this.
Folks, take your seats again. All right,
And this
you may
guy.
begin, Mr. Shiner.
Why are we speaking in already? Where's the break?
Yes, sir.
And good afternoon, members of the jury.
Come on, Marky boy.
Hell has no fury like a woman scorned. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Great argument by opposing counsel, but I forgot to talk to you about the facts of the case, about what the witnesses said, about Detective Vandal and her lack of investigation. I didn't know any better. I was watching an episode of The Sopranos. Just the names changed. Somebody disrespected a mobster's daughter, and they went to go whack him. They go kill him. That's what this case really is. Not just the video that shows you what it shows you. Of course it doesn't lie, but it doesn't show you the whole story. At the moment of truth, you can't see who's in that car and what they're doing or not doing. You'll never know. It's impossible. State can argue all they want. They weren't there. Shameful that you didn't get to see the real evidence in this case. It's a shame that nobody cared. Thank God he had lawyers that cared, that asked questions, wanted to know the truth. 10-minute interview by Detective Vandalin. 10 minutes for two people who are key witnesses and never go back to talk to them again. That defies logic. See, the two reasons for that: total incompetence, or she knew if she asked more questions, she'd have a problem. These guys were lying. Her incompetence would show. Either way, it shows. Either way. It's ridiculous. This is not Sherlock Holmes. This is Barney Fife. I'm sorry if I'm using old terms from shows, maybe RFD, but this is crazy. Palm Beach County, one of the most wealthiest counties in America. A 10-minute interview. We'll ask him what happened. And that's fair? That's fair to Mr. Rudolph? Arresting him at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning with 2 10-minute interviews and shell casings and not give a damn about what really happened? Is that fair? How did he get away with that? How? How do you not search the photo? You saw the photos. I'm going to show them to you again. You saw all this. You've all been paying attention. We appreciate your sacrifice. We know it's brutal sitting there day after day listening to this. You saw the photographs. You heard the testimony. There's a food truck behind the gas station or the car shop. They don't even know if it's working or open or not. No one even bothered going back to check. Why didn't anyone check? Tons of officers from West Palm. They're at her disposal. She's the producer of this case. If this was a movie, you'd probably walk out in the middle of it or change the channel, but you can't because it's real life. This is what she's giving you. There's not one mention from the state about Vandalin. Of course not. She's an embarrassment to the shield. She shouldn't even be a cop. It's ridiculous, this investigation, and gives you questions that you're going to have for the rest of this case. You'll never know. No one will know what really happened. It's impossible to tell. Why can't you look behind a fence? It takes 3 seconds. Why? Why can't you get a ladder and look on a roof? I had no evidence there. I don't look for anything unless I know it's there. It's the most absurd statement I ever heard. Been doing this a long time. A first-year cop right out of the academy would know you look for things. How do you know it's there if you don't look? She sounded like someone running for office that didn't know what she was talking about with all this, the totality of the circumstances. The investigation begins as soon as the arrest is made. What investigation was done afterwards? Nothing. You asked her everything she did afterwards. Zero. Took her a year and a half to get medical records. Why are they showing you all these photographs? Tyler Robinson's injuries. He told you he did it. There's no question he did it. They're not asking for sympathy, but they're showing you photos. Horrible photos. They could have showed you an anatomical chart, but instead the medical examiner comes in and painstakingly shows you every single wound, every single trajectory, which was right to left, by the way. None was from the back. I even asked him, I turned my back. I said, sir, any shots come from the back? And he finally said, no. They're all right to left. Why are they showing you all this? But they don't take a single picture of my client, of Mr. Travis Rudolph, of his brother? What's going on here? Most absurd statement. She needs a warrant. That's ridiculous. You don't need a warrant to take a picture of another human being in public. It's absolutely false. It's a lie, along with many other lies. Can't check a database. The gun expert comes after her. Oh, detectives check the databases all the time. Everything she said was false, just about. It's ridiculous. This is not a shoplifting case. Even if it was, the person accused of shoplifting deserves a fair trial. She did absolutely nothing to give you all an ability to really know what happened. And that's not fair. It's not fair to him. It's not fair to the decedent's family. Most of all, it's not fair to you all. That's not the way we try cases in America. Thank God we have this Constitution where the police are checked. Because some police do a good job. And other police officers, as you've seen in this case, I'm not blaming all the cops. Most of the cops just did what they were told. But this lady was the captain of the show. And she didn't give a damn for whatever reason. Either she wanted to convict him and get a notch on her belt because she's a new cop. Oh, I got a celebrity. I got a former NFL player. I'm not going to give the jury any evidence to show I was wrong. Come on. This isn't Russia. It's not fair. It's not fair to anyone. Most of all, it's not fair to you all because you didn't see. How would it hurt if someone went back even? Even if you buy the excuse, well, I didn't look behind the fence because I had no evidence of guns. She ignored the hand. You don't need a doctor to tell you that. That's common sense, that hand could have been holding a gun. Why do I have to bring it up? That's her job. The crime scene people told you that they saw that and they said it could have been a gun. The lead detective is either completely stupid or a complete liar, or both. Why didn't she even look at that? Why? I make a big deal over we had to hire an expert. Of course we did. Police don't work for me. I can't call up 50 cops who've been to all these homicide scenes and start telling them to do this, do that, do this, start collecting evidence. I can't get out there and start bringing down the crime scene tape and we talked about this in jury selection, and start looking for evidence that this cop didn't do. That's not my job. I'd get arrested. We'll talk about who should have been arrested in this case. The wrong people are sitting at this table. Dominique Jones, Tyler Robinson, Keyshawn Jones, and Chris Lowe should be sitting there for the death of their friend. They got the wrong person. They got the wrong person because nobody cared. And all they're going to do is show you that tape and play it 1,000 times so you hear the gunshots over and over and over. I heard thousands of gunshots in this case because I heard that tape over and over and over. It's 39. It is what it is. All in complete succession. You have no idea. The state has no idea. I have no idea what Travis Rudolph was facing that day. He didn't start this. Let's talk about the witnesses. I have a stack of notes. This is half of my notes from this trial, from these witnesses. And that's why we have you all there, because your memory is going to be better than mine. But I have stacks of notes on what these people said and the absurdity of their statements. So the way they acted, the way they disrespected us, made fun, made believe they didn't understand the questions over and over. And we'll talk about what happened down before Mr. Rudolph started shooting. Their own witnesses, whether you believe them or not, but their own witnesses, Keyshawn Jones didn't say anything about that, but Tyler Robinson did, that Sebastian was fighting. And more importantly, Chris Lowe, I painstakingly went through it with him, that he said that Sebastian was fighting not too far from the car with Darryl Rudolph. I had a reason for asking that because I know what the state was going to argue. There's no reason for this. None of this happened. He's an aggressor. He's a violent murderer. Is that what this evidence shows? Did he come out of his house? He probably should have came out with a gun. Maybe they would have ran away, these tough guys who cased out the place first, but he didn't. That's reasonable. That shows his character. You saw him on the stand. Most mild-mannered person. Shocking. He didn't even get upset when the prosecutors are accusing him of horrible things. He's still mild-mannered. So let's talk about what happened. And let's keep in mind what this case comes down to, like I told you in jury selection. There's no who did it. The question is, can they prove they made the charges? They rubber-stamped Vandelin's investigation and didn't give a damn, didn't question Miss Rudolph, never did to this day. They could have sent her a subpoena, didn't care because they didn't want to hear anything contradictory. Then asked Darryl Rudolph to come on in and tell the story. You expect those two people to trust the police after they arrest their son and brother with no evidence? They knew what happened. Call a lawyer. Don't go down there unless you make sure everything's on tape. Cops can lie to you. You heard that. Vandelin said that. She has a right to lie to people except about their rights. She can put a tape on, put a tape off. Well, why in your right mind would you go down there when they falsely arrest your son and your brother without protection to make sure the truth comes out? All they had to do was subpoena him. Oh, I've only done that 10 times in my career. You've done nothing in your career, the 2 or 3 cases you had. In this case, it was abominable. It's horrible. And in jury selection, I was annoying you guys for about an hour and a half asking you the question that every single one of you, there's even interruptions about this. Every single one of you I asked, if you remember, let's go back to jury selection a couple of weeks ago, but I know you won't forget because I was annoying, asking you these questions. What do y'all do if I prove beyond all reasonable doubt, that no question, that my client was acting in self-defense? And everyone said, he's not guilty. Now you see why. That you see the law and you understand it a little better. It's very confusing. It's a very complicated issue on justifiable use of deadly force. And then I said to you, what if the state proves he definitely was not acting in self-defense? No chance, no way. Beyond all reasonable doubt. Y'all said he'd be guilty. And then every single one of you, I asked the question, what do you do if you can't tell? Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he could have been, possibly not. And y'all said he'd be not guilty. Every single one of you. We maintain he was acting in self-defense. He is a hero to his mom and his brother. But there may be some unanswered questions. Why? Because no one searched. No one searched the path. Is his life worth a car drive down the path just to look? Is anything thrown out of the car? The next day, they knew there was a gun. They knew it that night, actually. That morning, they heard the guy with the dog, McMichael, Agent McMichael. Thank God for Agent McMichael. Thank God, because you wouldn't even know Tyler had a gun because he lied to the police. I'm hurt. I'm injured. I can't do this. Oh, it's not what the paramedic said. I'm not saying the guy wasn't injured. Of course he was. He was sitting upright. He had all his faculties about him. He never mentioned to the police he had a gun. And he goes to the hospital. You think these trained detectives are going to question somebody when they're under anesthesia or medication that they don't know what they're talking about? Of course not. He doesn't even tell the next officer there was a gun. And his 2 friends lied. That 10-minute interview, which is absurd, never went back again because she didn't want anything to hurt her case. But now the truth's starting to come out. Y'all saw it a little bit. A glimpse of what she did or didn't do. That 10-minute interview, neither one of us had guns. Nobody in our car had guns. That's what they said. Is that true? Is that the evidence in this case? And you heard from Tyler Robinson, who's actually a multi-time perjurer who's never been charged for saying, I didn't remember in a hearing under oath in front of this court. And they give him a free ride for that too. A free ride for lying over and over and over just so they can protect Detective Vanillin and win this case. Is that fair? You come into a courtroom and lie over and over and over and over and over, and I don't remember. You come to a deposition and say, I don't really remember, because Vanillin tells you, she tells Tyler that she had video, and he thought there was video, so he was afraid to say what happened. A couple months after this happened, he still was under the belief that the video's working. Vanillin told him, he said. And in June, when he gave his deposition, he couldn't really remember what happened at the door. And then he comes in here today. A couple of days ago, he remembers everything. He had to be arrested to get here last time in November. That's putting pressure on a witness to get him to say what you want him to say, to join our team. That's the power they have. It's scary. You saw the blue line here. You saw most of these cops sticking together. Ms. Perlette shows the one cop from West Palm Beach, the picture with the pockets. Oh, you saw the picture. I'll show it to you in a bit, but Ms. Perlette walks up to the detective from West Palm Beach and shows him the picture with the guys with the pocket. Is that consistent with a gun? He looks at them. He doesn't want to answer. And he says, yeah, it was. Does look like a gun. I don't know if he had guns or not. I'm not an expert. It's not my job to know that. It's not your job to figure it out. It's their job. Why don't they even ask the questions? 5 months later, she said, I never thought about it until you raised it. They don't care. If you had a lawyer that was asleep at the wheel, you won't even be asked to even consider anything like that. Saw those pictures. These guys came armed. They lied. More importantly, Tyler Robinson, another lie when he comes in here. Until I get his deposition out, his prior statement. Remember that Sebastian was urging you in front of your friends to bring the gun, your gun? Remember that, sir? No, I didn't show him the deposition. Now he's stuck. Prior under oath statement that he testified to. Yeah, well, that did happen. Sebastian was urging me to bring the gun in front of my two friends, Keyshawn and Chris Lowe. They all heard it. They're right there. Why are they lying to the cop? We heard Keyshawn's a smart guy, going to school, wants to be a doctor or something, go to honors college. He knows what he's got to say. He's not going to say his friends had guns and pointed guns or pulled out a gun. He'll be in prison. Of course he's not going to say that on the 911 call. It's not stupid. They all lied about not having guns. Why are they lying about it? Common sense tell you that 4 guys go to somebody's house at midnight to talk? Are you taking your shirt off, Mr. Robinson? It's hot out. Come on. Lie after lie after lie. It's ridiculous. Detective Vanillin, does that mean anything to you? I don't even know whose black shirt it is, she said. Never even checked the DNA. What do you do if somebody doesn't remember Detective Vanillin, or they come into courtroom and lie and says, that wasn't my gun? Now you'll never even hear that. You'll just find that there was a gun found, but you won't even know who said it was theirs because the person said they can't remember. Take the DNA, check it out. Y'all got your own lab. Why don't you do it? I don't mean to be funny, but DNA in this case means do not ask. Do not ask what the results are of anything in this case. Do not ask questions from anybody. Ask a few basic questions. And that's it. Is that fair? Is that fair? You decide that. Does that give you information? Is there a lack of evidence? Is there a conflict in the evidence? A reasonable doubt can come from the evidence itself, a lack of evidence, or a conflict. Why didn't anyone check the roofs or behind the fence or the path? How hard is that? There's hundreds and hundreds of cops around who can do this. No one asked me to do it. No one asked me to do it. No one asked me to do it. That was every single witness's statement. And Vandalin's excuse was, I had no evidence there'd be a gun. Well, you did. You found out that night there was an extra gun, and you knew it wasn't Travis Rudolph's. Well, something should tip you off there's another gun. Go back to 40th and 30th, and Broadway rather, and go check now that you found the gun. Nobody asked me to do it. She didn't want to know. She didn't want you all to know. She made the arrest, and she wants it to stick. She writes the report, the probable cause. She's the saleswoman who can write whatever she wants and arrest somebody. How scary is that? She can ignore everything she wants and put in whatever she wants and charge somebody with murder. That's scary. 2023, that's the way this thing works in Palm Beach County. But that's not the end of it. Because as she admitted, she has to have probable cause, even if she puts BS in her report. And I'm sorry I used the word BS when I questioned her. It's the first time I've ever done that in my life. So I was so flabbergasted at her testimony that she can come in here and double talk and triple talk and tell you, I need a warrant for this, I need a warrant for that. It's nonsense. It's an excuse to not do your job. It's foolishness. I wouldn't trust that lady if she's giving me a parking ticket. I would double check to make sure she knows what she's doing. My meter was expired. I go check my meter, thinks she's wrong. That lady don't give a damn about anything in this case other than getting a conviction and not letting you see the whole truth. And that's not fair. They can play those videos all they want. I challenge them to play them 1,000 more times. Press the spot shotter another 1,000 times. You can hear those shots over and over and over. You can't see what happened in the final moments when two guys pointed a gun. She wasn't there. She doesn't know. I don't know either. But what's reasonable? Why would he lie about a gun? He forgets a gun in his pocket? Tyler forgets a gun in his pocket. Who forgets a gun in your pocket? Why'd you bring a gun? I wanted to be a man. That's what he said. I was riding shotgun. Well, he was riding handgun, but yeah, he was riding shotgun. He wanted to be a man. Is that what a man does? These guys aren't kids. They use the term boys over and over, and that's not fair either. They're not boys. These are men. He forgot he had a gun. Sorry, excuse me. He didn't forget he had a phone. Didn't want my phone to break. I left it in the car. Why is Keyshawn lying and telling y'all that his friend, Sebastian, brought his phone? Saw the pictures with the pocket. Now he knows the whole case. He saw the discovery like they're saying my client did. He sees everything.
Sustained.
This guy knows what's going on. He's told everything and shown everything. He knows what's happening. It's common sense. Why is he saying he has his phone with him? Because he knows y'all are going to see pictures or saw pictures of that pointy thing in there that Vandalin says, no way, that's a gun. At one point, I even think she said, when I was showing you the picture, you got to be crazy or something like that to think that's a gun. Well, maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think I'm crazy on that point. It's possible that was a gun. It's a good chance it was a gun. Do you remember Dominique telling you that her phone messages wouldn't have mattered? Didn't happen. She got away with it, basically. Keyshawn told you the same thing, where he parked wouldn't have mattered. A lot of things wouldn't have mattered. They got caught. These are smart kids. These are smart young people. These are smart adults, whatever word you want to use. They fooled the cop, or she bought into their nonsense, didn't ask any more questions. I hate to say it, but she's a dummy. Vandalin,
Sustained.
she didn't care. 10-minute interviews. I didn't arrest, and I'm being facetious. What Vandalin said, she was sitting right there, 5 hours. She deserved 50 hours. I stopped because it was getting late and tired. I'm sure y'all had enough. Could have went over and went double or triple that. I didn't arrest Dominique because on the 15th she told me that she erased messages. Yeah, she told her that day because she knew Keyshawn signed the consent and now the gig is up. Now they're going to find out. She forgot she probably sent it to Tyler. And plus, the months it took them to download everything, and who knows what they were doing or what she was requesting. Miscommunication between me and the other officer who does the phone. Miscommunication. She had the password from Tyler Robinson. Why is she hiding that? Because I'm asking over and over for it. Takes 2 years to do it. Is that fair? She was trying to get away with not doing that too. Miscommunication. It's ridiculous. Things that went on here. It's not fair. It's not showing you the truth. It's not letting you even get to even close to being the truth. A good investigator, whether they did it that night or later on, will go back to the 40th and Broadway. Take a look. Take an hour, half hour. Put a drone up there. The sheriff's office got everything. Millions and millions of dollars. Taxpayers' money. Thousands of police officers working for them. West Palm would help. Not a single person looked. Then you would know. Did they dump it there? Did they not dump anything? Can't tell you. You'll never know. Did they come back and get what they threw out? Why didn't Tyler shoot back over and over? He'd shoot back. Probably forgot to put a bullet in the head, in the chamber. You can't shoot a gun. That was some of the testimony from the expert, unless there's a bullet in the chamber. You know, some of y'all know shoot guns. You all know this. If you try to pull the trigger, nothing's going to happen. My client wouldn't know that if someone's pointing a gun at him. That's the testimony. The gun was found without a bullet in the chamber. He pulls it out. Maybe he took the bullet out and threw it away. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. So many unanswered questions here. It's not Travis Rudolph's fault there's unanswered questions. The government took the job of prosecuting him and saying he's guilty, so they have to prove it. And y'all agreed to well and truly try the case against the state of Florida versus Travis Rudolph. Why didn't they treat their witnesses like they treated mine? Why did I have to get up there and start vigorously cross-examining them, arguing and fighting with these people until I was exhausted? Ms. Perlette was exhausted fighting with them. Is that fair? They represent the people of the state of Florida. Not winning at all cost. It's not winning at all. Nobody wins in this case. Everybody lost. There should be more people on trial in this case, not my client. And that'll never happen because nobody cares. But your decision is to decide whether or not Mr. Rudolph is guilty based on the evidence. That's it. No one's going to ask you, did Vandalin do a good job? Did anyone commit perjury? Did anyone tamper with evidence, a 30-year felony? Anyone carrying a concealed firearm, Tyler, in his pocket, never get charged? Is this what we're about? Is this the court system that you get a free ride? I'm a homicide detective. I don't worry about those things. Is that really fair? 30-year felony, a 5-year felony, multiple other felonies? Forget about conspiracy to commit murder. Terroristic threats that you're sending to your brother and your brother sending back to you. Who knows what these people were saying to each other? We can't hear their phone calls. Who knows what she erased? The calls, the text. How come they don't take the phone from her that day? Why not? What's going on here? Dominique Jones is like Hurricane Andrew. I hate to use this silly analogy, but she is. Almost 31 years ago, Hurricane Andrew hit down in Miami and Homestead. And yeah, we saw the hurricane coming. I don't know if y'all lived in Florida back then, but people who lived here knew it was coming, but nobody thought it was going to hit that bad, and it wasn't that strong. No one took it for real. Like Mr. Rudolph didn't take it for real. Hindsight's 2020. He should have. He should have. No one in his family did. No one wanted to believe it from the girl they loved. A mom treated her like a daughter. And Keyshawn and Tyler and Sebastian and Chris, they joined this hurricane. They were little tornadoes in there and joined it. Easy to prove the cases against them, all the things they did, but that's not on trial. I'm just talking about it because they get a free ride for everything they did. All in the effort to convict Mr. Rudolph and not let you really know the truth about what happened here by not looking for evidence, by not testing evidence, by not questioning people properly. And the hurricane hit his house, and he didn't see it coming. He's guilty of not being smart with women. Whether he was cheating on his girlfriend or not, no one deserves to get whacked or beat up by 4 guys. Even 1 guy. It's not fair. It's not their business. It's like a Sopranos episode. You go get your family, your brothers, and go whack somebody, you go beat them up, or kill them. Not fair. Is that what? Are these innocent guys? Are they heroes? That's what you call a hero? People that go thugs, 4 guys, and where I'm from, you call them hoodlums. 1 guy's a vigilante. You bring 4 guys, it's a gang. Or a posse, as the state used that word. Posse, whatever word you want to use. That's scary stuff. Detective Vandelin, anyone ever come to your house at midnight with 4 guys? Thank God, no. She said that. Probably the only truthful thing she said, because she didn't realize why I was asking it. Ask multiple officers, if someone's pointing a gun at you, can you tell it's loaded? No. You're going to shoot until you neutralize the force, until it's over. And they're trained. Yeah, I'm going to shoot. I'm not waiting to get shot first. It's common sense. If you see someone pointing a gun at you, you don't wait to get shot. You don't turn your back and run home like the state would want you to do. They wouldn't prosecute them for shooting my client anyway because they got a free ride. Be a dead man and be funerals and you read a little obituary, that'd be the end of it. You never know. Thank God he's here. Said he would do it again. God forbid he was put in the same situation. It's better to be tried by a jury than tried by these thugs. It's better, safer, be alive. He lost 2 years of his life waiting for this. Prosecutor says, oh, Mr. Sebastian's poor family. Yeah, I feel sorry for them. They have nothing to do with this case. It's horrible that a mother lost a son. When you find out the circumstances, it's also horrible that Mrs. Rudolph was terrorized by the gang of people that came there. This poor lady already lost her husband. She's so worried about security, she has a screen that I personally have never seen a screen in somebody's home, in their living room. She can't sleep at night, scared to death. And the state wants to beat her over and over and over by asking the same question. Why don't you call 911? I couldn't, I was terrified. It's a miracle this woman's even standing. It's a miracle. I'm not asking you to have sympathy for her, just trying to talk about the facts of this case. The real story about what happened and why she had all those cameras. She thought they were recording. Police have that. I don't have their video recorder. They're telling you it didn't work. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but according to them, it didn't. Hopefully they're being straight about that. They got Mr. Nash's videos that really don't show you any details. And you can also see the oil slick. The car went forward first. It clearly did. Take a look at these pictures. You'll see it. How in the world with this evidence and not testing anything and not questioning people properly, why didn't Detective Vandelin go and talk to Tyler Robinson's brother and friend that were at the house to find out what these guys were talking about? She knew about that. Never even went there. It's silly, ridiculous already. Why not even attempt to do anything? I don't do something unless I know it's there. That is the most absurd statement I've ever heard in a courtroom. I've heard hundreds of people lie in a courtroom, but I've never heard a cop say that.
All right, sustained.
Never heard somebody say that, ever, ever, ever. I don't search unless I know it's there. They didn't arrest Dominique because she admitted she did tamper with evidence, a 30-year felony potentially. Well, if somebody walks in and says they committed murder or attempted murder or aggravated assault and they confess to it, they're going to jail. Not this girl. I think she's working with them, trying to prove that they're telling the truth instead of being cold and neutral like she claims she is. Her investigation starts when the arrest is made. That's baloney. That didn't happen. Never started. Put the handcuffs on him. You got all those shots. He's got to be guilty. I don't want to hear from his mom. I don't want to hear from anybody different than what I already did. I did enough. I did a good investigation. She told you that. She really believes that, or she's lying again. She knows she didn't do a good investigation. She can't even admit she made a single mistake. Not one mistake. I made plenty of mistakes during this trial. I'm not the best speaker. I made mistakes in questioning people, and I apologize. Hey, I'm sorry. You're right. That answer, you're right. We're all human. The law on justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force in Florida, we'll talk about that in a second, but the burden of proof, and this is a long instruction, comes down to what the state has to prove is Travis Rudolph does not have the burden. This is on page 10 of your instructions. Travis does not have the burden of proving he was justified. It's not his job to do that. It's not my job to do that. And you all agreed to this in jury selection, and this is the law that you all agreed to follow. This is on the second paragraph down, indented paragraph, where it starts with Travis Rudolph does not have the burden of proving he was justified. In using or threatening to use deadly force. You don't even get the first-degree murder. You don't get to aggravated assault. You don't get to any of the lessers if he was justified in using self-defense, or you don't know beyond a reasonable doubt that he was justified. Then you don't even go to the instructions on murder, second-degree murder, attempted murder, because it's a defense to every single one of those charges. Justifiable use of deadly force. Told you from opening statement, Travis Rudolph did kill Sebastian Jean Jacques and did wound Tyler Robinson and did shoot at the other men. It's no secret. Question is why. So he doesn't have to prove. Travis does not have to prove, or the defense doesn't have to prove, doesn't have the burden of proving he was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, which is Travis Rudolph, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, just like we talked in jury selection. It really boils down to this. That's why I wasted so much time, but it really wasn't a waste, as you can see now, because this is the heart of the question. There's no way any reasonable person at this point could say, with this evidence, beyond all reasonable doubt, he was definitely not using self-defense. There's no way anybody can say that in this case. Why? Because you don't have all the evidence. You have nothing other than a couple of videos which show what they show. And you hear the gunshots. There's never been in dispute, ever. It's not in dispute. But you can't see who's holding a gun and who's not holding a gun. You don't even know if Tyler Robinson was in the car. You heard the bullets ricocheted all around the car. Little pellets come out, and according to the medical examiner, they break up. You don't even know what was in his body. They didn't even show that to you. You don't know where he got shot. There's no blood in the back seat. How's that possible if he's laying on his friend, which is the first time he ever made that statement, as you heard in this courtroom? Slow says he wasn't even sure he got in the car. You can't tell from that video. I remember some cross-examination of Travis Rudolph yesterday where the prosecutor's showing him a videotape saying there's one guy already in the car. That's ridiculous. The guy was pressing the button to open up the door, so of course the lights go on. You can't see who got in which door. Vanillin may have to over and over and over. She's the lead detective. Who got in what door? I didn't understand what she said. Double talk. Couldn't tell you. Physical evidence doesn't tell you. you see, and I don't know if you saw it in this courtroom, but you do see Tyler Robinson going like this, but he doesn't fall down. No one checks the DNA. How do you know it wasn't Travis's DNA anywhere? How do you know it wasn't Mr. Rudolph, Darryl Rudolph's DNA anywhere? Whose DNA is on that car? How did it get there? Some of the people, Detective Allen, didn't even remember there was blood on the outside of the car, but the crime scene people did, but no one checked it. Not important. Do not ask. So you found out that Keyshawn texted his sister first, that Travis is a dead man walking. He wants you to believe, well, I did it to satisfy her, make her feel better. He did it. He said it was in response. That's not even true. He texted her first. Travis is a dead man walking. Is this a person who's going to go over and talk to somebody with his 4 best friends, buddies? They all carry guns. Why is Chris Lowe trying on, according to him, not this day, but why is he checking his friend Keyshawn's gun in his pocket to see how it fits? Who carries guns in pockets? It's foolish. It's dangerous. Sounds like gangsters do this. Guns in pockets. He said he tried it on. Well, he didn't try it on, but he put the gun in his pocket to see how it fit. Before this case. What's the purpose of that? You get glimpses of these people. Glimpses of what's going on. You'll never get the full story because they're using all kind of social media calling where there's no tracking. FaceTime, there's no tracking. You can't hear or see what they're saying. You look up it online, you'll see this. It's easy to figure out. These young people know what's going on today. I don't even understand what Travis is talking about the dating stuff, about girlfriend, not girlfriend. I don't understand these terms. When I was younger, you're dating someone, you're going steady. Today, the terms are completely different. But either way, you could tell this is a battered man. He really is. His neighbor saw it. He's always getting hit, and he stands there like this. He had no clue that someone didn't have a right to hit him. That's sad. He really didn't know. He's a mild-mannered guy. You saw it. If I'm up there and someone's accusing me of stuff, I'll be fighting back. He doesn't even yell. Doesn't raise his voice. He's calm. That's who Travis Rudolph is. I'm not asking you to find him guilty or not guilty because he's a football player, but certainly that's important. This girl was looking for a payday. I'm a realtor. Ms. Perlette, have you sold anything? Is what she asked. I rented one apartment. COVID, I had nothing. I pay for everything. I'm a self-supporting woman. Then when she got pressed, but my mom is a medical assistant. That's a self-supporting woman. This is a woman who's a gold digger, who's hoping Travis gets back in the NFL. She took advantage of him. He was too dumb to see it, like most men. Not thinking with his right head. I hate to say that, but that's the truth. She's a gold digger. Plastic surgery. You already got a boyfriend. You need plastic surgery? I'm mad. The last 30 days, I haven't seen him. I'm getting angry. I don't trust him. He's in Miami. Trying to get back into he had a contract to play in the CFL, the Canadian Football League, the following month after this happened. Hoping to get back in the NFL, where as many friends as you heard who are major players. Didn't bring their names out here to impress anyone. Didn't even mention one of their names. That's the reason why he carries a gun also. It's around wealthy people or targets. It's not a joke. It's a dangerous community we live in. It's a dangerous country, unfortunately. None of those guns are illegal that he has. They're perfectly legal. You heard that from the testimony over and over. The drum of 100 sounds crazy, but that's legal. You can have 100 of them. You can have 50 of them, I asked the witnesses. Nothing illegal. He's trained. He has a concealed weapons permit. He's worried about security for his mom. She's worried about security. He's worried about security for himself and his friends. That's the truth. That's what's going on here. You got a glimpse of it. A glimpse. Not just like the prosecutor wanted you in jury selection talking about, well, if there's a flag over here, it's got to be an American flag. You don't need to open it or anything like that. And then I gave you the silly example. What if the court administrator said, well, we had no money from COVID, we're buying flags from China, and they put little symbols on there, and that was a trial. You really want to know the truth. If someone's on trial for anything, or flags on trial, you want to unfold it. Why would you put blinders on like they do? Remember watching the Kentucky Derby recently? Some of the horses have blinders. They can't see the other horses because they don't want them to get off track. They want them to just go straight. Who has blinders on in this case? Who? Who has the blinders on? Starts with the producer of this investigation, Detective Vanderlyn. And hopefully it ends here in this courtroom. So how do you prove right now, how does the state prove to you, no matter how many times they show you those videos and play those gunshots and show you the autopsy photos and show you Tyler Robinson's injuries? And forget about all the witnesses. No one mentioned them to you. No one mentioned, you heard. I'm not even going to go through all this. This will take me an hour or two. Talk about all the nonsense that these people said and how they acted. You saw the defense they acted. You saw the defense witnesses. Did anyone act like that? Anyone playing games? I don't understand the question. Anyone prior to commit perjury and say, I didn't remember? It's ridiculous. You saw that. You heard it. We trust all of you. That's why we put you all here together, that you use your common sense. That's something you should consider, how the witnesses acted, how they answered questions. Those are things that are important for you as jurors, and we all talked about that in jury selection too. How do you judge if someone's telling you the truth? I asked you all that question. How do you know who's being straight? What they gave a prior inconsistent statement? Got to be shocked to learn that someone lied over and over at a hearing and in front of the same judge in a courtroom saying, I don't remember a thing. Maybe he doesn't want to get arrested again, so now he's on the team. The first responding officer, the guy wearing the mask. Y'all remember him? Probably the most credible I don't even know the right word, the most credible independent witness there is in this case. And he's wearing a mask. You can't even see his face or his eyes to judge his credibility, but you don't need to because you heard the intensity. I'm not going to say his name because you know why he's wearing the mask, but Officer P. You saw the intensity of how he was trying to save the guy. And he was so hyped up by saying, I was reliving the moment as he was talking. I'm sure you were too. That I felt my own pulse possibly. I was trying to make sure he was alive. That guy cared. He cared. That's what we needed on this case to find out more about what happened or how it happened, where it happened, when it happened, who did what, who said what. Go back and question people. But he said something very important. Besides trying to save this young man's life. You remember what he said? He said basically that as he drove by going northbound, he didn't see the car. Then he made a U-turn because he knew it was at 40th and Broadway. He passed by again and sees the reflection of his lights on two I forgot the words, something like figures in the background. Who weren't waving him down. Put that in his report. He testified to. He found that very unusual. What are they out of the car? What are they doing by the fence area? And not until he goes in there and says, y'all need police help. And they say, oh, my friend shot, my friend shot. He said, if it was me, I'd be out there jumping up and down. Hey, hey, come get me. That's what he said. He was animated. That should tip off Detective Vanderlyn. There's something amiss here. Your first officer there says, this guy's were acting weird. What's going on? What are they doing there at the gate? Why not check? I think you know the answer by now. This is not winning at all costs. Everyone lost here. Everyone. No matter what your verdict is. But maybe something will come out, something positive. Maybe next time they'll do a better investigation. Maybe next time they'll arrest the right people. Maybe Vanderlyn will get demoted and sent back to the academy to do her job properly. Hopefully something good comes out of this. When you weigh the evidence, one of the things you use is your common sense. Y'all have a lot more common sense combined than I'll ever have, so that's easy. Use your common sense. You should consider what the witnesses said, and when you consider that, how did they act? You saw how they acted. Tyler Robinson asking me if I need a potty break. You got a weak bladder, Mark. Calling me Mark. It's not a game. He doesn't care what y'all think. Of course he cares what you think. That's why he's tailoring his testimony to you. People who say they don't care what you think really care what you think. Why do you have to say that? Why is Dominique saying, I'm really smart, just like my brother? No, she's conniving. She's dangerous. She's not smart. Every time she gets caught, she has no choice but to say, yeah, I did do it. It's like Tyler Robinson. Yeah, a couple of days later, they find the gun. It's either him or Keyshawn, because it's going to come back to the gun store. It's Keyshawn. And Keyshawn don't want y'all to think he had a gun with him. Look at that video if you want. If you need to do it, look at it again. You'll see him rubbing his right pocket. What's he doing rubbing his pocket? Before anyone came out of the house, he's moving the gun. Watch Chris Lowe in the background lifting up his pants. You'll see it. He's even on the pictures I have here that I blew up. He's lifting up his pants because he's wearing athletic pants, and a gun is weighted down, and his pants are falling down. All consistent with having guns. Why didn't they pull the guns out? They saw the cameras. Keyshawn said, no, I didn't pass the house. I drove and turned down Redwood. I never passed the house, but his two buddies said they passed the house. They drove right by it. They saw the cameras. Chris Lowe even said, when I was outside, I saw the cameras there. That's why I stood back. Tyler Robinson was the hothead. He couldn't control himself. State's wrong. Said that the only person said that Mr. Robinson pulled a gun out was my client. That's not true. Travis Rudolph told you he pulled a gun out on him also on the side of the house. He's a dangerous man. These are all dangerous men. Principal theory is if they were committing crimes, they're all equally guilty. They're not on trial here, but why it's important is for you all to understand the principal theory. It's basically like the Three Musketeers. Here we got the four. One for all and all for one. And if one guy, like the prosecutor told you, is the getaway driver, and the other guy goes into the 7-Eleven to rob the store and he kills the store owner, they're both guilty of murder. Same thing in this case, the reverse. If these four guys came there to do what they were going to do, and you all know probably what they were going to do, most likely, definitely, despite what they have told you, then they're all equally guilty. And then if they're guilty of ag assault, any felony, ag assault pointing a gun, any one of them, not two, not three or four, just one of them, they're all equally guilty of doing that. And then Mr. Rudolph had a right to shoot all of them because they're all together in this. They caused this. Blaming my client for coming out without his shirt? That was an insinuation the government had. He was sleeping. It's his house. So he came out to start a fight? His own brother was so angry. He's cursing at him and screaming. You saw a glimpse on the video. What are you doing with this woman? Storms out of the house. The old neighbor telling the brother, tell your brother, Travis, it's the wrong woman. Sick and tired of hearing this nonsense. When DJ came home, he wasn't interested in this. He was working all day, trying to help his mom. He's a farmer boy. That's who DJ is. You heard that. He's got chickens, a potbelly pig. He's got all kind of bearded dragon, according to his mom. She thought it was an alligator. But whatever. This guy loves animals more than people. He's a homebody. He stays in his room. That's what he does, and he works, and he's sacrificing his life for his mama. That's who Darryl Rudolph is. He wants to be in Alabama with his horses and growing crops. Not a violent young man. Says Rudolph should be proud. She raised two very well-mannered sons. You saw that. And he's sacrificing for his own mom to be with her. And that's admirable. He did nothing wrong. He's a victim in this case. He's a total victim. He's not involved in the relationship. He's not involved in any of this nonsense, what's going on between Travis and this young lady, Hurricane Dominique. He's not involved in this. Comes home from work, and what happens? Oh my God, all hell broke loose when she opened up his phone. I didn't bring it to his phone. I had the password. He gave it to me. Who cares? He went to his phone. Come on. You didn't trust him. She lost her payday. She was hoping to win the lottery. She probably promised her brothers. Remember that text from Tyler? Hey, I love you so much. I got you. Probably promised them when Travis makes 20, 30 million bucks, I'm going to share it with you guys. Not anymore. Just got thrown out of the house. You know it's the end of the relationship. Tries to break the windows, he hits him with a liquor bottle, breaks his phone. Oh, how come the police didn't show you the phone? Why don't they open the phone and charge it up and show you now? I guarantee it doesn't work. What's the difference? Does it really matter? Trying to insinuate he took pictures of himself? That was vandalism. He took his own photographs of his injuries. Why didn't you blow them up so they can see them? I don't want to do that. Why didn't you do that? And then it really comes out, well, he didn't blow him up. His phone was broken and his sister took him. And the police still have his phone, so there was no way for us to get him out of that phone. Had to come from the sister. But they're trying to leave you with a different impression about everything in this case. Everything, and that's not fair. Be straight. You all know that. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the questions? I don't think so. Most of them did not. Not the civilians. Not at all. The witness have some interest in how the case should be decided. Of course. Everyone did in this case. They don't want to be charged with anything. They're on their team. You even see the way the officers slant their testimony a little bit. You saw that. You saw that with several of the police officers. Not all. Not the firearms expert, not the first witness, not several of the West Palm officers until they were showing that picture. And then, oh, it looks like a gun, but I don't want to say it. But he had to say it. Any pressure been used on the witness to affect the truth? Well, coming into a courtroom, being forced, I was escorted by 2 police officers. They didn't put handcuffs on me. Well, that's being forced. And then you lie about everything. Now you're afraid you're going to come in today. You better say what you need to say. Because you could be arrested again. You could be charged with perjury. You could be charged for lying and impeding an investigation. How do they have the nerve to give you a witness here who's perjured himself over and over and over and come in here and tell you he's telling the truth? It's not possible to know that. You would think the opposite, the actual opposite. Mr. Rudolph pled guilty, and it's in the instruction on page 2. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. We're not. We did more work than this investigator did in this case. Way more work to figure out what's going on. Deposition in June. I'm trying to find out where the 911 tape is. You heard that. Where's the 911 tape? Several months after this happened. Where is it? I don't know. Didn't get it until November. After I've already questioned her. Why is Chris Lowe telling you he made the call on the way out? Then you find out it really isn't. Maybe he's lying, maybe he's mistaken. Maybe there's another call. I don't know. Where's proof they even put it on the GPS? If you would have took Chris Lowe's phone, you would see that. I submit they were trying to hide evidence before they were even going to the hospital. And if you would have Chris Lowe's phone, you would know what was said and what was done and whether or not he really did GPS the hospital. Of course, he could have missed the hospital under the strain of trying to get away from what you just caused, but certainly still traumatic. Could have passed the hospital. But why not get his phone? Then I could at least show you all if he really did do that. You'd see it for yourself. Did he GPS the hospital or not? If he didn't, you'd have another question. Why are you not GPS in the hospital? Would reaffirm they're probably dumping stuff. Have a dive team. Check the waterway. Do anything. Not one thing was done. In fact, Agent McMichael with the dog. If you would have asked to go down the path where the car went, could you go? Of course. Wasn't asked. Why don't you go back to 40th and Broadway? Did they ask you to go? Did you even know about it? No. No one even told them. Bring the dog. The dog's phenomenal in finding ammunition. You heard he's great. Passed all his tests according to the agent. We didn't want to find any more guns. Vandalin had enough. because now she's getting nervous. She made a false arrest. He's not looking into this. Doesn't want you to know the truth. The jury. Eventually, she knew this case would come to a jury, and she was trying to hide everything. Couldn't even get a 911 tape right. Couldn't even get the medical records. Took her 2 years to do that. Couldn't get Tyler's phone checked for a couple of years. Nothing was done right. It's hide everything. Hide the ball. She knows that I would get a copy of the statements that her alleged victims made. Give me 10 minutes to find out what they have to say. Come on. That's either incompetent or you're intentionally trying to hide something. Well, the judge read to you what reasonable doubt is. Use your common sense. Follow the directions. Follow the law. That's all we're asking you to do. It's all we've asked you from the beginning. There's no questions here at all about whether that gun's in the pocket. Was there a gun in his hand? But what if there was? $600 an hour. It's expensive. I wonder how many thousands and hundreds of thousands they spend on this case, the state, of your money, of the taxpayers' money, my money. Mr. Rudolph has to pay a couple of $1,000 to hire an expert because I can't call anyone up for the police because they don't work for me. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not wearing a badge like they are, like the police do. So, yeah, I have to hire someone. So you hear a guy who went to Harvard, was a medical examiner, the head medical examiner in Palm Beach County with so much experience, and they're making fun of him how much money he makes and want to know every detail. How obnoxious is that? He's entitled to get paid. I only brought out the $500 that their medical examiner charged me to talk to me to show you how unfair that is. He doesn't charge the prosecutors to talk to him, but I got to pay. Is that fair? I don't make the rules. That's what he said. I don't make the rules. He doesn't know anything about having a death grip. He had zero experience. He doesn't even know anything about guns. He said he barely has any knowledge about guns. So, of course, I have to hire someone who's reputable, who has a good background, who went to one of the best schools in America, who has tons of experience on both sides, being a former medical examiner, and now he's a private consultant and a family doctor. He didn't come in here and say, yeah, he definitely had a gun in his hand. He could have. He didn't say that. He said it's consistent with a gun. Well, could have been nothing? Well, it's possible. Anything's possible. But he said it was consistent. That's his testimony. That's all I wanted y'all to see. And it's possible. A good chance. The questions that were never asked or answered by the police. So that's why we did that. You look at that. If you've been around this field, you would look at that and know in 2 seconds there's a good chance he had a gun. Maybe it was something else. What else could it have been? There was nothing in his hand. They want you to believe it was a spinal cord injury. There's no evidence of that at all. In fact, Dr. Maricini didn't say that at all. I don't remember their doctor saying it, but if you all remember that, that's fine. But he said it could have been a ball. Remember that? Could have been a ball, could have been a phone. Why would anyone get rid of a ball if it was in his hand? Still be in his hand when the police got there. Sebastian's hand. Why would anyone get rid of a phone if it was in his hand? You know it wasn't the phone in the door. I have to work hard on that one too. Where's your phone, Tyler? Eventually he admitted, I showed him the pictures and it had that fancy design on it. He had some designer and had shattered by a bullet that went through a door. And there was no blood or hair or fiber on it, according to all the witnesses. So not consistent with any reason why Sebastian would be holding it. Did anyone have your password? How about Keyshawn? Nope. How about Chris? Nope, for your phone. The last question was, how about Sebastian? Well, maybe he broke into it. Come on. That's ridiculous. Maybe he broke into it. He wasn't holding his phone. He didn't know what to say. He knew there was a problem with that, just like he knew there was a problem with him dumping his gun. And then the gig is up when they find it. He's changing and swaying his testimony to try to convince you. Well, maybe my friend did have my phone, but you know he didn't because there was nothing on it to prove it at all. No blood, no hair, no fiber, nothing. Zero. So why would anyone take a ball and hide it? Was it in the car? There was nothing in the front seat consistent with what he would have had in his hand. These gangsters would take guns and try to hide them, shell casings, anything that would show they're guilty, just like erasing phones. That's who they are. That's who these people are. Erase text messages. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for you all, you got to see Tyler's phone that was in the car. It took me 2 years to see it, but you got to see it in this trial. And Keyshawn's phone was stuck in the car, so they couldn't erase things. Maybe from the cloud they could. I don't know enough about that. But you saw some of the most important messages. Dead man walking. Travis is a dead. I've never heard that, ever. Except maybe in a movie. Maybe you all have. It's not hyperbole. I don't know what hyperbole is. I have to go look it up. I was confused what that even meant. But y'all know what that means. Travis is a dead man walking. You all know what that means. These are glimpses of what Travis faced that night, and his brother, and his mom. These are the people that he had to interact with. This isn't just what you see on the video. This is everything, those 8-10 minutes of terror. That bam, 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 like you heard DJ knock on the desk here. He judged his credibility. This guy wasn't fighting with any of the lawyers or me. He answered the best of his ability. You hear all these prior statements he made under oath that were different. You didn't hear it from Mama either. You didn't hear it from Travis either. These witnesses did the best of their ability and told you what they believe happened. Their witnesses, their civilians, all of them, every last one of them was fighting tooth and nail, playing word games, asking me to repeat the questions, asking Ms. Perlette to repeat the questions when they knew they couldn't answer them. And then they didn't admit something until they were caught in deposition. Then they would say, oh yeah, I did say that. You saw the characters of these people. You got glimpses, little glimpse of who they are. What brother? Is this chivalrous? Brother and friends? This is chivalry? This is ridiculous. This is a hit. Are they going to kill him or beat him up severely? He's got scars on his body. That's serious bodily injury. It is. Why is Mr. Estes? State said he was the independent witness. Why in the world? Man who just retired, who built power plants, has a boat, trying to live in peace, likes his neighborhood, telling you that Travis is constantly arguing with his girlfriend. It's annoying. They're constantly fighting, and she's always hitting him, and he's there with his arms folded. That day, his best friend died. He wasn't in the mood for any of this nonsense, just like DJ wasn't. And once again, here he goes again. And then he hears the car leave. But then he's half asleep, he told you, or sleeping. I don't remember his exact words. It's around midnight. And here's slapping and punching and kicking. Doesn't see the whole thing. But he looks out. And he sees it's a really serious fight. And I think I asked him, was some kind of serious fight, or did it look like someone could get seriously injured? He goes, someone's trying to whip someone's ass. That's what he said. I think those were his words, actually. And he kept saying it was 3-on-1, 2-on-1 with the Rudolph brothers. Constantly. This is what he sees. He's not even outside. He's in the comfort of his own home. And he's scared to death. First time ever, he said, he grabbed his gun, went into his bedroom. This happened fast. It's 8 minutes, roughly, 8-9 minutes of what happened. Go in your bedroom for a minute or two, you're going to miss a lot. Unfortunately, the cameras, you didn't get to see the cameras because you would have saw all this, unfortunately. I hope to God those cameras really didn't work, that they're telling you the truth. But either way, you don't have them. We can't speculate on what really did or didn't. The evidence is they didn't work, so I'll have to live with that. He goes and grabs his gun. He's not involved. No one's at his house. He's not outside helping. Why does he get his own gun? That's really important. Maybe it's not. Hey, do whatever you think is right, but Why does he grab his own gun and then put the clip in it and a bullet in the chamber? And he knows how to use guns. He's a hunter. He's got plenty of guns. He knows how to shoot them. Plenty of practice. Why does he grab his own gun? He's not even involved in this in any way, shape, or form. He's annoyed. He just had one of the worst days of his life with his best friend passing. Grabs his gun in case it came to his yard. Well, Travis is unreasonable for grabbing his gun, and he's actually getting the crap beat out of him and his brother and worried about his mom, who no one's paying attention to. And he has a gun pointed at him. Even if he didn't have a gun pointed at him, he could have came out with his gun. Shouldn't have came out, but unfortunately, Daryl just reacted. As you see, he does react, unfortunately. Even when he talks to you, his answers are quick. He's not sitting there formulating his answer. Not a guy who's thinking, oh, what do I say about that? Can you repeat that question? I don't understand it, so I come up with a better answer. He talks right from his heart. I even asked him about the silly question. It wasn't silly, but it really happened, about getting hit in the head with the Patron bottle. Can you describe how that happened? And he said, yeah, it was like the whack-a-mole game at Chuck E. Cheese. It's not a guy thinking about his answers. He's quick. That's what he thought. That's the game where you sit there and have a mallet, and a kid's game, and these little things come up and you bang them down real hard. That was what he's trying to express to you, what he saw this girl do to his brother. That's all. This isn't a guy trying to formulate a story or figure out how to make it better. Linda Rudolph, completely different than the state's witnesses. She could have easily come in here and tell y'all, I saw guns. I saw them pointing guns. I saw the guy without the shirt pointing a gun at both my sons, like they both tested. She didn't say that. She didn't see that. She was so flabbergasted and so out of her mind at what she was seeing, she couldn't even open her phone. She was in panic mode. Panic mode. Is that hard to believe? Is that reasonable? Mr. Estes didn't even see Travis go in the house. He only went in the house when he saw Tyler pulling out the gun. And that's when he realized, I should have came out with my gun, and goes back and gets it. So if he's this killer, this crazy psychopath like the state wants you to believe, why doesn't he just come out of the house? Why isn't he just sitting there in the window open, knowing that these girls sending their brothers over, this girlfriend sending the brothers over, and just waiting, and just pop them off one at a time as they come up to his house? Could have done that. Could have hidden the bushes. He didn't do that. He showed so much restraint, more than most people, and he looks up there at the camera, at the screen in his mom's house. He thinks he sees the brother, little bro, that he has in his phone. The kind of guy he is, he puts the gun down. I'm going to mediate this. I'm going to calm it down. They're not going to do anything in front of my mom. Big mistake, but he did, unfortunately. If he came out with the gun, Vandalin would have arrested him and charged him with murder if he would have shot someone while they're trying to kill him. She didn't care. You shoot somebody, you're going to jail. That's the evidence that I see. I don't care about nothing else. I care if you're guilty or not guilty. I'm charging you. Either way, he loses. But anyway, at least he's here and he's alive. So he puts the gun down. That shows a lot of restraint, more than most people could do. Way more. Knowing that it's now coming to fruition. Dominique calls mom. And mom is so worried from Bible study and watching videos with her twin sister that she calls her and tells her, I'm sending over to F up your son or kill your son. And then she texts her back and she says, all I'm going to tell you is, and that's the text we have. Picked the wrong one. You picked the wrong one. Yeah, well, we know that now. 100% he picked the wrong one. She was Tony Soprano. She ran this gang that night. She gets her brothers to go do her dirty work. Really is like an episode of The Sopranos or a mobster movie. It's hard to believe. If you weren't in this courtroom, you wouldn't believe it if I told you this story as my neighbor. But you got to see it. They don't mean anything, those text messages. Hyperbole. Shoot his shit up. Well, that means to shoot everything in the house but people. That's what she told you. It's ridiculous. It's silly. You know what she meant. This is what Travis is dealing with. This is what DJ is dealing with. This is what the mom's dealing with. Look at the credibility of all these people. Watch the videos 1,000 more times. Who cares? You'll never, ever see, ever, unfortunately, what really happened. Why is there an oil slick that goes forward? The car went backwards. Seen them explain that one. Maybe the video is on such a weird angle, you can't really see what's happening. DJ's telling you it's not him. When he testified, the prosecutor's showing him the video, and there's a guy walking. That's not me. Maybe that's Hack. Who's Hack? Who's Hackshaw? Why is he getting texted the address of 550 Teak Drive? Their friend. Tyler's friend. Keyshawn's friend. Why are they texting him? Why doesn't the investigator go do an investigation on that? Why wait 2 years? Get that phone sooner. Go get Hack's phone. Find out where he was. You can triangulate it, you heard. You can tell where that person was. Go do a full investigation. Was there more people walking around that neighborhood? How'd Travis's car get broken? The window. Vandalin didn't know. She's the lead investigator. I don't know. Both the Rudolph brothers told you we didn't see her break the window. She left. Did she come back with her brothers, her friends, and do it? She said she didn't remember. That was what Miss Perlette asked her. How'd you do? When did you do it? I don't know. Could have checked her phone. Find out where she was at any given moment. They didn't do that. Maybe she was there giving directions around the corner. We'll never know. But she admitted for the first time ever she broke the window. Is that true? We don't know. Is it Hack? Is it somebody else who showed up? Is it a fifth or sixth guy? Oh. I remember when I was a young kid in kindergarten and first grade and stuff like that, I remember there was a three monkeys with see no evil and hear no evil and speak no evil. Kind of what we have here. Don't look. Don't talk. I don't want to know anything. How do you direct a crime scene people who are, some of them very experienced? They know what they're doing. Why not direct them to go do their job? They're waiting for you as the lead detective. I wasn't asked. I wasn't asked. I wasn't asked. Defense submits that this should be a 5-minute verdict. Not asking you to say, go back there and say anything but the truth. Based on what you heard and saw in this courtroom, that's it. You're limited to that, what you have. That's it, what you were given. There's 100 conflicts. There's 100 reasonable doubts here. There's a lack of evidence everywhere. But most importantly, I urge y'all to take a vote. Did they prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Rudolph was not acting in self-defense? Did they prove that? That's what this boils down to. And if they didn't, the case is over. It's not guilty. Better luck next time. You didn't prove it to me. And then whenever you feel about what happened, didn't happen, who should be charged, who shouldn't be charged, you can talk about it outside the courthouse. But in this case here, the only question you're asked is, really, was he acting in self-defense? Did they prove he was not? And I submit there's no possible way you can say yes, beyond all reasonable doubt in your heart of hearts, that he was not. And if you all agree on that, the case is over. You don't go to first, second, manslaughter, because he's not guilty of a crime at all. He's not. Maybe he's not good enough. Possibly he's not good enough. It's not. This man was acting in self-defense. He defended his brother, defended himself. I'm not going to belabor the point. I'm not going to go through every photo. I could stand up here for hours and talk to you. It's ridiculous. You heard it all. You all remember this case. And they cannot answer that question in the affirmative that they proved beyond all reasonable doubt that he was not acting in self-defense. So justice calls for a not guilty verdict. Send a message in a quick verdict.
Sustained.
It should be a quick verdict because you don't have the evidence. You'll never have the evidence, and you all know why now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shiner. There will be rebuttal closing. How long, roughly?
Just 20, 30
Well, you don't have to take all 48. All right, it's 4:26. I want you to take that into consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you stand up and stretch for just a minute, if you will, please.
So rebuttal about 20 minutes. I thought he did well. I'm glad he finished where he did. I thought he didn't need to labour the point. He got it through. I mean, I like the point when he said, if you don't believe that the prosecution,
We need a restroom break, so it's
Um,
4:26. Let's make it, 14 minutes, I guess. Be
Sure.
back in 14 minutes, 13 minutes.
shut up, Judge, if the prosecution did not, beyond a reasonable doubt, show you that Travis is guilty, then he's not guilty across the board, and I think that's important. So yeah, no, Rochelle, he's in a bit. Do not. He's not guilty for first degree manslaughter and anything. Yeah, Baldo's doing it. Yeah, comb over guy. So he's gonna be doing that, and fuck knows what he's gonna be doing. He does not like to use a mic. As a layperson that doesn't, only recently got into all this, I hate that the prosecution get to finish first, because they just come up with some other bullshit now that the defense can't. I never understand why that's the case. There we are. I got the words wrong, Superfly, but um, yeah, that's right. If they didn't prove beyond reasonable doubt that he didn't act in self-defense, he's not guilty. And it's like, he cannot be charged for first degree, for manslaughter, and because otherwise, what the prosecution want him to do is, okay, if he's not first degree, then how about second degree? How about manslaughter? It's like, well, no, if he's not guilty, he's not guilty. Did I just hear my name? I don't think I don't think I said anything about mad. You missed your name this morning. Lefty and Spider were going at it this morning. Your name was Red Hot this morning. It's their burden. Okay, 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 okay. It does make sense. Sorry, it's probably me being thick there. It does make sense. It's just frustrating because obviously the defendant's there. It's his life, and as we know, prosecutions lie. So, and we've seen that on the Zachariah Anderson when the prosecutors lie. So that's why I hate it. I don't know where Spider Girl gone. Spider Girl's just vanished. Before lunch. Not seen her. She posted something this morning that I said over and over. Maybe I don't know. I hope she didn't get offended by that. Please prosecutor gets the final say. Yeah, that's what Superfly says. Thanks, Amy. It's gonna be interesting. Look, it's gonna be interesting what happens now. Are they going to be allowed straight into deliberation and do it like till 10 p.m. or something? Oh, you need to go back right at the back. It was something to do with you and Spider send you two kept on DMing him pictures and stuff like that. So, like just funny stuff, like just taking the piss. It was funny. So it wasn't too bad. And also I was slagging you because I was like, where the hell's Mad World? I don't care if she's got a toddler. Where the hell is she? No, I'm joking. But I was like, where's Mad World? Um Oh, that's a shame if they don't. Well, I mean, fucking hell, he just works. He just avoids doing all this stuff. Um, because it's like, if I was a juror, I'd be pissed now. I'd be like, yeah, we've listened to everything. I just want to go into it now. Do you mean rather than, I suppose each their own. Yeah, usual bullshit, yes. But also, you missed every. We had like 24, 25 people, um, like from Zachariah's group on Facebook in here. Um, everyone was like very kind coming in. I had about 50 new subscribers today from that group. If you not remember to subscribe. Look at Lefty sounding all innocent now. What you said to Mad World and Spider Girl about selling pics, you talking out your ass. Yeah, basically, yeah, he was. He was. There's a unanimous jury there. What? This is new to me. What? It does not need to be an unanimous jury. What does it need to be then? Like 2/3? What? Yeah, this is what I was asking. What's the numbers? You left, you know what you do, you big teddy bear, you. Uh, oh my days. We're learning something new here. What the fuck's going on? 8 out of 12. So 2/3. Right. Hang on. What? Let's get this right now then, because Amy said it has to be unanimous. This isn't a death penalty case. Now I'm confused now. Lefty's coming in now, chirping, because that's already been tried. Now I'm lost. What the fuck's going on here? Oh, hang on. But that will get overturned by the Supreme Court. Now I get what you mean, Lefty. Um, okay. We'll get this right. We'll find out. But yeah, death penalty's not been sought. So that sort of makes sense, though. That does make sense. But it's still even scary to think. So the Supreme Court's already look at Lefty. He's a brainy child. I'll be honest with you. I've learned a lot of Lefty in this case, which is surprising, but I have. It was already ruled on less than unanimous death penalty. So it must be unanimous for death penalty. Whoa. You can watch Shelley. What happening is that someone will get an 8-4 death penalty. Okay. I think that as well. I think the same as you, Mad World. Okay, so it's pretty standard practice. 8-4, go there, um, and then court will overturn the death penalty verdict. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Do you think they're going to phase out the death penalty then? Because more and more are not going with it. It's not on. Well, hang on, Superfly. It's conflicting here now. We're just trying to find out. Shelley's just looking at paperwork again, and Amy says no. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Because she's a law. Death penalty of Nicholas Cruz didn't get it. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Lefty. I didn't think about that yet. He's a good public speaker. Mark, you mean the defense? I agree. I thought he was excellent. Um, and what I liked about it was he didn't. A lot of people would have panicked and just used the full 2 hours. Um, but he didn't. He just 1 hour 20 done. You don't have to. He got his point across. So just for a death penalty case. Fine. Not for today. It has to be unanimous today. Just 2/3 is for death penalties. That's fine. This is what I like. Everyone's been, sharing info, and we got there in the end. Crime Spies, how are you? Hope you're well. It's good, isn't it? Sharing that kind of information. So 4 more minutes. Well, he said it's about 20-minute rebuttal. I changed some of those for those. Fake jurors of death penalty, then £9. Okay, recommend, but it's still anonymous for the guilt phase. Fine. Okay, Christ Spies just did a 6.5 hour live stream. I'm on nearly 7th hour now. So I get you. So I just looked it up. I love it. I love people looking up and research it. Oh, hang on, let me put the mute thing off.
Off, not silent, not vibrate, off. All right, we ready to bring the jury back in? Okay.
This judge is a grumpy fucker, mind. Right, I'm going to turn it back down now.
Okay, sure. Yep. Mhm. Yes, we are.
All rise, jury entering.
Don't worry, Shelley, it's all good. We got there. We got there. It's all good. And if you hadn't said that, Lefty would not have educated us. Or educated me then. With how Supreme Court works and stuff. I think every judge harps on with their phones. They just hate it. And it's etiquette. It should be off. Phone should be off. No, we're still on closing arguments. This is a rebuttal now.
All right.
For the
welcome back,
prosecution.
Everyone, go ahead and take your seats, please. All right, Mr. Klosky, you may
20 minutes.
begin the rebuttal closing argument.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Shiner said during about his 90-minute closing argument that, unfortunately, we're never going to know whether Sebastian or Tyler or both of them pointed guns at him and his brother. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to steal a phrase that the defendant stole from me from my opening statement, actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words.
Sure.
April 7th, 2021, just turning into 12:11 a.m.
He never uses a fucking mic.
Closing argument kept saying this whole thing took 10 minutes, took 8 to 10 minutes. No, it didn't. No, it did not. You have all these videos and evidence. If you ever have a doubt as to anything I'm saying, you have the power to come back in this room and watch every single video. Once I'm done talking, once the judge gives his final instruction, all that evidence is yours. Do with it what you will. But in terms of this video right here, you're going to see an earlier video of when that car pulls up first. They all get out of the car. Then the car starts to move up a little bit. It parks and they start walking to 550 Teague Drive. That is just before 12:06 a.m. They are walking to his house just before 12:06 a.m. 12:11, we're going to see them getting back to this car. This whole fight, remember Dr. Maricini, hey, an ultra marathoner, that's where you start getting rigor mortis. This entire fight took less than 3 minutes probably. From the time it took them to walk to the front door and commit their sneak attack. You ever seen an assassin that bad, ladies and gentlemen? A sneak attack? They walked up to the front door, not wearing any masks. Nothing. That's the worst sneak attack I've ever seen. They could have went in through the side door. They could have jumped into the backyard where the farm is with all their guns ablazing. That would have been a sneak attack, and that's not what happened, ladies and gentlemen. Why? They weren't going there to kill anyone. They were not going there to kill anyone. Did they want to have a talk with Travis over what they heard he had done earlier in the night? Absolutely. And as my colleague, Miss Edwards, says, you might not like the time of day. It might be rude. It might be inconvenient. Nothing illegal about a loved one going to someone's house a couple hours after something like this happened, saying, what's the deal? Do we really think this fight starts if Travis comes out and says, I'm so sorry, man. Everything got crazy. She got crazy. I don't know what happened, but I'm sorry. Do we really think any of this happens? Do we really think they decide to still jump him when he apologizes? No, but that's not what this defendant does. He goes on the offensive. He goes on the offense. And that's why you're all sitting there and he's sitting there. He could not control his anger that night, ladies and gentlemen, and he made sure they could never come back and disrespect him. 90 minutes, Mr. Shiner spoke. What he left out during that is what not only this defendant said his brother Daryl was, but where Daryl said he was. Remember, they did a whole demonstration right in front of you. Both of them. Couldn't be more clear. 10 feet, and he was on my right. That's the only way this defendant gets his brother to be able to get up and say, I saw those same guns pointed at us too through the windshield. Let's take a look at the video, because the video does not lie.
The video might not lie, but you fucking lie, you cold bastard. Like, how could the video doesn't show anything?
Here's it backing up. The first shots. Think you'd all agree with me? Those first shots come basically at the 11-second mark. So remember, 11-second mark. This defendant, along with his brother, said, when those shots start firing out, Daryl should be somewhere right over here, right? He's on his right-hand side, 10 feet away, to be able to see in the windshield. Daryl should be right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how many seconds go by before Daryl comes on this video.
You're blocking the view, Mr. Clausen.
I'm going to go back. Here's Daryl right here. Is that to the defendant's left, 10 feet away, or is that Daryl catching up behind him when the threat was completely over? If you can't see this on this screen, ladies and gentlemen, we have this laptop. You can look at the laptop screen. He is right there. There is nobody else outside. That is definitive. And now Mr. Shiner is saying, well, not only is there a phantom gun, there's a phantom. You can watch Daryl run after Tyler. You can watch him do it. See the figure? Coming across, speeding up now, running past his brother, and running up that driveway. That is Daryl Rudolph, ladies and gentlemen. He is not only not where he and his brother say he was, he couldn't be more wrong. He couldn't be more wrong about where he was when those shots are going off. Ask yourselves why. Ask yourselves why. He knows he's trying to save his brother. He knows the only way he saves his brother is to put guns in Sebastian and Tyler's hands. And the only way he can agree with his brother is to put himself in a place where he could have seen any of that. This video shows he was nowhere near that. He was nowhere near his brother. No one was aiming guns at him. He walks on the screen. He goes toward the guys in the car that are leaving. These are the guys that are traumatized about what just happened right before they get down to that car. It's not true, ladies and gentlemen. It's just not true. Maybe he didn't notice himself as a phantom in the right-hand corner of that before they started talking, but it's there, and it's 100% different than what they said. Why? Because it's not the truth. Daryl Rudolph was no longer in any type of trouble when he decided to fire off 39 shots, and the video proves that. The video proves that. Actions speak louder than words. When it comes to this event, when it comes to this event, Daryl Rudolph said, I had to ask him, hey, out on the lawn, when he pointed that gun at you, how far away was that gun? Oh, I'd say probably guesstimate 10 inches away from my skull. Getting his life threatened, according to Daryl. What does he do? What does he do? Not only does this video show, he chases after the man that had a firearm 10 inches away from his temple. He runs him down. What was Daryl's plan going to be? To get shot in the face? That doesn't make any sense. And to Daryl's credit, I asked him, you know your answer about why you did that, why you ran after the only person that you claim you saw had a gun. Why would you run after him? I asked him, that doesn't make sense, right? And to his credit, he agreed. It doesn't make sense because it's not the truth. That's not what any reasonable person in that situation, if what he's claiming is true, would have done. You do not run after the one guy that's armed when you absolutely aren't. By this point, ladies and gentlemen, essentially, there's been two worlds presented. The world from the Rudolphs about what happened that day, and the version from the state. Once you start funneling every fact, every piece of evidence that you've gotten in this trial through those two worlds, one of those worlds, a lot of alarm bells going to go off. A lot of alarm bells. Going to be like, you know what? That's absolutely not what I would expect. And one world, everything makes sense. Just take Daryl Rudolph's reaction. Let's live in the defense world. Does that make any sense what he does? No, it doesn't. He said it himself. Why? It's not the truth. Now put it in the prosecution's world. Does it make sense why he ran after Tyler Robinson? Of course it does. Because if Tyler Robinson and none of them ever flashed a gun, pointed a gun, did anything with a gun, he's just chasing after the guy that disrespected the house. Maybe wants to get a few punches in himself. Does that ring any alarm bells, ladies and gentlemen, that version of the story about why he runs after the gun? No. Because you're running after somebody to get a few extra punches in. Take Travis's and Daryl's reactions after this all occurs. When you watch the video of this defendant marching down the street with that gun, is that a man afraid that there's any gunfire going to be coming back his way? No, he's marching like he's Superman and Rambo combined. Does that make any sense? Wouldn't he try to duck behind a car when they're driving around and Tyler jumps over the fence? How does he know Tyler isn't going to just look over the fence and shoot at him? He nonchalantly walks back to his house with his brother. How is that possible? If this traumatizing event that prevented his mother from even typing in her own passcode or using the emergency button to call 911, does that make any sense? No. Now, put it in the prosecution world. If they never saw a gun from any of those four guys, does it make sense why he's marching down the street feeling like he's bulletproof? Does it make sense as to why Daryl just feels he can walk back to the house even though he has no idea where Tyler is? Yes, because that's the truth. That's the truth. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, no action can speak louder than words. Use the defense world. Daryl Rudolph, his mother, don't call 911. Don't call 911. That start to ring any alarm bells? Why they wouldn't do that? This woman had cameras everywhere. Everywhere. And you heard her testimony. She thought they were recording. When he is getting handcuffs put on him, what better moment is there to at least tell the guy putting the cuffs on, maybe you got this all wrong? Not a word. Not a paper airplane note out the window saying they had guns. She didn't scream out the window they had guns. Daryl, when he's texting back and forth, doesn't even mention the word gun. Why? Because they did not use any guns. And now, in front of all of you, they're trying to put those phantom guns in his hands, in Sebastian's hand and in Tyler's hand, because that's the only way he gets out of murder, ladies and gentlemen, and he knows it. There's the Rudolph family story, and then there is the truth. He was not in any imminent danger when he decided to pull that trigger, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, 39 times at a car that was leaving. And Mr. Shiner wants to say that video shows it going forward first. Okay. You'll have a chance to watch these videos, ladies and gentlemen. All you got to do is ask. If you haven't seen it enough already, and if you're not clear. Detective Vanderlyn said we didn't talk about him. Here's some quotes from Mr. Shiner. Lack of investigation, didn't give a damn, did absolutely nothing. She didn't care. She didn't want to know. Where'd all this come from? Where did every single one of that piece of evidence come from? Videos, text messages, guns, ammunition, photographs, CSI, call logs, cell phones. Everything came from her. He said she did nothing. Did I just make all this stuff up out of thin air? No. But for Detective Vanderland, none of this is here. None of it. And he just got up before all of you and acted like she didn't do a thing. That's not true. He wants to force you all to believe she's a terrible detective. How did I just play that video I just showed you? She lucked into it? No. These officers did everything they could to get to the bottom of how Sebastian ends up dead, how Tyler ends up with 2 shots in his body, and how Keyshawn and Chris barely dodged the same fate. These are all the defense exhibits. These are ours. They're just blow-ups of the evidence that Vanderland got. So literally, everything on this table, everything on that table, everything defense has in an exhibit, Detective Vanderland. And he just got up here and said she didn't do a thing. Didn't do a thing. That's not true either. That's trying to force you to doubt what this investigation revealed, ladies and gentlemen. And as we talked about, forced doubts are not reasonable doubts. They're not. How do you not search for guns over there? And I think during his closing, he also said, did any of the defense witnesses play games? Darryl Rudolph did. Once he got caught on this videotape, seeing that he's absolutely not where he said he was to you a few minutes before, oh, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. That's playing games, ladies and gentlemen, because he has no good explanation for that. And how do they not search for guns? Ask Daryl during cross-examination.
Just being a disabled person. Well done, mate.
Right? Call her anytime you want.
Well done.
Tell her anything you want.
Fucking dickhead.
Well, then we go back to the hearing. About a year ago, no juror members here. What do you say right away? When asked the question, did Detective Vanderland give you a business card? Yes. Did she tell you that you can call her anytime with any relevant information that you have? Yes. But he gets up there in front of all y'all. Oh, I don't even know who she is. He doesn't now know the main detective on his brother's case. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Linda Rudolph. Again, all those cameras there. Ring videos, text messages, everything. Same thing. Detective Vanderland wants to hear from you. He's acting like he did. Detective Vanderland didn't even try. Didn't even try. Just put him in cuffs. Let him walk away. Linda has something to say, don't want to hear it. Oh, Daryl has something to say, don't want to hear it. Can't be any different than the truth. Linda Rudolph doesn't want to admit that either, ladies and gentlemen. She wants to pretend like that detective wrote her off, when in actuality, that detective gave her every chance to say the word gun, and she never did. Think about that. Think about what a reasonable person, if what Linda, Daryl, and Travis are saying is true, wouldn't that be the first and only thing you would say to those cops that are waiting outside? And this whole excuse of, oh, we heard sirens, so guess they would just figure everything out. Ladies and gentlemen, give me a break. You know, in here, that's garbage. That's a garbage excuse. You know it. If you knew the police were coming, then why didn't you interact with them? Even then, let's assume that story is true somehow. Well, when the cops are there, why aren't you running out to them to say, my son's just got attacked. I'm so traumatized over it. It's because that didn't happen. They knew that. Quite frankly, she might have been worried that the cameras did capture everything her son just did unjustifiably outside, and that's why she can't talk to the cops at that moment, and nor can Daryl, because they don't have time yet to come up with how Travis ain't guilty of first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder, ladies and gentlemen. On the flip side, did Chris Lowe, did Keyshawn, did they talk to the police right after this? Yes, it can be done. It's easily done. You have Keyshawn's 911 call. And in that call, he gives a quick, to the point summary of what took place. Then when you want to watch the officer body worn camera from Detective Etienne that spoke with Chris Lowe, he does the same thing. They're clearly in shock too. They had a dead body sitting right next to them who was their best friend. And somehow they're able to muster up what happened at that house. His brother, silent. His mother, silent. Even as they're seeing him carted away in handcuffs. Does that make any sense in that world? No. Because it's not the truth. It's not. We can understand why. Okay? If in your packets there was a form, had a question, said, is Daryl Rudolph a generally good guy? Sub question, is Linda Rudolph generally a good woman? I tell you to mark yes. I tell you. They didn't do anything here. They didn't put themselves in this position. They didn't make Travis do what he did. In fact, Linda Rudolph tried to stop him. Linda Rudolph tried to stop him. If anything they said were true about these assailants that are just horribly beating them up to a pulp, even though we don't have any photographs, none of them went to the hospital, nothing serious injury in the course of a 3-minute fight, then why isn't she telling the police that is what happened? It would have been very easy. Just like Chris was able to do somehow when he's in shock, just like Keyshawn calling 911. It can be done when you want the police to know what happened. And when you don't, it speaks volumes. That silence from them is deafening, and you know in your hearts why they didn't do that. Why would they have to be forced to come in? Kept saying, well, if I ever got a subpoena, hey, seems to me that for the last 2 years, your son has been charged with murder. At what point are you going to come and tell us he's innocent? Now, in front of y'all. That's all. You don't think Detective Vanderlyn goes back with them dogs or them drones or anything like that if the word gun even got mentioned by any of them? Do you really think she doesn't care? That's not true. That is forcing you to doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Maricini, that is the definition of a possible doubt. He literally said, could be a gun, could be nothing. $12,000, please. I was the one that said, hey, did you take a look at his left hand? Gun could be in there too. Where's my $12,000? Mr. Schreiner just got up here and said, we paid him a couple thousand. Left $10,000 off that bill for that testimony. And by the way, Mr. Schreiner left out the fact that guy's never testified for the state. Ever. 2/3 income, 100%. I testify for defense. I wonder why that is. That's $12,000 to force you to doubt whether or not Sebastian had a gun in his hand. That's what that is. That ain't a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. You heard Dr. Osborne say those marks that paid expert came in and said, oh, those are indicative of, gun marks in his hand. Dr. Osborne got up and said, no, that's lividity. That's pooling of blood. That is absolutely not what that is. He has no skin in the game. He doesn't get paid more or less based on what he says. He told you Dr. Maricini was wrong. And we know why he's wrong. He's getting paid to be wrong. He's getting paid to force a doubt in your heads about, oh, that's absolutely a gun that was in his hand. Well, we all know that's not true. That's not what he said. That's not what it means. It's the definition of a possible doubt. Mr. Schreiner said, well, how do you expect Linda and Daryl to trust the police after Travis got arrested? What about before? What about before? There was plenty of time before Travis was ordered out of the house for them to talk to the police. Not a word. Didn't know what to say. They know what to say now. We can understand it. It's a brother and a mother who love the man sitting in that chair very much. We can understand why they said what they said. We don't have to accept it as truth. In fact, the video contradicts it completely, and common sense does too. We can feel sorry for Daryl and Linda and Sebastian and Keyshawn. We can. It's not their fault. It's his fault right there. He pulled the trigger 39 times. He was pissed off that they disrespected his mama's house, and he was going to make sure they could never come back and do it again. He doesn't have that legal right, ladies and gentlemen. Nowhere in that package you all have says that he can. It says that there had to be an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm when he pulled that trigger, and the evidence, the facts, the testimony, even his and his brothers and his mother's show this wasn't out of an imminent threat of death or bodily harm. This was payback. How dare you come over here and disrespect me? That is against the law, especially when you murder one person and almost kill three. Tyler forgot to put a bullet in the chamber. I'm sorry. Wasn't this the guy that they said, along with the other three, that their only motivation coming over to the house was to kill somebody? And now he's saying, oh, he just forgot to put the bullet in his chamber. Does that seem like doesn't jive anymore, folks, right? Said in their opening statement, these four men were coming over, vigilantes, set on killing, set on shooting shit up. Where's the shit that got shot up? Where is it? Tyler? All of them. Remember in their opening said all four had guns. Don't know where that came from. Where is the shit that got shot up by those four guys if their sole determination was to come over and there and do that? As opposed to the state's version of, hey, Dominique was real pissed off and they went over because they were pissed off too, and they were going to start a fight with him if he wanted one. Does that make sense? Any alarm bells, ladies and gentlemen? No, because it's the truth. Tyler could have shot Daryl right in his face in the grass. Doesn't happen. When the fight first starts, any of them, according to Mr. Shiner, pull out the gun, shoot anyone, shoot the BMW, shoot the house, shoot the cameras. Not a shell casing, ladies and gentlemen, not one anywhere but his. 39 of them. How does that make any sense? Story not jive anymore? About these four vigilantes sent by Don Corleone to come over here? This ain't like a Sopranos episode, ladies and gentlemen. To turn Dominique Jones into Tony Soprano is a joke. Travis is the victim. Travis is the victim. Cheats on his girlfriend, undisputed. When he gets in front of all of you, tries to say, oh, well, it wasn't really that serious. Oh, well, I didn't make her my official girlfriend. All this, all that. Despite she sleeps over all the time. And in previous hearings, that's exactly what it was. And he admits that he was not faithful with her. So what happens? She finds out. She gets upset. That ring any alarm bells or anything? Yes. Anybody would tend to get upset if they find out the person that they've been dating for a year has been cheating on them. Makes sense why she gets upset. She says very nasty things to him. What does he do in response to that? When he's in the wrong now, ladies and gentlemen, he is. What does he do? Starts making fun of her body. Saying, hey, the other girl that I've been cheating with, she got a way better body than you. That seem like he's not a victim? That seem like he's instigating? Does that seem like he's escalating with the girlfriend? Yes. Can we understand why Dominique gets a little bit more angry after that? Again, yes. And then what happens? He calls her a bitch. Said, hey, come get this crazy bitch. And then she gets upset again. Is there ever a moment where he's not the cause of her anger? No. Defense keeps wanting to talk about, oh, she was married. She was married. Any evidence she was still seeing that guy? Any? No. She got up there and told you, we're legally separated. I didn't really want to tell him that. Can we understand that? That a girlfriend in a relationship for about a year doesn't really want to talk about this thing that's about to end anyway and has no relevance in their relationship. Yes. But there's no evidence she was cheating on anybody. I think all the evidence is she loved him. She wanted to be with him. She got worried that he was being unfaithful, and lo and behold, he was, and she got upset. All makes sense. Now, should she have smacked him upside his head? I'm a prosecutor. Can't say that. Words. Can't let you do that. But she smacked him upside his head, and we can understand why. Then he puts her on the ground. So much so that Daryl, after the fact, is way pissed off at his brother. Despite the minimization that's coming on after this fact, we know about that whole story. If all of it was just Dominique overreacting, he would not be upset with his brother. So that's how we know his brother was not the calm, cool, and collected person that they say he is 24/7. So she gets mad. She tells her loved ones what Travis did, and they come over to talk with him about it. Again, totally understandable. ladies and gentlemen. Totally understandable. It's the first thing they say when they get up to that door is they want to have a chat with Travis. Tried calling. That didn't work. They want to say his phone's broken. Phone records are there. Go ahead and look at the rejected call, ladies and gentlemen. Can't do that if the phone ain't working. He ignored them, and then he came outside. Remember that version, ladies and gentlemen, from Daryl and Linda. This fight happens. All of them are getting text messages or phone calls saying, hey, we're coming over there. We're coming over there to have a chat about what just happened. This was a couple hours beforehand. They have the cameras pointing down at the front door. Daryl gets up and testifies, I thought it was the police. I just ran to the door and I didn't look anything. Give me a break. Give me a break. These are the same people that constantly talked about the sad event of either their father or husband dying, so much so that it was so traumatizing that they're so scared that they put that screen up there to be able to tell who is outside of their house. And Daryl gets in front of gets up on that stand and says, oh, I didn't look at that monitor at 12 midnight after all these threats came because I just figured it was the police. Give me a break. Give us a break. That's not true. And we know it in here. He saw who was outside. He wanted to go diffuse it. Then Travis saw who was outside, and he wanted to put the argument into motion. He wanted to give his side of it, and he started that fight. He started it, and he certainly ended it, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the facts and the evidence show. No shell casings from anybody else but this defendant. Not one. Despite these guys being these murderous vigilantes, they somehow aren't able to pop off a shot when 39 are ringing back at them. Say what you want. Say what you want about on the porch, out on the lawn, walking down the road. Whether or not they could have pulled the gun, would have shot then, I submit to you, those are plenty of good times if they were on a murderous rampage. That would have been the time to shoot the gun. But absolutely, when 39 shots start ringing out, they don't take one defensive shot back to try to get him to stop. Give us a break. We know that if they had not one but two pointed directly at him and his brother, they would have pulled that trigger if it was anything close to true. There'd be a shell casing inside that car. There'd be a shell casing outside of the car. There'd be another shell casing that doesn't come from that Sig Sauer, and we don't have it. Why? Because they're trying to force you to believe that guns were in their hands when this happened, ladies and gentlemen, and forcing you to believe it, imagining that it happened, speculating that a gun might have been there. Those are not reasonable doubts. Actions and the lack thereof can speak louder than words. He was not defending himself, ladies and gentlemen. He was pissed off, just like they were pissed off. Difference is, every one of them that came in here, they acknowledged their role in this. Even looking back, saying in hindsight 2020, maybe we don't do that at midnight in terms of going over and confronting him. All of them acknowledged their faults. He got up and said, Detective Vanderlyn said she never made a mistake. I'll rely on you guys to go back in that jury room and see, was there ever a time that she was like, you know what? It was an oversight. You're right. I should have done that. Of course she did. She's not perfect. It's clear she didn't do nothing, ladies and gentlemen. And it's clear that she cares about this case because of all the work that she did to try to figure out who did it. And the answer is Travis Rudolph, because he was pissed off. Because he was pissed off. Hasn't been easy. We appreciate all your time. Your verdict's not going to be easy. Like Mr. Shiner said, a lot of people affected by this case. A lot of people. But that last jury instruction says, when you go back there, it's not about sympathy for anybody. Not the dead person, not the almost dead people, not for Travis, not for Daryl, not for Linda. It cannot be based on that. And you all were the ones that swore, you're right, it's not going to be based on that. What it's going to be based on is the truth. What it's going to be based on is a factual determination. Number one, is Sebastian Jean-Jacques dead? Answer, yes. Number two, is he dead because of this man's criminal action? Yes. Number three, did he do it and think about it before he did it. Yes, the end. The end. Self-defense is not in play here. His self-defense ended the moment he decided to walk down that road, follow him to his car, and as they're turning and leaving, he pumps 39 shots into that car. He was sending a message. Don't come back to my house. Unfortunately, under Florida law, he was not allowed to send that message with 39 bullets that killed somebody and almost killed 3, ladies and gentlemen. So what we're asking you to do is when you go back into that jury room, and Mr. Shiner said, hey, it should be 5 minutes. I got more respect for this case than that. There's a lot of evidence. Not a great projector. A lot of things that maybe because of us standing right here like those blocks, we understand. But now that evidence is yours. Whatever you need to see, whatever you need to hear, a lot of them are going to be back there with you. But if you ever have a doubt about any of those videos or the audio, please send out a question. We want you to see Vanderlin's work. We want you to see everything that was done to get the clearest picture possible of why Sebastian Jean-Jacques is dead and why those 3 other young men almost died. And it's because this defendant decided to take matters into his own hands when he didn't have the legal justification to do so. It's as simple as that. And we're confident when you go in the back and start funneling all these facts, all this evidence through those 2 worlds, every time you funnel those facts through the defense world, every time alarm bells are going to go off. But every time you funnel it through the world that these young men wanted to go over, have a fist fight, and when it was over, they left, not a single alarm bell, ladies and gentlemen, not one. So go back there, take your time. If you have any questions, please send it out. You need to look at any of the text messages. They're all going to go back with you too. The text from Tyranny, text from Daryl, where they never mention guns again. First text I would send is, hey, they threatened me with guns, man. What do you want? Not going to find a single text like that because that's not what they did. They came over for a fist fight. He turned it into a gunfight, and that's illegal and against the law. And for those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, we're confident that when you go back there and you get that verdict form, you're going to check the box that says guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm, guilty of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm for the other 3, because self-defense ended and murder began. Nothing more, nothing less. It is not a moral judgment on him. It's a legal judgment, and that's what your verdict stands for. That he did that night. He didn't have the right to, and now he simply has to face the consequences of those actions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clausy. It's almost 5:15, folks, so we have to make a decision here, and I'm going to let you make it. We can, I can send you back there to begin deliberations now, which I'm happy to do, or I'm equally happy to do this, send you home for the night. We'll order lunch for you tomorrow, and you start your deliberations when you get in. So let me see hands for start tonight. Not one hand. All right. So we'll have you come back tomorrow. Now, just so you understand, I don't want you to be confused about anything. I do have a morning docket, and I'll be selecting a jury in another trial tomorrow. But I will take breaks from that jury selection process anytime, or I'll have another judge come in anytime you all have a question that needs answering. Actually, I'll do it for questions. I will do that. But if you want to come back out here and view any of the videos or look at any evidence out here, then that'll be fine. Most of the evidence will be back in the jury room with you. So that's not really going to be an issue. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to have you come back at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and here's what I will, wait a minute. Ms. Edwards, what time did Ms. Lee say? 10, okay, good. So I need you here at 10 o'clock again tomorrow. And regardless of where I am on my morning docket, I will stop what I'm doing there. I will talk with you folks and get you going back into the jury room and get all the evidence back in there, the evidence except for a few things like firearms, ammunition, stuff like that. That's not going back, as you might expect. But we'll get you started, and then I'll go on and do what I have to do in another case. All right, so you have heard it all now, including the arguments. So you've probably started, formulating opinions and ideas in your mind about, what you think is the case and how you want to determine this case. And that's okay. That's fine. But just keep it to yourself for the time being. The time for discussion about that with anyone is back in the jury room with your fellow jurors. You cannot, under any circumstances, begin that discussion with anyone else before you get back there in the jury room for your deliberations. So that's a short way of saying no research, no discussion. Keep an open mind. I mean, you've probably got some ideas already, and that's okay, but hear what your other fellow jurors have to say when you get back there. And in the unlikely event you run into one of us out there, out and about tonight, duck us, we'll duck you, and everything will be fine. See you at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Remember to sign in downstairs before you come up. Thank you very much. You're going to order tonight or tomorrow? It's up to you. Okay.
Notepads and jury instructions spaced out on your seats.
All right. Stay safe tonight, folks.
Okay, so we're going to be doing a watch along tomorrow, obviously. OVS. Also watching the Adam Montgomery day 1 and 2 tomorrow as well. We start 9:45 Eastern time.
Okay, great. Have a good night, folks. Stay safe.
Just in case there's anything else. Don't think there is. So yeah, I mean, so obviously a bit shit. We want a result now, don't we? But hang on, something happening. Oh no, there's not. But yeah, tomorrow there is. But as I say, we're covering that Adam Montgomery trial as well, so it will be a watch along plus Montgomery. So there'll be stuff going on, but the priority is this. So whenever he comes up to speak to the jurors, we'll pause that, come and watch this, and also if the verdict comes back tomorrow or the day after, that has priority as well. Good job. Oh, thank you. The subtitles just told me I did a good job. Thanks, subtitles. Right, stop there. Right, so that's ended. Happy days. Stop screen. Where did it go? Just remember as well, one final plug for this as well tonight. Because I only did it this morning. Some of you weren't here. If you want to support Zachariah Anderson, look at my big head right in front of everything. Obviously, the t-shirts, different colors on there. You got this vest, top, pullovers, crew necks, different colors. All the money, all profits go towards the legal fund for Zachariah Anderson. That's where I got my t-shirts. So if you do want to support him financially, you can do that. Or if you can't afford it, don't worry, you can still support by joining the channel on Facebook channel. The group on Facebook is just search for free Zachariah Anderson, and it's a private group. Just request to join and they'll let you join. So if you believe in Zachariah, like I believe in Zachariah, and this is unjust, then you can do that. Right. Oh shit, stop screen. Right. What do we think? What's going on? What do we think? Do you know what? It's so hard to listen to that guy, that woman, and that guy. I'm not sure which one's worse, the male or female. And when you say about the detective, she did a great job, and I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, jeez, I've never seen. The last time I saw such an incompetent case was Zachary Anderson. The time before that was Alex Murdoch. Like, just in terms of evidence, a lack of evidence, and shoddy investigation. Now we got this. What the fuck? like I won't relax over this case until I see a not guilty verdict. Um, you can't read jurors. Did you find the pics of the thugs with their guns? Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. I was, to be quite honest, with you, I'm not a fan of it, Shelley. I know who shared them. I wasn't a fan of it. The only reason I'm not a fan of it is because uh, it's all speculation. It's a picture of a couple of them. I just don't want to share it because just me personally, um, like Sebastian's in it with a gun, fine, but like I want to respect his family as well. Um, the case here is about Travis. I don't want to speculate. There's other people out there, guys, that will show you loads of stuff, photos about those four people and Dominique and showing them in a bad light. I'm not that guy. I don't do that. It only because I've always said, and this is not a Shelley, by the way, Shell. I'm not even that at you. People asked me yesterday. I didn't really explain it. I base everything off evidence. I don't base everything off speculation. Um, if you want to see it, it's on Twitter. By all means, please see it on Twitter. I'm not telling you shouldn't view it or anything. It's just it's not my cup of tea. I always try and get everything you see on this channel is based on, well, I try and base everything off evidence. And not to characterize people. That's the only thing. But if you just Google, not Google it, search for it, it's there, Shell. So it is all out there. Um, so there's that. Right, let me take this one down a little bit now. You can't see on my pretty face. Oh, wrong one. Fuck me. What am I doing? I think we promoted Zachariah thing. I'll do it again tomorrow. That'll be up there constantly now, supporting Zachariah. So, right, let me do a quick poll. Let me do a quick poll before people disappear. I mean, some people's disappeared already. Before you do disappear, thank you for everyone to be here. Like Madwell, you missed this morning. The amount you had in this morning was incredible. The support that I had from people in chat. I'll never forget that. I'm so grateful. Um, right, poll. It's just going to be a simple poll, guys. And I think I know the answer. Um, what will the jury decide? So, guilty, not guilty. Same again, hung. Yours. So, it is up. The poll is up. I mean, this could be just a quick poll. I'm presuming it will be a quick poll. Um, so, it's all good. It's all no, it was all good. It was just a load of people from the Zachariah Anderson group came over, grateful for them and their support. That's nice though. Family over from England. England though, someone's got to live in England, I suppose, so it's fine. If Lou's here, she'd be like, "What the fuck?" Uh, it's yeah, I'm joking. It's all good. Um, check if you don't see if Zachariah's judge was having a stroke. I know. Judge Strader. I don't remember who the first one was. Shelley, yeah, he was definitely off. Judge Strader was definitely off, Shell. Um, Oh, happy days. Thank you very much, Shelley, as always, for keeping us updated. Uh, remember, we could be live tomorrow at 8:45. First video will go up at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So hopefully you can join us then. If not, I'll see you later on. So yeah, bye, Shelley. Thanks for everything. Thanks for your contribution. So let me look at the poll. Has everyone voted? I mean, if Lefty's here. Oh, okay, interesting. Unless it's a mistake. Interesting. Someone put we got 1 guilty, 5 not guilties. Okay. I like that. I like a bit of difference of opinions. Unless it was a misclick. But it's fine if it's a misclick. Um, Amy, I think with the Zachariah trial, it was a whole lot of stuff off. The DA was just awful in it. So you'll see as you progress in it. It's Luna. Does that? Are you saying bye, Luna, to Shelley, or are you just saying bye to everyone? Are you going, Luna? Is that? Oh, Mad World. Luna. Luna's like Mel. Just hides everyone. Just pops out. You could always know. You just just know she's here. Mel's the same. You just know she's here somewhere. There's a lot of people like that actually. So, but you just never know if they're here or not. Uh, I got 2 buys from you, Luna. Buy with smiley face, and then my comment showing. No. So if that's all we've heard from you all day, except for this morning. Well, and if there's anything else, blame Mad World and Spider Girl because they're the ones modding, not me. So they might be blocking you. But they wouldn't block you. They got dirty mouths as well. Yes. Yes. Agree, Amy. I've been here the whole time. Oh, that's good. What do you think, Luna? Any tidbits? I know you're always here. You tell me you're here, and I believe you. Um, no, you did miss her. She spoke this morning to tell us she was here. Mel did the same, but she's probably gone now as well. Now she turns walk around with Mike. Not a fan at all. Looks super unprofessional. Yep, it looks super bad. Especially when he's shouting as well. It's like, fuck, just chill out. I understand if you have to go to demonstrate something, but they didn't. They were just standing there. It's like just go back to where you're supposed to be in the podium. I don't know how long this deliberation is going to go on for either. Because yeah, I don't know. There's no point speculating. You just since after that juror said in the Murdoch trial that he didn't see Alex crying, and everyone else saw him crying. I I don't know what to think anymore. So, and then after that, we've got the Zachariah. He got found guilty. I was like, what the actual what? Which was bemusing. Ultra was straightforward. Uh, most of them have been pretty straightforward now until this one, and I think it's a straightforward not guilty on all counts. But you just don't know, do you? If I was, if you're Travis right now, you'd be quite nervous because you can have the best defense in the world, but you know it's in the hands of 12 people. which is, I love the way that it's done. Your peers make that decision, but it's very scary. So I don't know. Just pray for Travis tonight. I think if everyone can pray, say a little prayer for him tonight. I think that's the most adequate thing to say. I'm sorry. I what happens in my brain is I think of something, it goes in my here, and it goes out here, into here. So sometimes I don't make sense, but it's only because I'm just speaking about what's in my head. Um, Mark was passionate. Captain Combe over was just aggressive. Yeah, I'm not sure which one's worse, him or that other female attorney. I think the female one was worse because just the drama that she had, high pitched, the preaching and the shouting, and I was like, oh my god, just sit, just shh, calm down. I don't think you need to be like. I understand you raise your voice sometimes, but she was just excessive in my mind. But there we are. I don't know. Um, let's have a look here. See what we got here. Okay. Do you want me to do the hours now? So I'll just do the hours. Are people bored already? Are people bored of my voice? Which I don't blame you if you are. Um, let's have a look here there. Done by. Oh, okay. That's not bad. And considering that I was thinking of streaming another thing tonight. Do you know what I mean? So, what an idiot I am. Um, so yeah, I think I'm gonna end it there, guys. I think um people are starting to leave now, which I don't blame you. So we've got the other trial tomorrow. I'll update. Oh, sorry. Let me update the ticker for roughly the final thing here. Um, oh, here he is, a softie. Look at him. Never bored you to them, but cheers, Kaz, boy. And hey, I hope you all liked the Welsh lessons this morning. Stacey liked it. Stacey's been missing for ages, so she oh no, she's working. She's working. Yeah, she's doing medical reports. Um, I just can't believe how many bloody nurses, paramedics and stuff we have in here. Loads. Um, let me. Oh, why making toast and tea? Nice, guys. Nice. I just got my Diet Pepsi to finish. Tomorrow's going to be a long day, Kaz. So it was day one and day two of the Adam Montgomery trial and the watch along here. So it's a good, probably 10, 11 hour day. So started at 2 o'clock our time. First video will be 2 o'clock our time, 9 o'clock Eastern. Luna, that's 6 o'clock your time, Luna. So I won't see you for a while. Right, let's get this thing up then. Well, I say this thing up, not my dick. I just mean my calculations. Um, right, so that one was 84 last time. 80. Okay, and then it's 531. Okay. Oh, okay. Slightly failed again, but it's done well today, guys. We've done well today. Oh, where's my cursor gone? So 102 hours today. We're in an event for most of tomorrow. Ah, yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Um, ah, Kim, I think that's where I'm afraid, Kim. If that happens, I don't know what to say about your judicial system. I want to believe in the jury system. I think it's a good system you have. It's very, very good. But it just takes one stubborn git, you know, to not look at it or just want to be awkward or to get 12 people being in none. What I don't like is what happens then, right? So it's 11 people not guilty, one person guilty. That's a hung jury, right? So you have to go through the whole thing again, potentially. Why? Did you that I understand, but sometimes I just wish the judge would then be like, okay, look, I'll take it out of your hands, guys. There's enough there. It was 11-1, you know, let's be honest. He's not guilty. No, let's waste more taxpayers because they will go for another one. They'll go for a retrial probably. Those mofos. So yeah, man, I hope so as well. But it just takes one person. Takes one person and then potentially a retrial. Hey, absurd beats. Shomai down there in the diff, over there in the diff. So, Kim, that's scary. I'm glad you said it because I've been thinking it. So, you know, I never know what to think about stuff like that. I understand, right, that the judge can't do anything with 11-1 verdict because what happens if it was 11 people had him guilty and one person not guilty? You don't want to give that power to the judge then be like, oh, I can make you guilty now. You want to believe in the system, so it's hung jury. But if it's a hung jury, I would hope that if it's 11-1, that the prosecutor, the state, look at it and go, "Oh shit, yeah, let's not try this again. It's 11-1. Let's not try it again. Leave it as it is. We tried our best, couldn't do it. We fucked up. No worries, and leave it." But do you think pride takes over with the prosecution, and they're like, "No, this mofo needs to be prosecuted." Sometimes you just got to leave it. In my opinion, anyway, just leave it. If it was like 11-1, I'm just worried there's going to be a hung jury. That's all. Um, I hope we're all overthinking this, and that sense prevails with the jury, and they actually see through all the bullshit and just go, I mean, there's nothing here. Do you know what I mean? They surely would have thought like that after hearing testimony. The guy who was murdered about 3 years ago now, purely because one person thought the accused was in Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. That's fair. Yeah, that's similar situation, but the reverse way. So I hope that he would be let go. I don't know. I th I don't think they want to change the location. I think they wanted to leave as is because, from what I understand, from Floridians, if that's how you say it, most people support Travis. So I think the majority see him as not guilty. Oops. Oh shit. Mad World. Oh, this is Luna speaking. Mad World, I haven't seen anything until now. For some reason, my comments weren't showing, so I went off stream and came back on and they appeared. Uh, I don't know what happened there then, Luna. But yeah, we've seen a couple of your comments. But the only way that they wouldn't appear properly is if Mad World blocked them. And she wouldn't block you. She loves you, so it's fine. Um, right, let's end the poll. There's 9 people voted. So 89% that say not guilty and 11% say guilty. And that's basically one person said guilty, 8 people said not guilty. So, it's pretty. But that's interesting because, if we were the jury now, we'd be hung. So it's not clear cut as what everyone says. Like I'm not guilty, but um, like looks like the evidence or lack thereof wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, but it doesn't matter what they think; it's what the prosecutors can prove. And looking at the statistics, looks like evidence or lack thereof wouldn't be an issue. I'm not sure, but I don't think moving it would cure that in a sense because you'd have to still be in Florida. So because that's the jurisdiction. So they would move it anyway, whatever happens. Defense would fight very hard against that. And he would always be in Florida. He wouldn't go to another state anyway. On average, how many people have in stream seen through? Um, it's hard to say. I think we've averaged probably 14, 15, say. Like, I had about 25, 27 at one point today, this morning. Then obviously, you know, um, it fluctuates. But I think we've had steady 14, 15 in sometimes like 18, 19, 20, sometimes 12. I think, well, that's just today, but I think majority of people are not guilty. I'd love to hear from someone that thinks he's guilty, just to hear what they see differently. I'm intrigued. I want to hear from people that think he's guilty. Change the prosecutor. Yeah, I might change the prosecutor, but no, they wouldn't because it's just no, I don't believe they would. It would be the same prosecutor because it's their case. Unless the only way they change is if a new prosecutor comes into town. Because I swear to God, oh, don't make Luna mad. Oh my God, I just mentioned mad, so Mad was like, what? What? Her years are perking. How long do you think they'll be out? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they come back in 2 hours, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it took 2 days. Do you know what I mean? 2 hours would be like if like the reason I say 2 hours, like look, he was in the poll here as an example, right? 8 people said not guilty, one person said guilty. If 11 people, say 10 people say not guilty, 2 people saying guilty, that they could go on for a few days, just going through everything really to get their points across and to, hopefully come to an agreement. Uh, or they could go in there, do a vote, and it's 12-0 for guilty or not guilty. So they could come back pretty quickly. Look at what was his name again? Oh, what was the last one we did, guys? The lawyer. Is it? Oh, fuck. I gotta find it now. I gotta find it now. Um, bum, bum, ba-ram, bum, bum, bum. Da-da-da-da. So the last trial I did, um, Richard Merritt. Richard Merritt. That that was an hour and 8 minutes. You know, hour and 8 minutes, and they came back with guilty. You just don't know what the jury's gonna do. You could sit down and everyone's like, yeah. You could also sit down and do you know what? Somebody actually might sit down and go, might have a shit job and just be like, right, it's Wednesday today, right? Let's stretch this out to Friday. Let's stretch it out a little bit. So whichever way the majority goes, I'll go the other way for a little bit. You just don't know. Do you know what I mean? Some people are like, oh, this is a great couple of weeks off work if you hate your job. The majority have already been, yeah, I think so. I think everyone's made their minds up of what they're voting. Not everybody, but I think I think the majority have now made up their minds of what they will be voting. Because if you think about it, they're exactly the same as us. Do you know what I mean? They've heard the same as us. The only difference is they've got their own notes. So you all want to have a punchback close by when the verdict is in. I'm wrong. Oh, so you didn't vote, but you would vote. What would you vote for the episode? Or are you just saying I think it's gonna be guilty, but you hope it's gonna be not guilty? All depends where they have lunch every day. That'll be key. Because I do it. Well, they're going to be in tomorrow at 10. They'll be in at 10 tomorrow. I think lunch most days have been around 12 o'clock. So the thing's going to be actually, when I said they'd be in within 2 hours, if they'll be in with a verdict in less than 2 hours, that means the food is shit. If they come in after 2 hours, that means the food's quite good. That would be key, Kaz. You do everything. Just be like, no, let's not vote yet, guys. Let's leave it for a little bit. Free food, guys. Awesome. I'm not saying that I wouldn't either, to be quite honest with you. Do you know how loyal some people are? Look at it. We got like 10 of them people still here. What the fuck you still doing here? Talking fucking about tea and toast. And there's still about some trial. Oh, I lost one straight away. But that's how loyal people are. Look at them in the chat here. Probably muted me, but still, Luna's still going strong. Luna, what time? What time do you get up in the morning, Luna? Because this trial's super early for you. Ooh. I need to update this again now. Yeah, no problem. Remember, go pick my niece up tomorrow. Oof. It's always on my phone. Pick her up. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. Yeah, yeah. Okay, good. Right, what else is there? Oh, cause that's laugh by the food comment. And if you don't know, Carol, which we don't, you might not get the joke of it, but it's. I believe you when he says that. Um. So yeah, look. So I think tomorrow's going to be a busy day. You woke up at 7 today, so we'll be in 10. So you. Oh no! So you because you weren't that far off the start of this trial, so you missed a little bit at the start. That you joined in. Are you going to join us tomorrow for the watch party and also the Adam Montgomery trial? So we're starting that tomorrow at, well, don't be the star, 6 o'clock your time. Um, so uh, so yeah. I mean, but you can play it back 1.25 and stuff like that. But the Zachariah stuff is obviously going to be around what 10 o'clock they go in, so you're not missing anything really. But I'm not sure what this trial is going to be like, but it's a firearms trial, so I do want to try it. Kim. Oh my God, Kim, don't. No, Kim. I'm worried as well. I'm worried as well. I don't think he's guilty either. Oh, I hope not, Kim. Please no. Please no. Because that just means we'll have to do another group then. Free Travis Rudolph. that would mean just two massive injustices then with Zachariah and Travis. Oh my days! I don't think I could. Having one massive injustice, having two, you would then really question everything about the process and the judicial system in America. Crap. I don't know. It's really hard. Do you know what I mean? We don't know who the jurors are. We don't know the makeup of the jurors. We don't know anything. I could find out, but I don't want to. I'd like. Yeah, I'm just leaving it. Just. Oh, it's making me think now. Murdoch, yeah, yeah, but right, Kim, I will say this about Murdoch, right? I will say this. Luna's piped up. I will say this about Murdoch. I would have voted not guilty for Murdoch, right? I would have. However, I don't think he was innocent. I think he had a part to play. Whatever it was, um, I think there was either another shooter there, or he paid someone, or uh, or something happened there. Do you know what I mean? I think he knows something. Luna, you perked right up. Something happened. So I I would definitely 100% have voted not guilty for him. But if the state had prosecuted him and one other, I would have voted guilty. But him on his own doing it, no way. There's no way that I believe that he could have cleared up and got rid of all the evidence and everything and the phone no way. I will ban that out forever. I do not think what they laid out is possible. But I also think that he was involved somewhere, so I don't think this. So if they just said it was him and someone else, or if they said it was him and he paid someone, I probably would have voted guilty. Um, so this one, and the reason I say that is because the difference is I can't see any guilty. I for this one, I like like those four guys did everything wrong. They went to the house. They had guns. They, I believe wholeheartedly that they dumped some guns. The police did not investigate properly. They did not take any DNA. They did not search every area. There's so many gaps here. Similar to Murdoch, I basically comes down to: do you believe Travis or do you believe those those guys? Because Travis is saying guns are pointed towards him. They're saying, "Oh no, 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 no." Well, after seeing all the testimony, I believe Travis, and that's what it comes down to essentially: is did they point a gun? And in my opinion, I believe that they did, or I believe there's a very good chance that they did, or that he had quick reflexes, saw something that looked like a gun, and shot, and that's enough for me to make him not guilty. And I don't think there's anything else there that could make him guilty. That's just my personal thing. That's the difference I think between Murdoch and this case for me, Kim. Again, everyone can disagree, but I've got the mic. Hey, you've got the chat. Um, so Crimes Price and Murdoch not guilty of all charges. Conspiracy, I'd have probably voted guilty. G. Okay. Luna agrees. I think Luna agrees with me. Did the state prove beyond reasonable doubt that they didn't point a gun? I don't. No, that's what I mean. Superfly. Do you know what? Do you know what? I love this chat. You guys are a lot more intelligent than me. Look at I wasted all those words, right? And Superfly just types it, just goes there we are. So just said it what I was thinking in a better fashion. So did the state prove beyond reasonable doubt that they didn't point the gun? No, in my opinion. Nowhere near it. There's so much build up to it. They went to the house. They were the aggressors. They did um, the way they acted on the stand. I'm sorry, but that did influence me as well. That attitude, the text messages, um, just everything, you know. And that people could say whatever they want. They would go on by the videos, but the videos we didn't see the videos. The videos too bad. You just couldn't make out anything on it. Um, I do believe there's more than four people. I do believe that they probably did message other people to get there. That bitch, I love Heidi Dramonique. She was a big reason why they were there, and I like Shelley said with the Sopranos comment. She was Tony. She was the head honcho. She she sent out a hit, in my opinion. That's how I read it. She sent out a hit, and it backfired. So as Craig said, does evidence support charge? But then, yeah, no, for me, it doesn't support charges. So, but also, I'd like to hear from someone else that actually does genuinely think that he's guilty, just to hear the other side of it. Um, but I don't see how he can be seen guilty. He's just more credible. The defense witnesses were 10 times more credible than the um, state witnesses. Don't care how angry that guy got at the end about well, to be fair, he probably fancies the lead detective. He probably wants to give her a nosh, like, but um, she's just absolutely ridiculous. She shouldn't be even employed anymore. She should be downgraded. Um, yeah, no, the Caroline agreed. No way they go to the house without guns. Yes, yeah, two people already need trousers guns. Yeah, it's as simple as that. Um, Fine. Oh, okay. I thought with your Alex Murdoch thing that you might thought that it was wrong. It was a fuss. It was. But anyway, it doesn't matter if the Murdoch trial was right or wrong. That was just too quick of a decision, I think, in my opinion, Kim. Um, that's why I think she should be, and those other guys should be charged. Simple as that. So yeah, I may have missed your comment there, Kim, just in the sense that for some reason I thought you were going to say Alex Murdoch was innocent. But no, I agree with you that the verdict was very, very quick. And I say I disagree with the guilty. I understand why they did vote guilty, but I disagree with it. And I gave my reasons earlier on. It literally you flip it a little bit by saying two people there, I would instantly say guilty. Just I don't think that they proved it. But um, yeah, Luna. This is what I mean. Yeah, Luna gets it. Luna reads me like a book. She knows me. Uh, this is Murdoch now. Yeah, had him guilty from the start. Um, and absurd. I don't know what you mean. Was AFK? I don't know what AFK is off the top of my head. Anyway, you see, I fucking carried on speaking. I wasn't planning to, but I love speaking about stuff like this. I love it. This is what the channel's about, debating. Okay, was away from keyboard. Fine, cool, 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 cool. Uh, well, the other one, Kim, I'm not sure if you've seen it. I saw a little bit of it. Michael Keatley, the ice cream man. Most people who saw that one said that was an injustice as well. But I've not watched it properly, so I've got no comment. I did watch a little bit of it, but I went. Yeah, I didn't really watch all of it, so I missed too much to even give an opinion on that one. But that was another one that was injustice apparently. Zachariah definitely an injustice. And yeah, I think after Zachariah, I think majority of them have been quite fair. I think the OnlyFans one recently, like I wish he wasn't found guilty of anything, but to be fair, he was probably the right call. I'm just a big softy. Um, so yeah, there's probably loads of trials out there that are quite unjust. Um, I know some people thought that Mark Keatley, is it Keatley, the dick guy, was unjust, but I don't know. I think that who else did it in that situation? So I don't know. It'd be interesting. I yeah. I just hope that he is found not guilty, and then we can move on and actually maybe restore some faith in the jury system again. Maybe that would be nice to do that. Um, look at Spider Girl. I was away from keyboard to I forgot to hit enter on my comment telling you I had to leave. That's all good, Spider. Did you watch the? Have you watched the closing arguments? Be interested to hear your thoughts, Spider. Madwell's disappeared. Madwell was mad, so she's probably cooling off or something somewhere. Um, so yeah, what's your thoughts, Spider Girl? I think we did a poll that 8 people had him as not guilty, 1 person had him as guilty. So we'll just have to see with that one. Just a reminder, doing the Adam and Montgomery trial tomorrow, starting at well, I'm gonna go live at 8:45 Eastern time, but we'll not start the video till about 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll be playing day 1 and day 2, but this Travis Rudolph case has priority. Okay, no worries, Kim. Please come back tomorrow, Kim. We'll do the next trial then. We can start it from fresh together. But we'll still be watching the Travis Rudolph stuff as well. So thanks for today, being you, and hopefully see you tomorrow, Kim. Take care. Big call day, so I had. Okay. That's all good. It's all good. I've said. Yeah. Bye, Kim. It's lovely to see new people giving opinions and chatting and chat. Hopefully, we get more people as well like that. So I don't know. I think we got a majority of that now. Yeah. So see what Spider thinks now, and then we shall probably call it a night. Let me just check here again to see where we're at. 3. Okay, let me update. Uh, let me just update this then. The banner with the hours, because we've stayed on. I've bloody got more now, haven't I? Which is not a bad thing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And okay, save that. It's not a bad ending. We had 107 watch hours gained today with I wanted to go under 500, but we didn't quite make it. 508 hours, which is more than appropriate. Um, so happy with defense closing. Okay, that's interesting, Spider, because I think you're the only person that said that. I think everyone else has really enjoyed the defense. So that's interesting. Yeah, majority of people were like, oh, defense. I even thought he did well. I'm glad he finished when he did because I thought if he went further, he was rumbling too much. But yeah, yeah, because it depends on how you look at everything, isn't it? People are very selective of what they will say and what they won't say. So it is what it is. You can't do nothing about it. That's where testimony and credibility and everything comes down to it. But as I said, for me, it all comes down to whether those two people pull the guns out or not. Um, we Come over was poof, he was something. Um, so yeah, look over again, Spider. Right, guys, I'm gonna call it a night because we've got a long day tomorrow. It's probably gonna be like 10, 11 hour stream, and we get up to 8.5 hours now. So again, appreciate all of you, new, old, current, for all of that. Just wait a little bit because I know there's some people still typing. Yeah, just watch it again, Spider, when you have a chance, just so you get an opinion on it. And we're going to aim tomorrow to get under 400. So, Luna, as always, appreciate you. So a big day tomorrow. Let's get into 400 hours, watching hours tomorrow. See if you can do it. Okay. Love you all, even you, cuz. Take care of yourselves. Pray for Travis, and let's come back tomorrow. Estimated 6 a.m. East Pacific, 7:45 Eastern, 7:45 Central, Carwyn, our time, 1:45, and then we'll start. Give it a call now and we'll start. But if you can't make it those times, just play it back. Cool. Okay, guys. Have a good night. Have a good evening. Take care, and I'm end broadcast. Have a nice one. Ta-ra.